is Rabbi coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, give it up for Tony Rothschild! Fucking son of a bitch. Who's ready for the best goddamn night of your lives tonight, huh? Yippee! Make some noise for Brian Red Band, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
It's really him, live in the flesh. It's me. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, Deep Eddy Vodka, and Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. How about a hand for the best damn band in the land, everybody? That's the great Paul Deemer on the horns. Taking a phone call real quick. Michael Gonzalez on the drums.
It's gonna be a fist fight on the way out, kids.
I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes one. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from He's ready for the best fucking skate fest night of our lives! Oh shit! Make some noise for Red Band, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, we're back at Skankfest for the first time in years. We're in an arena act, and now you get to see us in a real room. How's that? Fuck yeah. You get to watch a podcast that makes money. Make some noise for Skankfest, Louis J. Gomez, Rebecca, Christine. We're here. It's been years. These shows here, specifically at Skankfest, are famously vulgar, a lot dirtier, a lot sloppier. There's a lot more feedback all the time. There's a lot of weird noises that happen that we're not normally used to with our high level of productions, both in arenas, at the mothership, in Austin. So it's going to be loosey-goosey, fun. I'm going to be pouring into this Crown Royal a little bit earlier than usual. Very loose, fun episode. Is that cool with you guys? Are you guys happy to be here? If there's anybody that expected a different show or anything or wants to go do something else, feel free to leave. We'll bring other people in. And is that cool? Everybody happy? Well, in that case, this is a little bit more for the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Here to watch us watch comedians. I can't believe I was able to get them. Two of the greatest comedians in the world. Two of our favorite comedians in the world. Two of the best comedians at Skankfest. Two of the best guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for Jim Norton and Ari Shaffir.
Yo, baby, can you hear me? Yeah, barely. How you living? Oh, wait. That's not your fault, though. That's not your fault. That's my fault. How was your day?
Oh, not bad, man. see you were awake now. How you doing?
Oh, I slept like a fucking rock, man. I've been up for some time. I cannot believe that she conceded and that all that happened. It seemed like a dream.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Definitely. What'd I miss?
There ain't nothing left to do, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
If people think she can be a bitch about it or not, you know?
Yeah, at least her concession speech. I'm such a sucker for politicians. When I hear their concession speech, I'm like, oh, they're so humble. Man, I should have voted for this person and blah, 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 blah. When I know deep down that they'd slit my throat for an extra fiscal dollar. But yeah, I'm glad it's all over. Like, it's like this huge amount of pressure that happens on the country every year. Everybody becomes very very, what am I trying to say? Everybody becomes very contentious about things. Everything becomes a fight. And once it's done, it's like, okay, see you in 4 years. You remember that cartoon? I think it's between like Foghorn Leghorn and the Sheepdog. 100% when they're like clocking in. That's like their exactly. That's like their job.
I had the same mental image. I had the exact same mental image. That's one of my favorite ones. That's one of my favorite fucking ones.
Same with me.
It's like, good night, Fred. Good night, George.
Yeah, exactly. I
love it.
I am the same way because it really teaches you, like, I mean, it's just like a small little lesson that
good sportsmanship and the difference between work and real life.
Exactly. And
it was a really weird reality lesson wrapped in a silly fucking Merry Melodies.
Exactly. While this wasn't a Merry Melodies, one of the most impactful. Exactly. Yeah. I know what you're saying. One of the most impactful stories as a child that I ever heard was the story of Henny Penny with The Sky Is Falling. If you've ever heard this, she's like a chicken and she's under a tree. Yeah, honestly, I think it goes by different names. I think it can be Chicken Little. I think in the United States, I think in Britain, it's Henny Penny, something like that. But like an acorn falls on her head and she starts running around saying the sky is falling and whips everybody up into a huge frenzy that the sky is falling. And the whole like coop gets all crazy. And then it just turned out that it was an acorn that caused it. And that was a lesson to me too, as a child, that especially around the pandemic and such, it was just like this mass hysteria of things. And I just kept saying to myself, this is very much like the story of Henny Penny, where like if you make a little bit of a wave, it can really cause a huge amount of reaction. And yeah, there are lessons to that. I've recognized it's kind of like I always wonder, why do I tend to move to the night? And it happens where I'll be up and then one person will come in. You see how it happens. One person comes in, another person comes in. I wasn't expecting Riser to come in here. I mean, we're talking about like literally like the next steps of what moons we're gonna visit and everything. And I like get exhausted. And I mean, it's like 10 a.m. and I've been up for like more than 24 hours. And then I fucking pass out and I sleep like a fucking rock. And then when I wake, it's like, oh shit, like I gotta restart all of the cameras and everything. There's one thing that I do every morning at like 5 a.m. I do my best to daven, and then if I have to go to bed afterward, I do. But like that's the one thing that like is pretty consistent in my day. Aside from that, it could be absolutely anything, because anybody could come in here and anybody could be like, hey, talk to, like there was the one guy yesterday. Oh, he's annoying the piss out of me. And I've got to say, I'm not the most patient of people. But it's like, it's truthfully, and I said that analogy to him a few times, when you want to talk to me about aliens and you have no alien knowledge, it's like a child talking to a college professor about physics. It's like, dog, I know a lot more on this subject than you do, so you need to get on my level. And once you're on my level, we can have these discussions. But if you don't know like who Bob Lazar is, then you're not, I don't want to say you're not worth my time. You're worth my time, but it shows me that I'm going to have to be more of a teacher to you, and this is going to be less than the debate that you want it to be.
Yeah,
And like that guy yesterday, he's like, I don't believe in aliens. I'm like, oh man, okay, that's fine. We can work with that. And then 20 minutes into the documentary, he's like, okay, I believe. I'm like, but just watch the end of it. He's like, no, I don't need to watch anymore. Tell me about aliens. I'm like, no, just watch the end of it. Like, that's what this thing is. You'll learn from the whole thing. But I understand. He wanted to talk about, what am I looking at? What am I looking at? Dog?
It's a dog. He looks scared of the game he's about to play.
Is it Genshin Impact?
No,
Oh.
It's not. He's not a Vito.
What is it? Wait, hold on. I'll have to zoom in and what game it is. Is it a gun? Oh wait. Oh, hold on. Is it it's that thing with the alligator?
Yeah. Like he's scared at first, and then it gets him, and then he realizes it can't go hard.
Oh, okay.
So then he goes, and he smiles because it can't go hard.
That's very cute.
Yeah, dogs are my favorite.
What? Yeah, definitely. I know you looked up.
Dogs with smells.
What is what is that game called?
It's like a little kid's alligator toy. I've
Right.
seen it before,
It's like
but I
a
don't know
dentist.
what
It's like a dentist. You have to pull out the teeth.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. I forget what it's called. It's gonna drive me crazy. I've seen a bunch of it. I'll look it up. Yo, baby, what is the type of toy that's like an alligator or crocodile with teeth that you have to pull out? It's for children. It's called Crocodile Dentist. Oh, that's all it's called. Okay. Yeah, that's it.
And then dancing dog.
Oh, he looks like a good. They're all good boys. Wow, he really is dancing, and the other dog is just sitting there.
The other dog is just hanging out. Like, all right.
That's right.
This is all I do. This is why I have a Twitter.
There you go.
Girls come pop up, and I'm just like, get out of here. I'm trying to look at dogs.
Yeah, dog, I understand.
Oh, there's the occasional fox, which is cool.
Hey, it's Sophia. How are you, girl?
Hey, Sophia, how are you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Lovely. We are in our post-election honeymoon where we watched all the coverage for like 24 hours straight and then passed out really hard. So just awoke.
Very nice. Usually the day after the election, there's like all this negative psychic energy in the air. Today it's just like everyone's just resigned. Nobody wants to fight. Very nice. It's very, very nice. Nobody wants to fight at all. Everyone's just done already. It's like we figured it out last night. We're done. I like that. I like the not fighting.
Ditto. I'm a big fan of why can't we all just get along? From
Yeah, getting along is better than not getting along.
right. So how are things in your neck of the woods, Sophia?
Things are good. I cleaned my bedroom and bathroom today, which was nice.
Amazing. I have to make my bed. It's like the one thing that I still have on my list of things to do. So did you do a normal clean or a deep clean?
Kind of a deep clean, except I didn't mop.
Oh wow, that is pretty deep. All right, well, good on you. And you still have more than half of your vacation to enjoy, so that's amazing. Caspian C was showing me dog videos, so that's what we're doing.
My favorite thing in the world. I like dogs that dance.
He does.
Phenomenal.
And do you know what killed Tony and Sophia?
No.
Okay, it's the largest live podcast in the world, and it's like stand-up comedy if you like stand-up comedy, and so that's what we've got going. We're gonna watch that perhaps, and just chill. We had quite a few people here yesterday in and out for the election and such, and now we don't have to hopefully hear about any of that stuff for 4 more years at least, and everybody can just kind of go back to normal, hopefully.
Go back to being people again.
Exactly. So Yeah, we got that going, and we were just chilling, hanging out. And if you'd like, you can watch this podcast with us. It hasn't started yet. I'm about to start it right now, and then maybe a little bit later I might do some singing. So if you're interested in that, but just know that you're amongst friends, and if at any point you want to interrupt and talk, let us know. In the meantime, I'm gonna start the podcast. Is that okay? Excellent. Here we go. Oh, let me warn you, the language is sometimes pretty adult. Well, it can be.
Oh my goodness.
It's not.
Jim Norton and Ari fucking Shafir. First time hanging out since Madison Square Garden with you guys.
Yeah.
Jim with fucking 2 absolutely incredible sets, back-to-back nights, and fucking to see the love that New York gave you was incredible. Ari Shafir ended up costing us $100,000. And
Typical Jew.
yeah. And a lot of trouble.
We tried, man. We tried to play by the rules.
Word on the street is that MSG is interested in working with us again. Literally, the only request is no Ari Shafir. It is unbelievable that the world's greatest, most famous venue in the world is like, look, we love you guys, but let's run it back. One thing, no Ari Shafir.
You can bring Diddy, but not Ari Shafir.
Diddy's doing a whole fucking residency.
We're gonna have fun tonight. You guys know how it works. We have a bucket, a little bit of a lighter load than usual, but that's cool. We're gonna deal with it. It was a special, super secret pop-up show here at Skankfest. Nobody knew about it except for a very, very small amount of, extremely, like 7 people knew about it. And so we wrangled comedians real late with like 30 minutes left before the show time. But if I pull one of the names out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know the time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry Fremont Street Bear. Big gay bear. You guys ready to start tonight's show? I'm going to pre-pull a name. They're going to wrangle the human being. Somebody from over here is going to get them. This looks good. Good enough to start. And while we do that, let's have a regular do a brand new minute, huh? Does that sound cool? You guys know this show at all? Ladies and gentlemen, here to do a brand new minute. Make some noise for the undeniable superstar. This is the great and powerful Casey Rocket.
Look, be a lady tonight. Snake eyes. I'm just trying to get my back blown out in this motherfucker. Put me in a little basket, push me down the river like baby Moses. Trying to get baptized. All right, cool. Man, love this city. City like this. Night like tonight. Good, get away from the fat cats on Capitol Hill, you know what I mean? They get the little grubby fingies and everything. Movies, TV, especially movies, you know. Moulin Rouge? No, Moulin Asian, you know what I mean? It's just crazy to think about. And I was watching all the Terminator movies last night, which was hard because I hate machines. And I thought I'd do a palate cleanser, so I watched all the Transformers movies, and I was like, you gotta be fucking I OD'd on Whippets and Spencer's Gifts last night, and they tried to revive me using smelling salts, but they accidentally gave me poppers, so my butthole was massive, and it's crazy to think about around the holidays. All right, thank you. I'm Casey Rocket. Have a good night.
Casey Rocket. Very, very lovely Vegas-themed set. You have a set of dice and some brand new, undeniable Las Vegas shorts.
It's kind of sexy to think about. Yeah.
Very cute.
You're just shaking that thing.
Yeah. Hats off to the Casey Bulge. Not bad.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's real flat front though.
I didn't think about that. I adjusted it so it would be that. So that's funny. But I adjusted it like that.
The rocket doesn't fall far from the tree in this
You know, it's
family.
actually funny you bring that up because I actually adjusted it to look like that. So it could have. Totally normal. Don't worry about that.
You look good.
How you been enjoying Las Vegas, Casey?
No, it's fine.
Whoa.
Are you only here for this?
I'm here for Skankfest. Yeah. Having fun. It's fun. I lost a bunch of money on roulette, so it's been tough.
Who's that? Black Hooker?
Not roulette table. But they gave me something kind of cool. Consolation. When you lose a couple hundred, they give you some kind of cool. So this is from Harrah's Casino. There's a picture of the Grinch with a gun. So it's kind of cool to think about. And it's signed by Gypsy Rose Blanchard. So
Wow.
it's kind of, passing around.
Casey famously gives out pictures sometimes during his sets. One of the many trademarks of the great Casey Rocket.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Where do you get a pair of shorts like that?
Oh, these old things?
Yeah. You're dressed like half the hookers I've met in this town.
That's usually what they change into at 6 a.m. after they don't shower.
And they don't tuck as well.
You can see the thong through it, by the way.
Yeah, it's the underwear that you're wearing underneath are blatantly more.
Write-ins for Huck to a Girl.
I could see that.
More comedic than the short.
Haley Welch.
Exactly. Yeah, we're not gonna make you do it.
Yeah, actually, if you give people a true democracy, one person, one vote, that's what happens. And people don't go with who the best leaders; they go with what the funniest result would be. And we can see this in certain jurisdictions will be like, hey, we're gonna do like naming of a snowplow or a water vessel, and we want you to choose the name. And people will come up with the funniest name that they can, as opposed to something realistic or perhaps professional. And so things like Bodie McBoatface win things. And people think that's so fucking funny. When in reality, whether it's funny or not, I don't know. But if you're choosing that as the way that you are going to govern yourself, that can be somewhat concerning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do it because you're so smart and such a great artist. But
You want me to pop them off?
I mean, this is Skankfest. What do you guys think?
See what you're working with, buddy.
Oh shit! A master of reveals. Oh yeah, even the band is getting into this. Look at that. They know. How about a hand for LMNOP, the band tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Joel Radkowski, Nick Liberatore, and Dave Lacey. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's a ball. That's a ball.
Actually,
That's more realistic.
this is what I wanted to avoid.
Damn, that's a hog, bro. That's nice.
Just so
Nice.
embarrassed. I've never been so embarrassed.
It looks like you have 13 erections right now.
That's how my underwear looks in the back.
Smuggling in two of Diddy's victims in there.
Oh, this is my nightmare. What a nightmare.
Casey, you are such a goddamn superstar. Always the funniest. Hair all the way. I mean, there's just no break between your thighs and your pubes. I can tell. That is just.
Dog, what's a waifu? Isn't that a pillow or something?
From what I understand, you can. I think it usually refers to the anime girls that are on pillows.
That's right.
I think if you imagine that you're married to a cartoon girl, I think that That's only exists.
There you go. Somebody just with the name, the Tiny Waifu, just messaged me, and it's one of the. I don't get really, I don't know, into anime or all that stuff, but I know that's one of those words. All right. There we go. Learn something new every day, kids.
It is hair all the way around. For those of you that might be interested in what the body hair of one of your favorite comedians looks like, it is 360 degrees all around the thigh with no, there's no lightening of it at all. Literally looks like, I mean, a full-grown werewolf.
Very hairy, Tony. Thanks for asking. A lot of hair down there, and it's growing. Kind of good.
Yeah, that came from within.
I get goosebumps down there. It's all standing up.
I can tell.
You know, it'd be great if you left all the hair and only shaved your asshole.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
I'd do it. I can't do it now. I'd love something like that. It feels good to have you guys looking at me. Not typically something I do, so this is good for business.
It's a special Skankfest secret wild episode. Casey, thank you for getting it started. You are a legend. We love you. There he goes, the great Casey. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness gracious. This is Kill Tony at Skankfest. Secret show? Wow. Valerie
Finally.
Vaughn, ladies and gentlemen. Heidi is climbing Mount Kilimanjaro right now, literally. And Valerie Vaughn is the full-time ring card / waitress for the. How about one more time for Valerie, huh? I'd hate to be the blind guy in the audience for that one.
That was better than I imagined constantly.
Yeah. So now it's bucket time, everybody. We're going to meet one of these young Skankfest comedians. Maybe it's someone in the audience. Maybe it's someone that's been hoping to get on this show for years. Anything can happen. We're going to give them 60 seconds and talk to them all together. Make some noise for Hector Garcia, everybody. Here we go. Hector Garcia.
What up? We got any fans of borderline racism in the house? Yeah. I'm Mexican. I'm on the fence about it. You know, I could go either way. I like racism in fun places, like, pool. You guys like pool? It's my favorite racist game in the world, guys. You go up to a pool table, what do you see? Just the white ball chilling all free. But the colored balls are all locked up, right? You got to bail them out. What happens if you're colored? You fall off the table. Back to jail you go. Wait till you post bond. But when you're white, you slip through the cracks. You come back at the other end. White ball privilege, bro. They put you anywhere on that table you want, man. Line me up over here. Got a good shot at that red and yellow motherfucker by the rails. Half the balls are white, right? Like some kind of, still want to see us all in holes. People chalking up, throwing up white powder like LeBron James. They make the black ball go last. Like some kind of final boss you got to battle, like showing up at the end of the movie. But what happens? You accidentally make the black ball. Everybody out of the water. We can't swim in that shit no more. Drain it, fill it back up again. There's not even a Mexican ball. I think there's an undocumented Mexican ball, lives inside the pool table, comes out at night, does all the shit. Why else would it look so nice? He's hiding from the white and green ball. That's the Border Patrol ball, the 14. Thank you, guys.
Hector Garcia. Proof that we have no border right now.
He wrote this joke like a year ago.
Welcome, Hector. How long you been on stand-up?
About 9 years.
Oh, wow. Where at?
Mostly in Phoenix, but I'm from Texas. Just moved back.
You just moved back to Phoenix.
I was living in Phoenix. I just moved back to Texas like last month.
Okay, what part of Texas?
West Texas, way in the oil fields.
El Paso?
Like 3 hours east of there, Midland, Odessa area. Pecos, Texas, my hometown. Pecos.
Okay.
It's El Pasto.
Yeah.
I like that you stuck with your theme. There's a moment there where it wasn't going, let's just say, well, but you kept going, and the jokes were good, and you were just like, fuck this audience, and they finally came around and they laughed. So I respected that a lot.
And it's something we all do. So next.
Dude, I've never seen this before on Google. I didn't even know what the fuck it was. I typed in Aiden Ross, Donald Trump, thank you, because I wanted to see if anybody wrote an article about it or anything, because maybe potentially they may also include the number one Discord streamer within Aiden Ross's server. To be decided on that. So we'll see if that's too early to call, too close to call this one. But when I type in Aiden Ross, Donald Trump, thank you, it says customize results by applying a goggle. Now, I'm not sure. Actually, I think that's just Brave, and I made a mistake thinking it said Google. But goggle, search without limit. So what is this? You press one button, it says news from the left. You press another button, and it says news from the right. Like the search engine, I don't know if you can see it, but like the way it pulls is it says. Yeah, I mean, like I've never seen a search engine basically say like, yeah, there are biased results, and we'll tell you what they are.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting. Okay, that's
Next time we play pool, we'll remember that bomb.
It is true. You stayed in the pocket. You were very comfortable. Those are
In the
the.
pocket.
Wait, what?
In the pocket.
Yeah.
Because of what he was talking about. Pool,
Pool.
pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
So Hector, what do you do for a living?
I just left my job. I used to make chips.
What kind of chips?
Not Tostitos. I made microchips. You know, we sold it to Tostitos. They put it in their machines. Then they make the chips.
You make microchips.
Yeah, I used to.
Okay, what do you do now?
I'm just free right now. Right? I'm working. Left my job like 2 months ago because I ran out of paid time off.
Wow.
We're doing stand-up. So
If you had it,
Post, there's automatic like, hey, this is kind of a false or like a misleading post. You know what I mean? So maybe it makes sense that there's the search engine results saying that this is biased and unbiased and stuff. You know?
You're saying Twitter does that?
Yeah. If you look at certain things.
Oh, I know.
Like
Yeah,
post,
community
like,
notes.
Yeah, like something like that. I don't remember what it's called exactly.
It's community notes. You mean the little notes that show up underneath saying like someone didn't say this or whatever, or they said it in 2018, not 2024.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I actually I let basically anybody say anything they want about me. Generally, I can't say I'm perfect about it. One thing that I don't, that people, you may notice, Chinese merchant isn't here. He was banned for a week. He got on my nerves, and I've told him so many times, you need to be respectful.
I had him almost on mute.
Yeah, no, I know. I completely know. And I get it. He's like 18 or 19. He gets high, and then he just comes in here and wants to tee off on people. And when generally I don't have too much of an issue with what people have to say, some of the language that he's using is inaccurate and frankly demeaning. So like if I say to him, dude, you need to watch your attitude with people, he'll be like, oh, why are you so bipolar? I'm like, hold on a second. That's a psychological diagnosis that you aren't able to give. So you're just basically using ad hominem attacks. And I'm telling you right now, I don't like it, and I don't want you to continue to do it. If you want to be my friend, I will let you be my friend, but you have to play by my rules, or I'm not going to be your friend. It's as simple as that. That's how life goes. And he'd be like, oh, geez, wow, what are you? What's the other thing that people use all the time? Schizo? That's what they say. And I said, look, you're done. I told you no ad hominem attacks, and now you're done for a week. And I don't like terms like that. Normally I would be like, oh, whatever. But the people, at least in Discords, they don't tolerate that. And when I see they don't tolerate it, there's no reason that I need to either. There are three things that people say, or the two big ones that people say to people on the internet nowadays are you're schizo and you're a pedophile. Those are like two things that it's very difficult to prove that you're not. Like it's very difficult to just be like, hey, here's my normal card, and so you can see that like I'm a normal person. So it's very difficult to defend yourself against that. And then those are just the words that get thrown around. So when people start using language that I feel defames people, or perhaps it's just an odd, honestly, I don't like ad hominem attacks. And I will tell people when I think that they're using an ad hominem attack, when they're using a phrase that has been weaponized to demean someone else. So what would these be? I mean, I've used them like if you say word salad, okay, word salad. I'm demeaning what you have to say by saying it's not really important. It's just a jumbled up thing. That's not that bad of one. But if you start using it a whole lot and you start saying like, oh, you're a pseudoscientist or you're a medical quack, if you start using those kind of terms with me and you don't have any evidence for what you're saying and you're not credible, I don't want to put up with you. If you want to say, I don't think that your opinion is valid because the evidence that you've provided to me is insufficient in my mind, that's a beautiful way to put your argument, as opposed to just saying you're a medical quack. What? You're just now attacking me as a person. Not me. No, nobody says I'm a medical quack, but I'm saying like if I were a doctor and people would come out and say, you are making a claim that perhaps cannot be backed up by evidence. Instead of saying that, they just say you're a medical quack or you're a quasi-scientist or pseudoscientist. Whenever they start using that kind of stuff, that's okay. Here's your timeout. I'm not kicking you out forever, but you just have to recognize some of the words that you use can be offensive to other people. And if we want to have a positive environment in here, that they're just...
Ultimately, it is a form of gaslighting to like... If you tell me that you don't like the way I'm speaking, and then I say, oh, well, because you're just being honest and forthcoming with me about the way I'm acting and the way I'm presenting myself while I'm hanging out with you, right? And I say, you're acting like whatever. Yeah, again, ad hominem attack. Doesn't matter what it is I'm trying to convince you that you are.
Exactly.
Whether it's a bipolar or some sort of, again, these are just easy things because people have, they have medical terminology at the tip of their tongue right now because of the internet. If it wasn't the internet, they wouldn't even fucking know about medical terminology.
100%. And especially at some of the ages of these people, like, I don't know, you're 20 years old. You don't have much experience with people who are schizophrenic, bipolar, deep depressions, autism. I mean, maybe you think you do because your best friend is a little avant-garde and they say that they're autistic. Then you think everybody's autistic and you just say that to everyone. I get called that all the fucking time. I'm going to tell you this, Cass Vinci, I don't think I've ever met an autistic person. I just have been in this closed bubble. I know I have, but I've met,
he was younger than me. He was like a kid of somebody, like nonverbal, like the whole shebang, like very far, like not, like actual autism, can't speak English as of the age of like even 10, I think, maybe things have got better for the guy, but I mean, and I was like 8 years older than him, maybe. So I mean, like, it wasn't like we were of the same age, but I knew a kid who was, I mean, not the kind of autism like I like to dye my hair funny colors and
right.
I like My Little Ponies. Like, this guy didn't speak. He didn't communicate. He didn't do things the same way as people. He didn't interact with. It was a very, it wasn't like Rain Man. It was a different kind of autism entirely. But he looked normal. He looked like a normal kid.
Right.
I don't know what to say. Like, there wasn't anything physical about him. Like, but to be honest, he did act. They said autism, but he acted the way I had seen people with Down syndrome who were nonverbal.
Yeah.
Like there's a certain level of nonverbalism where, I mean, but that was like an extreme case. So I've seen all sorts of cases when it comes to autism.
Well,
and you can't just throw that around. I don't know how to diagnose somebody. I've been exposed to many different forms of it. I don't know how to fucking diagnose it.
I absolutely do. I misspoke. I'm sure I have been exposed to people. I used to do a lot of volunteering with my family, especially with the Special Olympics. And so a
And
lot
I
of
think that you're talking about maybe like that extreme case, and that's why I brought it up.
yeah, no, exactly. But what I'm saying is like I didn't have much interaction with them. I mean, we would like help to organize the events for the Special Olympics. But the um the thing is, in today's day and age, it's just thrown around so much that like it's just I don't take it seriously anymore. Everybody comes in here and they'll be like they'll say something offensive or whatever, and I may have to correct them and they'll be like, oh, it's my ADHD. I'm like, no, it's not. You said a racist comment that is unappreciated. Your ADHD did not cause you to do that. If we were sitting here and you couldn't stay still, that I could see maybe you could attribute to that. But the fact that you're just speaking without thinking.
Now, I'll say on the other hand too, if somebody comes in here and they start saying, just every racial expletive like loud and like, and they say sorry, I have Tourette's. At some point, we still have the right to say, but this isn't anything against you, but until you can get your Tourette's in check, I can't have someone who has no ability to keep those words from leaving their mouth around.
Right.
At some point, you know what I mean?
I completely do.
Against that person personally, if you really do have that issue, I'm so sorry that these words are psychologically ingrained in your head. And you have to say them every 5 seconds. I'm sorry. Sure, like you know what I mean. If Tourette's, and honestly, usually people with Tourette's, they say something silly. They say like boobies.
Yeah.
Fucking 55-year-old men who will have Tourette's, they don't say cunt or pussy. They say boobies. It's not usually something offensive or hateful. It's usually something that is truly embarrassing them that they cannot keep from leaving their mouth. It's not funny. They say something stupid like pee-pee pants. Stupid shit.
I won't say.
You know what I mean?
I do. I won't say who it is, but someone in here who makes sometimes comments like that. And at first, I corrected them when they would just they'd ask me strange questions, like, and I'm fine. People ask me all kinds of questions. I do my absolute best to answer them. But if you're going to ask me a question, I want you to listen to what I have to say. A lot of times people will ask me a question. They'll get so excited and they'll ask me another question. They'll get so excited when I ask me another question. Get so excited to ask me another question. And they didn't hear my answer in the original question. And this person would just ask me questions that I just did not like. We'd be having a good time. And then randomly they'd be like, Rabbi, do you ever think about killing yourself? It's like, dude, what are you fucking talking about? We were just talking about like how we enjoy a certain activity. And then you bring up a very like depressing subject. Why would you do that? And then the friend said, you should know that like I have like a very mild form of Tourette's that sometimes I just speak and I don't even know I'm doing it. And I really thought, are you just saying that to say it? But as I've gotten to know this person pretty well, they do that just randomly. They'll be some like they'll just randomly say some kind of like word that is inappropriate, and I get it. So I give them a little bit more leeway. But I just, if you're gonna ask, like, it's one thing to ask me that question, which is fine, or similar questions that he's asked. But then when I'd answer it, like another one would be like, Rabbi, what's your favorite movie? That's not a bad question. You could ask me that. But I'd be like, dog, I answered this for you yesterday. And you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot. And it's like, don't just, because there's silence, don't fill it with some kind of question if you don't really care about the answer. Because I answered this yesterday, and maybe you didn't remember about it. So I do run into that issue. I also run into the issue of people who, so what I'm saying is like, even at the time, I'm like, you don't have Tourette's. That's not, you're just asking a random ass question and not caring about the result. And then as I've gotten to know him more, he does random things like that a little bit. And so it's like, okay, well, everybody's got their own thing. And I think that the communities that we're a part of lend themselves to people with these kinds of issues. They're just like most cool people, in my opinion, are not online. They are out in the world doing social things, and they can be online and be really cool. I understand that. But there's also the issue that the people who don't want to do that a lot of times will get into certain communities on the internet, and then they will have their own issues almost be like reinforced by the other people around them, and then they're like, where does a badge of honor? Like I hear people all the time use autism as a badge of honor. And let me ask you this, Caspian C. How many people with autism do you know, have you ever met, that are older than you? No. Met. You know this person, they have autism. You've seen their autism, and they're 65 years old.
I know of two, but as far as met and actually have the diagnosis, I don't know.
That's okay.
And then I can say even one that I've personally met. But the two that pop in my mind are Temple Grandin and the guy who was the inspiration for Rain Man.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Those are like the two most famous cases. They like have books and movies written about them. Yes, I get that. The guy from Rain Man who Dustin Hoffman played. Yes, but you're exactly.
The guy that inspired him.
No. I know. I get that. 100%. I get that. And yes, you're right on that. But isn't it amazing that like you don't know anybody in your real life who's older than you are, who has this incredibly common thing nowadays? Like I never heard my grandparents or even my parents saying, when I was a kid, this kid had autism. It was like, no, that's just not, just wasn't a thing. Now you may have had Down syndrome or something like that, and that was a thing, but the whole autism thing and the increase in autism over the course of the last 30 years, when I was born, cases of autism were like 1 in 10,000, and now it's like 1 in 15. Like that's the freaky thing about things. And
they don't have like a reason for it either. What they do is they just say autism is a spectrum, and now they're calling more things autism. Where maybe what autism is an ever expanding term. I feel like it wasn't always what it is now. Does that make sense?
Yes,
like,
I'm in agreement with you.
That it's a spectrum, and the first person with autism I was exposed to, again, I heard about Rain Man, who is not able to take care of himself. The kid that I knew, who was a few years younger than me, this kid is going to grow up and not be able to take care of himself. And these are the people that we used to say have autism.
Right.
Now it's a spectrum, and there are people who can say autism and they make me wonder if I'm going to say the wrong thing at the doctors and get fucking slapped with an autistic diagnosis because these people don't look any different from me.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you.
And it's like, and they'll say some things like I saw some guy say like, oh yeah, the way I tell my time it has something to do with my autism. And I'm just like, it was something like a clock said like 15 till 5 or something. It's like it was a quirky clock.
As opposed to saying 4:45 or something?
As opposed to hands on a clock, I think maybe it was words that popped up and said like.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah.
Maybe it was like words that said a quarter till. So like it was words that maybe would flash and give like a roundabout, but I don't know. But that's the way it was kind of explained. So it's like, okay, well if I go by what some people call a military time.
Yeah, no, I got you. 24-hour clock.
24-hour clock, right?
Yeah.
Am I quirky, or do I just like?
No. That's more logical. It's more logical, and it has less.
In my hemisphere, based on the fucking clock.
It's more logical, you know what I mean? Absolutely.
And that's really it, because I fucking get narcolepsy sometimes. I pass out in the middle of the day, and if I look at the clock, if it just says 7 o'clock, and there's a little bit of sun out, and I can't tell if it's day or night. I fucking hate that.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You know what I mean?
100%.
There's nothing worse than that moment in the day if you wake up and you don't know if it's day or night.
Oh, I know that one, man. I experience that all the time.
And I solved that problem fucking 20 years ago by on all my clocks switched over to a 24-hour clock. And I, you know what I mean?
Oh, I do. I'm not saying that I have contemplated. You're good. I've contemplated going to the 24-hour clock. The issue that actually arises with me, and it when I launched an app, we were doing some troubleshooting, and there was an issue that we didn't foresee. We had done our testing on like a lot of different phones, but we hadn't changed the times to military time. It was just something that we were new in the game, and not a lot of people were using military time. And when you would use military time, it would cause an app crash. So we were able to fix it within a week or so. It wasn't very good. Actually, I think overnight we fixed it when we were able to solve this issue. But you run into issues where people are like, wait, what time is it? Or they don't know, and so you have to convert it to them. But I get it. I like what you're saying, and I'm an advocate of it. I think honestly everybody should go on it. The AM PM is antiquated. I knew a guy with autism, I guess, if you want to consider it. He told me what it was. He had Asperger's syndrome, which truthfully, if I had met this person, I wouldn't think they had that. I don't really know, but he was a roommate of mine. I got to know him really well, and we would go out and things, and he was into IT and stuff, but it's almost, in my opinion, what happens is like a parent is frustrated with their child, and they take them to a child psychologist, and the child psychologist literally has to stay in business. So the way that they do it is by diagnosing kids so that they keep coming back regularly. Exactly.
It's like that 16 personalities. It's like you should just tell someone that they're INT or FNT or QNT is, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then let them figure something out. You know what I mean?
Right. Well,
diagnosing people and putting them on like these strict mental regimens and then gaslighting them into living certain ways, like it's not that helpful.
Exactly.
And it just makes people run around demanding to be fucking given a participation trophy for, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, you know, it's like not that I think people need to be shit on by any means, but everyone's like, oh, we're a whole community. It's like, I don't know. It's just a thing. Like, quit banding together and trying to form for every little thing. You know what I mean?
Right. And then they'll compare themselves, and they'll be like, well, there's high functioning autism, and then nonverbal autism. Like the people with nonverbal autism, that one is so sad. I mean, we'd have to.
I can understand if people with high functioning autism wanted to band together, I guess. But again, it's hard because high functioning autism, the people I've seen, some of the people who say high functioning autism, they don't look any different than you or me. But I don't think you or me are autistic.
Right. I don't even know what that is. I say that, but because I don't think anybody knows what it is. There's
that's a whole thing too. It's so broadly used.
Right. And if anybody says, oh, we know what autism is, okay, then why is it when I was a kid, 1 in 10,000 kids had this, and now it's 1 in 15?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're so fucking sure of what this thing is, then explain that to me, and I'll sit here and right. But until you can, and I have my suspicions of what it is, and I'm not saying what they are, but if somebody wants to come out and say, well, it wasn't as regularly diagnosed, I'd be like, dog, just look at videos from 1985. Nobody was acting like this. Unless you went to a special school and it was only a few kids, it was not like half the class is now high functioning or nonverbal and all these other things. And it's almost like, and I know kids who would do this too. I mean, I've taught school, and I guess I shouldn't say like I haven't had experience with autistic people because I have, but nobody ever told me what any students' issues were. I would just adjust to whatever kind of learning style they would need. So
Well, the other thing too is if they had autism, they could only learn in your class.
well, sometimes they were because I would teach special ed. I was a substitute teacher.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. In that case, that's different.
Yeah, but it's a different way of teaching too. It's more one-on-one, and you're there to work with the child, as opposed to teaching of a room full of children. But what I really realized was this: you have your main teacher, and then anyone who acts up in class, they don't want in class anymore. So then they have like a teacher's assistant or a teacher's aide or something go and take that child out into another class and go learn with them or whatever it may be. And then all of a sudden, because that kid's out of class so much, they're just like, well, what do we do with him? Well, put him in with the autistic kids. That kid's not autistic. He just is maybe hyperactive. But even that, I don't like to diagnose a kid. He's just being a kid. That's total normal child behavior. But because a teacher doesn't want that child in the class, now all of a sudden they're in a different class with kids who are autistic and they're just a normal kid. I don't want to name this kid's name, but this was 15 years ago. I taught this one kid. He was a real cool kid. He was like the cool kid in class.
I just remembered this one time in elementary school, and this kid every week he would be pulled out of class and he would go away for a little bit, and then he would come back, and like the backs of his hands, it looked like he had gold powder on them, and then he'd be like golden hands when he would come back. And I was like, I don't know how I ended up getting it, but I ended up getting one appointment to go do this thing that he was doing. Like, and this is elementary school, and I remember I just asked, I was like, how do I do that thing? Whatever the hell the golden hands is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know what the hell it was. So they take me out of class one day, and they go, and I sit with like she was either like a speech therapist or like she helped people overcome something, right?
Okay.
She sat with me for about 5 minutes, and she's like, why are you here with me?
Yeah, exactly.
And I said, because I asked about such and such kid, and why he kept coming. I asked why he kept showing back up with gold on the back of his hands, and then they sent me here, and she's like,
I get that.
okay. And she seemed so confused. They gave me a special ed class because I asked, what
Right.
the hell did that kid do it? Once a week.
Absolutely.
And so they sent me there, and she didn't seem to understand it. And I got golden hands one day. I was like, can I get them? Before I go back, she's like, I'm just going to send you back if you're fine.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with you. I was like, all right, can I have some golden hands?
There was a child.
It really didn't do much for me, but I had the experience of it.
Yeah. There was a child that I taught, and I really feel like he was held back because maybe, something happened at home and he just wasn't able to keep up with the other kids. And he was every day he'd have to go and like go to a special class. And I really didn't think anything was wrong with this kid. I would talk to this kid about his dreams and everything. They were realistic dreams, what he wanted to do. And I just came to so it would be like one big kid who was pretty normal, just would act up in class, and then a bunch of autistic kids or people who they want to say are autistic and all these other things. And it was like, I didn't want to tell, you don't deserve to be here. Like, if anything, maybe you should get some extra recess time to like let out some of your energy and, be more social and things. But aside from that, like, you're a normal kid. I mean, no different than any kid that I would have had in any school. And it just was almost as if he was either misdiagnosed or something, and it's the pharmaceutical industry pushes this, that, I mean, it's unfortunate. Anyway, to get back to the original topic, or at least close it off, I just don't like people who make ad hominem attacks against people. If you don't know what you're saying is true and you're just doing it to be hurtful, I'll warn you about it. I'll tell you about it. But after that, I don't need that here. And yeah, and I'm with you. Chinese merchant is someone who he's immature and I'll just put it that way. He's immature.
Unemployed Garcia on your Kill Tony bingo card.
Sure.
All right.
I took a severance. They gave me a severance. I'm like, hell yeah, I'll see y'all later.
So you left it with no net, just to kind of do stand up.
No, they gave me a good chunk of money to leave, to quit.
Oh.
So, yeah.
They just
How
want to get
much?
rid of you.
What?
No, I said they want to get rid of
How
you.
much? I'm curious to know how much.
They gave me like $30,000.
What?
To quit.
Wow. You must have been a shit employee.
Get the hell out of here, right?
Yeah, the way you were talking about this severance package, I was picturing maybe the light six figures, but 30,000 is what you're left with. How much do you have left now?
About 2,000.
When are you gonna start looking for a job, Hector?
Here pretty soon, man. Probably next month, I think.
Next.
I got my resume updated already.
Okay. What does it say on your resume other than making chips, not Tostitos?
I grew up doing tires and tow truck. with My dad.
Okay.
Yeah, man of the people.
Yeah. All right.
Have you ever thought of getting into the coyoteing relatives across the border? It's tax free.
That'd be a good way to fill seats at a show, right?
I used to put you guys in the El Paso Improv for a minute.
Coyote comedy.
So Hector, you just moved back to the middle of Texas. Seems like a tough place to do stand-up comedy. What's your plan with the comedy?
It is, man. I started there. When I first started, there was like one mic a week. I had to drive an hour to get to, and like that's why I moved to Phoenix, because there's so many mics over there. I was like better opportunities, but now I've been got my feet under me. So moving back, hopefully I get to Austin. I got a lot of friends out there that I stay with when I go over there, so we do go over there and hit shows and stuff like that. So
Okay. All right.
You quit your job and then just move to a place that has no comedy.
yeah. Things are looking up.
Yeah. What made you exactly go back there?
Family. My family's getting old. My mom's getting old. Dad's getting old. I'm over here chasing this comedy thing, and they're, I don't want them to pass while I'm around.
Why?
Why? They're not leaving me no severance or nothing.
So what's your plan? Just to wait until they die and then move to a better city?
No, just to be back there, man. Just to make that my home base, and like, cause I live in an RV, so like I'm pretty mobile homeless. I could live anywhere. Move back.
What's your love life like?
Newly single, guys. No kids. Never married.
Wow, you sound
No
gay.
kids. No kids. Mexican, no kids. 40.
Kids.
You look like Wetback Mountain. All right, Hector.
And he looks at the job. I'm not going to quit you.
Unless you give me a little severance.
I was actually dating a black girl. I was seeing if I could have a baby with her. A wet black.
Whoa, look out.
I like the confidence of grabbing the mic stand after that.
So that's pretty much it.
There he goes. Hector Garcia, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one. Thank you, Hector. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Even though I work at a comedy club, it is technically my office. While there are many different types of offices out there, one thing's for certain. Choosing the right candidate for any office is a huge responsibility. Well, if you're hiring and want to find the best candidate for your office, you need ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Red band.
Tony, I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best website out there for hiring. ZipRecruiter is the hiring site employers prefer for most, if not all, based on G2. How fast does ZipRecruiter's smart technology start showing your job to qualified candidates? Immediately. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technologies works fast to find top talent so you don't waste time or money.
And remember, if you want to find the right candidates for your office, you need ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. We're going to get another one. Make some noise for Peter Angelo. Peter Angelo is next. Your next bucket.
How's it going? A little about me. I'm gay, and that's a surprise to me. Because I look like I trick gay men to beat them up later. All my dates just look like a hate crime hostage situation. I don't know where I fit in because I'm a redneck. I like doing redneck shit. I like guns. I was a commercial truck driver. But I don't really fit in with my redneck friends. I don't mesh with them politically or ideology. But I don't fit in with my gay friends either. I just fit in my gay friends. But like, I don't know what's with me. Like, I'm pretty sure I was built in a lab by the gay agenda. Like, for the most part, they're making dudes who could host Queer Eye and look good on a parade float. Best I can do is drive the float. I'd be like, can I wave? They're like, nah, we tinted the windows. So I think there must have been a scientist in the bowels of a laboratory finally got his experiment right. He's like, guys, I finally did it. I made a gay who could infiltrate a neo rally. Then you cut to me in a cross burning, like, guys, white power, but a mouth is a mouth. I'm Peter Angelo, guys. Thank you.
Peter Angelo. I was having trouble keeping track of everything. So are you gay?
Yeah.
You are gay?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Wait, you're gay and I'm not?
I know.
This is fucking unbelievable.
I don't.
And somehow you would know. You're like a good referee for this one.
It's like the worst episode of Parent Trap.
Unbelievable. How long have you been gay for?
Well, Tony, that's not.
Really?
No.
Oh, let's
My
keep
whole
it.
life.
Really?
You look like Larry the Cable Gay.
Yeah. I was gonna
Get him done.
I was gonna change my name to Larry Fucks the Cable Guy. So,
Yeah, that
You're
works.
top or bottom?
both.
Oh, I would hate to be under that fucking amount of torque.
Yeah, I don't know how my boyfriend does it.
I like the fact that Larry's like, I'd be delighted to fuck you, but you on top.
You gotta be a lighter
We're
guy.
not having that. I'm not a queer.
You're not a starter guy. You're like, I've been there for a while guy.
Yeah, work up to me.
Yeah.
Amazing. Stone Cold Steve Bottom.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. You might be one of the toughest looking gay men I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
It's incredible. You look like a bear that hunts bears.
Yeah.
What kind of guys do you like attract? Do you attract guys that are like little cubs, or what are they?
I attract a lot of bears, but I like twinks. I like the small twinks.
Excellent.
Looks like we have a new golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Love connection.
Oh, yeah. Uncle Gazer.
That's not bad.
Absolutely
I
incredible.
love the material. It's personal and interesting. I wish I had heard more about your opinions on the game of pool.
Turns out you're the one that loves putting balls in holes.
Sure do.
You ever put your ball in an ass?
No, I gotta try that though.
Yeah, all right.
That's the next step.
Residuals.
Now, how did you come out to your parents? Were they shocked?
Would you hold them down and say this?
I got something to tell you.
Taste it, Dad. Taste it.
Why didn't you hug me?
Smell my finger.
They were fine with it, but again, I think they were scared of me, so it's gonna work out.
Oh, that's right. He's either a school shooter or he's going to blow his friends. Let him blow his friends.
All right, they're giving the shots or taking them.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
That's what
So,
it sounds like when I come. No.
what do you do for a living?
I was a commercial truck driver for years. Yeah. Yeah.
A gay truck driver.
So now it's comedy, and I am an axe throwing instructor. An axe throwing instructor. I teach people to throw axes.
Let me show you how to split something open.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's attack the wood. Spread those axe cheeks.
Can I fuck you? Let me axe.
You ever hold an axe to a guy's throat as you're fucking him from behind?
Oh, they love that. That's
Yeah.
my favorite thing.
It was a joke question.
Fuck, I'm sorry. This is my life. So I'm just getting a lot of real issues here in my life.
So, yeah, go ahead.
No. I was just going to ask you about rest areas.
That was actually that was actually exactly where I was going with.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's break it down for us.
You know, truck drivers famously have lot lizards and whatnot. Is there like a lot gizzard or something? Is there a gay version of?
Very probably, but like Grinder exists. I don't need to go pick up a prostitute or anything like that.
On the I-5, though, how are you going to find one?
It's so easy. Have you opened Grinder? Try it. If I open Grindr here, my phone would explode. It's nuts. Like,
Yeah,
I don't need to. I lie to a lot of guys because like I'm, straight passing the trucker. They think that's extra hot, and they're like, "Oh, fuck me in your truck." And I'm like, "No, I don't really want to do that."
Well, where do you fuck them? In their ass?
Yeah. Fine.
Absolutely incredible. I just can't picture you taking it in the ass. It seems like he's fucking with us for comedic effect. How many of you want to see a guy fuck him in the ass right now on this stage? Is there a gay man out there that's willing to fuck this? This is Skankfest.
The next bucket bowl just has to take it.
Well, let's call my boyfriend. Get him up here.
Is your boyfriend here?
He's not at the festival right now, but he's with me in Vegas. Yeah, he's a 150-pound Chinese man.
Oh.
Is it Hans? Hans Kim?
Wow, where did you meet this guy?
Grindr.
Well, I guess Grindr is just the answer for
No,
absolutely
it really
everything.
is. Yeah.
Does he rub you wrong time?
Every day.
Wow.
So you stopped driving a truck.
Yeah.
Why didn't you want to fuck in the truck? That seems like it'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, it's just full of dirt and sweat and.
Well, clean it.
You gotta smell it later.
That's what an asshole's filled with. Like,
Look.
great band.
That's a good point.
Great band.
Look, it takes enough work to douche my ass. I'm not gonna do a truck too. Like so.
My goodness. And so, this is just incredible. You think you're ever going to get gay married?
Nah.
No?
I don't think so. That doesn't interest me.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
Right.
Why would I do that?
Right. You're just having fun, playing with your ding dong. That's your boyfriend's name.
Yeah.
So much fun. I mean, Peter, Angelo, I got to be honest with you. This is one of my favorite interviews in a fucking long time.
That's great.
Big Gay Bear.
You got books?
We don't have any joke books with us tonight.
Who deserves one?
But I'll tell you what. Here's what I will do. If you eventually make it to Austin, Texas, I will give you an automatic spot on whatever Kill Tony you show up to at the mothership. You get a minute there. Peter Angelo, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck yeah. All right. We're going to do something fun right now before we get back to the bucket. I'm going to bring another regular up here. God damn it. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Mommy wants milk. What a fucking show this is. God damn it. One more time for Valerie Bond. I mean, what a fucking, this is unbelievable.
Yeah. What a great night. You get tits in your face. I get a cold brew.
Cold brew, sitting next to an old Jew. It's not even a full one. It's pre-opened and fucking tiny.
Not even cold. It's warm. Just like, here, give that fucking half a mo a beverage and let him shut up.
Make some fucking noise for Jim Norton. He has me crying. Somehow was just able to make me cry and sweat at the exact same time. I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm now covered in liquid. It's not Peter Angelo's semen. Ladies and gentlemen, another special treat. This is a super secret, amazing pop-up show, so it's amazing to me how many of our amazing built-in star comedians that were able to join us tonight. This next man is one of the fastest rising stars in all of comedy. His only mission left in life is becoming a citizen of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Estonian assassin, Ari Matti.
Please do, bitch. I had to move apartments.
You ever do that, sir? Cool. I had to move apartments because the last apartment I got, it was on the 32nd floor. It was one of those high rises with one of those balconies. And let me tell you, my mental health is not at a position where I can have an immediate solution to all of my problems. Dude, I couldn't even chill because I would just get high and look at my balcony like, do it, pussy. I've never thought about killing myself, but I have romanticized it. I would love to kill myself over something minute. Like my girl gets back and she's like, you got the wrong coffee beans again. And I'm like, ha ha! Like I have a friend right now, he's trying to leave his girlfriend, and his girlfriend did a classic emo thing where she goes, you know, if you're gonna leave me, I'm gonna kill myself. And I've never understood, how is that a threat? Like, I don't like you, bitch. And now you kill yourself? Sounds perfect. Thank you very much, Rabbi.
Absolutely unbelievable. Yet again, another brand new minute from the all-powerful Estonian assassin, Ari Matti.
Thank you, my angel Tony.
I mean, absolutely fucking incredible. I'm going to be honest with you. I missed the first 25 seconds because I don't know why, but I even wrote it down. You got tits in your face. I got a cold brew. I don't know why. That is the funniest thing I've heard in weeks. But it's killing me, and I wrote it down to get it like out of my system. I couldn't hear or think about anything else while wiping tears away.
Thank you, Jim Norton, for ruining my moment.
You got tits in your face.
Thank you, Jim. Turns out.
Pause a cold brew. Oh,
thank you, sir.
Oh my God. Ari Matti, brand new Vegas shirt, clearly fresh out of the box.
Yes,
the lines
I know.
on it are
Everybody's already roasting me in the green room, dog. A golden shirt that's not ironed. What an oxymoron. I get it, dude.
Estonia, famous for their saunas, not so much for their steamers, obviously.
I tried to, I fucking, stop laughing. I tried to iron it, but it's made of plastic. It started melting. Dude, I almost burned down the golden nugget. So I can't fucking iron it, Tony.
You know, unlike Estonia, we don't have rolling blackouts, so you can just steam it in the shower in hot water. It'll never run out.
Wow, okay.
Yeah,
I've never thought about that.
American tip.
Jewish solutions.
It also...
You can use the shower for free. The hot water in the shower creates steam. Therefore, you don't need to rent or buy a steamer.
The steam doesn't cost anything, he says.
I actually don't care for that at all.
Ari, how are you enjoying Vegas? Tell us.
Oh my God, I highly recommend the Golden Nugget. What a piece of shit. It's the best, dude, it's the best. It's got that fucking smoke in the walls. Makes me want to get a wife and hit her. You know what I'm saying?
Trust me, so does staying at the Circa.
Is this your first time in Vegas?
Yeah, first time.
Wow.
I played my first gamble yesterday. I gamble. You ever do that?
Yes, I don't wear condoms.
I lost all of it.
What did you play?
Black and Jack.
Wow.
Yes, it was a big. It was a lady with the big tits, and I just kept giving her money, and then I think they bend the rules there and they try to fuck me. But
oh shit!
And then I saw a fist fight in the pool today.
Ooh,
in the pool? Yes, the Golden Nugget has a pool.
Oh. Wow. Sure that wasn't Peter and his boyfriend? That wasn't a fight.
Who won the fight in the pool?
Yeah.
The security did. But, but it is funny when two guys are starting to fight in the pool because you know they have to like,
Yeah.
like talking shit, going at each other so slow. Just
How close were you to this fight?
very close.
Could you hear? You could hear what it was about.
I heard "fuck you," no "fuck you."
Oh, well written by the people.
And it's funny when that sort of stuff starts happening, how the men will, clear the way, but women are always in the way of punches and kicks, dude.
Yeah.
No spatial awareness, just bitches with cocktails.
It's old Vegas too. When you
Pay
can't.
attention to your surroundings, bitch.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
Have you really romanticized killing yourself, or are you just kidding?
No.
I'm not concerned. I'm just curious.
You're not concerned?
No. You seem fine.
No, but it is, easy way out. I always feel good. If I feel stressed about my set, I'm like, I can just do it.
You know when you can.
Instant kill Tony Hall of Famer.
That's no doubt about it. That fucking in memoriam video would kick ass.
Dude, or if I jump off something and make it, come back, dude.
Yeah.
I
get it.
Talent winner.
No doubt about it. Positive push. It would be wild to make you an American citizen post life.
Mortem.
Yeah.
It's mortem.
Posthumously.
Yeah.
That's both good words.
Yeah, all good ones.
Post life is not
No
bad though.
failures.
How you liking America? What's going on with this green card? It's fucking annoying.
I know I have a temporary work visa, but I think we can hook it up,
There was a woman that proposed to you. The audience is not, I don't think they're mic'd, so perhaps I should let people know that at the top of your set,
Oh, she's
woman said-
Estonian, dude. I know this girl.
You found an Estonian?
Yeah, she's Estonian, literally. What are we going to do with two useless passports? Mida sa teed? Oh.
She American citizen. You what? What would you do to Ari Matty if he said yes? Would you really marry him?
Would you suck his dick until he comes in your mouth?
So Estonian. Oh, these are Estonian angels. Don't talk to them like that.
Okay, I apologize.
These are not American women. They will steal your stuff.
Wow, she just threw an actual ring at Ari Matty. Oh my goodness.
That's law.
Look at this shit, huh? Is this what is it? Did your husband give you this? Ah, okay. See, this is how we do. We scam our way to citizenship.
Absolutely.
She's very attractive.
Sorry, what?
Very beautiful.
Yeah, they're all banger. Look.
You like Estonian women.
I love them.
So what's stopping you from being with this beautiful woman that just threw a ring at you?
It's a pretty good sign.
Okay, I said yes.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Ari Matty's getting married.
Ari's getting his green card. That is dick sucked.
Anything else we should know, Ari?
No, not right now. I'm hoping better luck at the casino today,
Are you able to work in America?
Yes,
You can.
I am.
Okay, great.
Yes,
That's
totally
awesome.
legal.
I mean, stand up. Can you take jobs and stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay, nice.
How am I promoting my own shows then?
Yeah. Ari's doing great stuff. Theaters all around. The Killers of Kill Tony, his own gigs, a ton of stuff.
Yes, it's going really good. Everybody's very supportive. Okay, this is.
It's great.
This interview has taken a turn. Why don't we bring up Jim Norton's bit again? Get this crowd back on board.
I didn't hear you, but I agree with it.
You're killing it, Ari. Great
Thank you
stuff.
so much,
Another
everybody.
new set. Ari Matty.
Enjoy the rest of the show, baby.
And it goes on and on. You're next.
Where did my look? Okay, see like a guy's face? Is that person dead? Or is it an alien?
It's a fake mummy. It's a fake mummy, but it's where it says "Did she win?" and it says the caption is by Jimmy Carter.
That's very funny.
It's a fake mummy.
Yeah, I don't know when he's gonna drop. He's what? He just hit 100? Any day that motherfucker could drop.
I don't know. It's just
Bucket pull, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna
Tony, I'm sorry. 1 second. This is the wrong flavor. If I could get another flavor, Valerie, if there's any chance I get a different flavor of White Claw, that'd
What
be
flavor
great.
would you like?
Just another flavor. I'll tell you if it's right after I get it.
You have no request of another flavor?
Like a watermelon.
No. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I almost forgot where we were until this fucking bum genie came out of a fucking... Jesus Christ. Welcome to Skank. Can I have the White Claw? It's fucking kidding you, retard. Jesus.
He was waiting for it, too.
Oh, my God. Some of these people literally spend like half of their net worth to come to Skankfest for 3 days.
Oh,
wow.
thank you so much.
I mean, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm finally realizing why Ari only shaved half of his face. That is the let me rub my head between your tits side of his face.
Can we get another cold brew for Jimmy?
I'm thirsty too, guys. Did you piss in a glass and throw it on me? I'm talking to you, Ari.
See how the night unfolds.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket pull, 60 seconds uninterrupted. Could be the next star, could be the worst set of the night. Anything could happen. Make some noise for Connor Loughran. Here we go.
They didn't tell me there were going to be boobs backstage. That's not fair. We'll try this anyway. I recently got an Amber Alert on my phone while I was watching porn. Can't have those moments back. You ever get post-nut clarity, pre-nut? Reality came rushing in real quick, I tell you. I was getting into it. I was watching the video. All of a sudden, that alarm goes off. I was like, oh my God. I guess they're looking for you. Right on. Sick of these woke movies, guys. I tell you, I'm sick of them. They're getting into superhero movies now. Even those are woke. Ant-Man, what's next? Uncle Lady? Guys.
That's a funny joke.
All right. Good enough. I'm calling it. Thank you.
All right, Connor Loughran. Welcome, Connor.
Hey, buddy.
You were just on the show a couple weeks ago in Austin.
It got me here. It's
That's
been amazing.
Right. Yep, Louis J. Gomez was one of the panelists, and he invited you here to Skankfest, and here you are.
Yeah, buddy.
Real
Happy to be
time.
here.
It's all happening.
Very funny writing. I like the writing. The jokes were good. I love the fact that you used the breasts. You came out as your opening line. You used something. It was really funny, man.
They were unavoidable back there. I had to talk about it.
Oh, no, I mean, but you used it on stage.
It was a fucking nuisance.
They are lovely.
It is. Connor, tell us more about you that we don't know yet.
All right, we talked about I'm a convicted felon last time.
Oh, what'd you do? I wasn't
For
there.
what? Drugs, don't worry. Okay. Not one of those bad ones. No,
It's okay.
was,
It's not that big of a deal to be a felon. You could still be president of the United States. Hopefully.
Listen, brother, my hair's not real either. Let's fucking do this thing.
I love it.
I'm getting after it. No, it's more about me. Shit, I've been doing comedy 6 years in Cincinnati. Just moved to Austin. Got on your show fucking immediately. Felt like a bunch of strokes of luck. It's feeling great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's Vegas treating you? What are you doing for fun here?
I'm so like, I had to book myself. I mean, I had to pay my own way. That's fine. Who gives a fuck? But I'm at Boulder Station, and it is the
It's not a woo thing.
saddest hub of like down and out, we're gambling the rent people that you've ever seen in your life. Like it's like the people that were getting their heads slammed in the door in the movie Casino. That's who's at Boulder Station.
Wow. I like there's a little resentment there too. Like I'm having a great time. The hotel sucks. I had to pay my own way. Glad Louis invited me.
Yeah.
Paid for nothing.
I don't have enough clout to say all that exactly. Yes, but yeah, you covered me. I appreciate you.
Yeah. No, that's amazing.
How much time did you do in jail? Sorry.
Like 7 minutes. You can stand up.
What's that?
Sorry. I 90 days.
Wow.
Actually, let me be clear. 76 days. I wrote a letter to the judge to get out early. I was like, hey, my grandpa's dying. And he was, but seriously. So the judge let me out early, gave me early release. And then for that week, I became the write a letter to the judge guy for the entire cell block. Like it was like,
because it worked.
It's like this guy's got some degree of verbiage. He'll pull it off.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a movie in that somewhere.
Yeah.
Catch me if you will.
All the black guys like, can I get all I got too? Like, nah. Doesn't work that way.
I actually mostly I hung out with the black guys in jail.
Oh, in prison there were black people?
No, yeah, there's a ton. That's who I hung out with. There's actually it's a disproportionate amount. I was like, I don't remember this many outside, but here they are. But,
Oh yeah, not in the neighborhood that you grew up in.
I'm actually from South Hills, Pittsburgh. Born a block away from Wiz Khalifa, if you can believe that. You can't.
Okay. Yeah. All right, sure. You must have been the yellow he was rapping about.
Yeah. I went to camp with Biz Markie.
I do cook a good. Yeah, you say he's just a friend.
Oh shit. All right, Connor. Well, what else is going on? Anything else we should know about? What was some of the worst stuff that happened to you in your days in prison?
I mean, my cellmate snored as loud as 3 dads.
Yeah.
You know, how loud a dad snores? It was 3 of them.
What did he do to get in jail?
I don't know. Snore too loud? I didn't talk to the guy. Jail's not like prison. You don't ask everybody why you're here because it's not rapists. Nobody's trying to fucking fuck up a guy because he's in jail for rape. You're in prison for rape.
But your cellmate, you should probably have talked to him
I talked to him a little
every
bit.
day.
I didn't listen. I'm trying to forget this a little bit.
What's your favorite color?
It was
All right. Well,
He was a snorer, also the rape, I guess.
No, I mostly hung out with the Crips because there was a fellow Cincinnati comedian. His cousin was in the Crips. And while I was locked up, he goes, you know Marquise? I was like, yeah. I just played spades with those guys all day.
Wow.
Yes.
It worked out.
Yeah, they'll call you gay for doing that. Fun fact. There's a racial hierarchy in jail.
okay.
What? Shouts out.
Just
Chandler
ignore
from
him,
Cell Block D.
Connor. Very
They'll call you
good.
gay for doing what?
Stick with
They
the
call
show.
you gay for hanging out with black dudes. If you're at a table playing cards with black dudes, they're like, you're definitely getting fucked by those guys. And maybe if they're cool with it, but
Yeah,
whatever.
if you don't write the letter.
Exactly.
All right, Connor. Well, fun times. Congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket twice in 3 weeks. Connor Lofgren, everybody. Hey, y'all. This podcast is sponsored by Kalshi. Do you know who will win the presidential election? I know. I certainly have no idea. Or how many seats the Democrats or Republicans will win in the House or Senate. Well, there's finally a legal way to bet on the outcome of these elections via a platform called Kalshi. Kalshi is the first legal exchange where you can trade or bet on any event, including but not limited to elections. That's right, you can trade on that. Kalshi went to court and won legal approval for election betting for the first time in 100 years. You can trade on that. Red band.
Tony, I love Kalshi. I've been using the platform and I am loving it. The payouts work like this. You buy for X cent and get $1 if you're right per contract. So if you buy something for 33 cents and you're right, you get 3 times your money and you can buy as many contracts as you want.
They have markets on who will win the presidential election, who will control the House and Senate, and who will win swing states and more. Kalshi is already being used by hundreds of thousands of people and has facilitated close to $1 billion worth of trades. Kalshi is the only place to trade on these events in all 50 states. So put some skin in the game. Let's take an example. Right now, Trump and Kamala are trading about 50-50, meaning if you place a bet on either, you will double your money if they end up winning. That's pretty good. So put your money where your mouth is and give Kalshi a try. Sign up using our link, kalshi.com/Tony. And the first 500 traders who deposit $100 will get a free $20 credit. That's Kalshi, KALSHI.com/Tony to get a $20 credit. We're proud to have Kalshi as a sponsor, and I hope you check them out.
Your next bucket pull is inside. It is one of you. I have been informed that it is one of you.
And it is the one that goes by the name of Sam Adamo, everybody, or Adamo, perhaps. Is this him here? Sam? Come on up, Sam. Sam Adamo.
Bro, I drive a fucking piece of shit.
It sucks. I drive a Honda Civic with 200,000 miles on it from 2009. It's my favorite thing. It's the best. I have this thing in that car I call Civic Superpowers. I don't give a fuck what happens in that car. Like I was driving down the street the other day, there was a guy next to me in a Maybach. The fucking $200,000 car. He's fucking weaving to avoid potholes. He's scared. He's a fucking prisoner. I'm free like a bird. Fucking cutting people off. I'm not even checking my blind spot. I'm like, you want to do this? Fucking balls in your court. You want to touch me? This is your call, bro. You know? Why is it legal to fuck a 16-year-old? Because it's above the age of consent. But you can't see a picture of her after because it's considered child porn. I didn't write the laws. It's just, I don't know what sense it makes. It's like you could suck on her tits in real life, but if you see them digitally, you're doing fine. Who wrote this cock tease? Thank you.
Sam Adamo.
Hello.
Adamo?
Adamo, yeah.
Adamo. What ethnicity are you?
Italian. Family's Italian.
100% Italian?
Yeah, both sides. Which is gay to talk about, but it's what
It's
it is.
not gay. I was just curious because your eyebrows look Iranian.
Yeah. Yes.
Those things are fleek-esque.
Yeah.
Do you take good care of them?
You gotta suffer to look good. Yeah.
You color those in?
Yeah, you darken them? That's a trend right now.
No, it's people. No, I get them very aggressively waxed. Skin comes off. It's the whole thing, but it's the price you pay.
Your accent says Feast of San Gennaro, but your eyebrows sing October 7th.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Sam?
Montreal, Canada.
Montreal.
You still live there?
Yes, I'm from there. Born and raised.
Born and raised, still there. How do you feel about Montreal?
It's kind of weird. I mean, we got French, so it's a weird city. Like the stand-up scene is kind of, it's split in half. We don't, to do it in English is a little odd, but it works. It's a good feeder city. It's a fun city. A lot of people come to give it a rip, which is nice, but a lot of tourists, a lot of fucking random French people just come to English shows.
Whoa. Shut the fuck. Get him out of here.
Who was this fucking asshole? How many years?
Yeah, seriously, how many years?
This isn't that show, guys.
Old enough to fuck your mother.
You can go to one of the podcasts that don't have a format if you want to yell stuff out. It's every other podcast. Anyway.
I like that you seemed a little, at one point you seemed like you kind of gave up like a little bit of faith. Like you seemed like you felt defeated. But then you asked like a really important question that I've been looking for an answer for.
Yeah. I'm asking a hard-hitting question.
And I felt like I would really help this lawyer here that could answer
It's quite the pivot. Yeah, but I had no choice. It wasn't going well, and then we have to double down. It is what it is. Yeah, it's the room of this magnitude is a little different to what I'm used to. The pacing's a little off, but whatever. I'm happy to be here.
What is this piece of shit car that you speak of?
It's a Honda Civic, 2009.
It's a quality car.
I call it the Batmobile. No, it's great. It can take a licking. It does whatever it's got to do. It's still alive.
It's affordable.
Yeah, it's a Jewish Cadillac.
Exactly.
You roll back the odometer.
Put it on blocks, drive in reverse for a couple hours.
Amazing. What do you do for work, Sam?
Drop shipping. I've been doing stand-up 2 years, so I just fucking gotta make it work.
Drop shipping?
Yes.
What is that? What?
It's e-commerce. I sell shit online.
Yeah.
Okay.
He buys a bunch of cheap shit and resells it on Amazon for 5 times more.
Yep, we figured that out.
Mostly sex toys, dildos.
Wow.
Okay, really? Is that true, or are you trying to be funny?
Yes. No, it's the fucking God's honest truth.
Explain to us the business model of specializing in dildos.
Yes, and a friend of mine would like to know, how do you get shit off one?
Spoiler alert, I'm the friend.
What do you need? Yeah.
Another spoiler, it's my
Get
shit.
him doing purple if you want. It's not that glamorous, but when you start, there's a real temptation to look up the names of the people looking to buy them, and just don't do that. Just don't look up the people buying dildos. It's very demoralizing.
Like what? What do you mean?
It's a lot of gay men.
No, that's not what you'd expect.
It's a lot of gay men in the Bible Belt. It's a lot of gay men like in the South. I sold like 0 in years, like 2-3 years to anyone in New York. Like no one has any shame there. It's all people in like Alabama, Mississippi. They're buying from a Canadian wop. Fucking, just pressing the fucking fulfillment button like you fucking disgust me. You know?
Bunch of big double-headed ones to J. Trudeau. I knew that would bomb.
Sam, what do you do for fun? You seem like the kind of guy that buys bottles at nightclubs.
Fucking hate those guys so much. No, I don't drink much. I played soccer competitively most of my life. I don't now since kind of starting stand-up, but I like to play in the winter on like a recreational team, bro. I got kicked off my team last year, actually. So I'm without a club right now, without a team.
Wow.
Why'd you get kicked off?
Because an article was written about the in a newspaper.
Pedophile.com.
No, I have a podcast and I was talking about the indigenous and the local in Canada. Yeah, it's tough. And the local newspaper on the reservation bordering Montreal wrote about it.
They know how to write now?
Yeah, it's great. It's incredible. No, the guys on my team got freaked out. They kicked me off. So for fear that it might get us. It'd be a shame if I came out on the #1 live podcast in the world, just said what the team name is and fucking.
Would you like cover? Can you tell us what you said about the indigenous on your podcast?
I told them to put the bottle down.
I like this version of you.
Crown Royal, it's ruined many a native family where I'm from. It is what it is,
Yeah, this guy's so much better than a stand-up was.
Yeah, this loose version of you that's like I shouldn't, but I'm gonna say it.
I know, bro. Everyone tells me.
You're yourself now. You're not like trying to be anything.
I know. I was sitting down. I went up cold. It is what it is. I know.
You're getting warm now, is what you're saying.
Sure. Yeah. My dick is growing right now, bro. That's what it is. I got my Lululemon underwear on.
So are your eyebrows.
Yeah, the eyebrow. Are you coloring those in? Those aren't natural.
I swear to God, you want to touch it? You want to rub your fucking face on?
Go ahead, Ari. Go ahead.
We got to do it. Okay.
Whoa, here we go.
Trump's hair.
Damn, it's thick.
It is, right?
It's like somebody stop up a hole to not let mice into your apartment.
What's your love life like, Sam? What's it like for a dildo seller from Montreal?
I have a girlfriend. Her family's very proud of me. No, I've been dating my girlfriend for 6.5 years. We met in school.
You've been with the same girl for 6.5 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does she ever get high on your supply of dildos?
She got one.
She got one?
Yeah.
What color is it?
It's whatever color my skin is.
You made sure of that.
You're not getting a black one. End of story.
It's my dick, Tony. It's my dick.
You have a great look too. You're great facially. Like, you act as well?
No, I've never acted. There's no money in stand-up in Montreal currently. I don't have an agent or anything. It's not.
Mike Ward makes money.
Pardon?
Mike Ward makes money.
He does. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's really good to us up there.
Yeah. So, do you spend most of your time in Montreal? You go a lot of other places? You ended up here because you're a fan of the Skanks?
My buddy's actually on the festival. He's got a club up there. I'm a regular at his club, so he just had me come down. He's signed up. He's the best. He's awesome. So I'm just taking it in, man. I'm kind of a couple years in, just wanted to take it in.
I'm sure he's glad you're not saying his name.
What's up?
How old are you?
27.
How long you been on stand-up?
A little over 2 years.
So this is a pretty big deal for you right now.
It's huge. Yeah, it's fucking massive. I'm really happy to be here. I've been in New York a couple times, but I've never been this far west, so it's great to be around, the festivities. It's where it's at, man.
Dude, I rarely see like potential in someone, but this you is like, if you find this you on stage, you'll be great.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. It's an absolute, and it's not because of your time up here. It's because there was something in the passion of what you were saying and the way that you were saying it. It's not because you were warmed up. It's because you felt like it was kind of wrong what you were saying, but you wanted to say it because it was wrong when you said it, but it's not really wrong because you're in a free speech mecca. I could imagine why you would be a little bit more scared in Canada, where people have gotten in trouble for jokes and can get in trouble, and your prime minister's a giant fucking retard. But
he is. He talked at my school when I was 15, and I was like,
was he
no one's going to buy this? And fucking 8 years later, he was elected.
Wow.
Great. Next thing you know, you're selling dildos to J. Trudeau.
But I mean, what are you going to do? But but you're right. Like it's that's what got me in shit on the podcast though. When I was talking about the natives, I wasn't celebrating it. I'm like, this is an inconvenient thing. What are you gonna do? It's fucking,
There's the Italian. There's the Italian.
I'm trying to help you. It's fucking.
What is your dad and what are your mom and dad doing? Like, what are they like?
They sell this.
They have pasta every Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah, we would do that mostly.
And your dad's super Italian. What does he do? Works in the leather shoe business or something?
He sells backhands at home.
No, he does, and he's educated. He's not a fucking retard like most Italian.
What does he do?
He's like me, yeah. You know,
Stick over here. What does he do, Sam?
He's he works in marketing. He's got a job.
And mom's stay at home?
No, just also white collar.
What does she do?
Insurance.
Okay, jeez.
Yeah. There's a lot of questions, Tony. Is your mom Italian? What the fuck?
Jesus Christ. All right. I'm not going to. No one's ratting your family out. Make some noise for him. The Kill Tony debut of Sam Adamo, ladies and gentlemen. Wild times out here.
If Skankfest was real, somebody would be in a seat right now.
What?
If Skankfest was real, somebody would have just taken a seat.
If Skankfest was real,
Was what Skank?
Somebody would have stolen his seat while he was up here.
Yeah.
Can I have a water, please?
Someone may have.
They have very tiny waters.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I have a water?
Okay, your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Truly Joy. Truly Joy.
Hey, what's up? So I recently hit 1 year clean and sober. And it's pretty tough looking like this because no one believes me. The other day, this guy came up to me and he told me that I reminded him of that cool turtle from Finding Nemo. Honestly, that wasn't the first time I've heard that. Then this other guy comes up to me and tells me that I look like if ketamine was a person. I thought that was pretty accurate. I get it though. I look fried. I look like if Cheech fucked Chong and had a baby. Got time for one more? All right, guys. What do you call a gay dude that doesn't get sensitive? A cool ass dude. What do you call a lesbian that doesn't get sensitive? A cool ass chick. What do you call a non-binary person that doesn't get sensitive?
Truly Joy. Welcome, Julie. Went a little over your time there. We're so close. Hi, Julie. Am I saying that right, Julie?
Yeah, you got it.
Hell yeah. So your entire identity is what you look like.
Kind of, yeah.
That's what it seems like from your minute.
Yeah.
So let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 4 months.
Okay, where do you do that at? What?
I started in LA at Fourth Wall in Hollywood.
Okay.
You know that place?
Nope.
Yeah.
You guys don't know?
No. LA, I know. Not the fourth.
You know LA?
I do know LA.
Oh, cool.
You're taking a meeting.
This is incredible. You definitely do have a look to you. Have you always had that type of charisma, hair, everything?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Do you surf?
I don't really surf.
Skateboard?
I like riding longboards.
Okay.
Did you ever do shots?
Dude, honestly, I made a joke about this last night at a mic. I've been hearing that like all day, every day, and I haven't heard it like at all since I'm in Miami Beach came out because I'm from Florida and like it was crazy.
Wait, is that the sexy and I know it guy?
Yeah, that's him. Every day I'm chuckling.
Okay.
You like that?
I like the stuff you said about yourself. The Cheech and Chong joke, the first two you had about your appearance were good.
Yeah.
And the jokes, like we do that like when we first start just to fill the time. But you should concentrate more on your own stuff because you're very interesting looking. You have an interesting point of view. Ketamine was a great line. Ketamine.
I got a question for you. What do you call a non-sensitive, non-binary person?
They cool.
Oh, good. Wow. The bear punched up your joke. Julie, what exactly do you do for a living?
So I have a house in Florida that I own and I rent expensive. So
So you're homeless?
I'm more or less like nomadic. But I've been living in LA for the last like 6 or 7 months.
Where do you live in LA?
I live in Santa Clarita at my friend's house.
On his couch?
I have a room. Yeah.
Is it the living room?
No, it's actually.
I can't picture you having your own enclosure. Of all the things you look like a guy that doesn't have his own bedroom.
Well, believe it or not, I do.
Well, this belongs in Ripley's because I do not believe it.
Yes.
You have a room that has a door.
I do.
You close it when you go.
locks.
No way.
Yes, dude.
Is it a real lock or do you do it with your imagination?
Lock, dude.
Okay.
For real.
What do you do during the day when you're not at the gym working on your calves?
That's a twig.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God.
It's good, you know.
How do you even stand on those? What holds you up?
You little puppet leg.
Thank God the air conditioning's off or you get blown over.
Those are the most realistic looking prosthetic legs I've ever seen. You got the hair and everything. They put hair on them now.
God bless us, all of us.
My goodness, this guy. No size change between the calves and the thighs whatsoever. It's absolutely incredible. It's a very leg-driven episode of Kill Tony. We're getting to see a lot of people in shorts for the first time. Skankfest, famous for their short-wearing comedians. You come to this festival often?
This is my first time. I honestly came out here to sign up for Kill Tony on Wednesday.
How did you know? I didn't even know.
Well, we had a sold-out giant, massive show on Wednesday.
That's a good way to get the word out.
So you signed up on Wednesday, and you just stuck around.
Yeah, somebody told me about an open mic last night, so I just went there. And then
you went
I
here.
went to the open mic last night. And
Oh,
then I
you
told
stuck
myself-
around for an extra night. You
Yeah,
were told
and I
about
was
an
like,
open
you know
mic.
what? I'm out here. I want to do comedy. Like, I'm just gonna go to Skankfest. And then I just found myself in the line for the secret show.
For you.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful skank.
Yeah. So this is technically my third time signing up for Kill Tony because I was in Austin like a week and a half ago. So I was just like, damn, third time's a charm, I guess.
Yeah. There you go. Look at you.
Well, that really makes you think what you just said.
It's amazing. Have you ever had a concussion?
Yeah.
Do you remember how you got the
Great
concussion?
question.
Well, I'm curious because he's wearing one of those new pads that they put over the football helmets on top of his head.
Yeah, you know, it's like being tall, you run into shit a lot, you know?
I do know and I don't know what you're talking about. I've been tall my whole life.
Yeah,
I've
but
never-
you also don't have that much hair, bro. No offense. Like, I got like hair in my eyes. So like, I'll bump into shit.
You know that that's a decision that you make having hair like that, right?
I like my hair. I actually cut my hair like a year ago and I didn't like it that much. Like, I like the curls.
You like it like that?
Yes.
Even though you're massively concussed and blaming it on the hair that gets into your eyes, you're suffering. You'd rather.
Massively.
I would.
You got a concussion just walking into shit? No, you said the hair though, but if you hit your hair against the wall, that didn't give you a concussion.
Dude, so the last time I feel like I got a concussion, right? I was in my friend's warehouse and he has like this, like, it's like a 2-story short ass little thing. And I was going underneath and I thought the fucking garage door thing was open and I went, whoop, hit the top right there on my head.
Nice times.
That shit hurt so bad.
Red Band, solid job there.
You know?
I was right on it, Red Band. That was underrated, Red Band.
How was I supposed to know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm legitimately jealous of your hair. I'm supposed to be negative about stuff, but
No,
it's great.
Absolutely incredible. What's your love life like? You seem like the kind of guy that would fuck everybody's girlfriends.
You're living under a muff.
Well, I do have a special person in my life.
You're fucking a retard?
No. But like a month and a half ago, I asked her for a break because my life has been, the only thing that's going well right now, I would say, is comedy. But everything else has been.
not sure I'd say that. I'm sorry. You're doing great. You're doing great. I apologize.
So what was too stressful that you couldn't handle?
Honestly, it was just like she's like amazing. You know what I mean? And I was just like, my life was just, I was just like going crazy. To be honest, like I was like having mental breakdowns. My living situation sucked. Like I thought people were my friends, and they were kind of like dicking me over, and I was like going down, and I was just like, I don't know where I'm gonna be.
Were you on drugs?
No, I've been sober for over a year now.
But what were you on before the soberness?
Weed and cocaine mostly.
Yeah.
Why'd you get sober? What made you decide to like?
I'm glad you asked that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
I got sober.
Thank you. Jews are great questions.
I got sober because I was doing shitty drugs with shitty people and having shitty experiences.
How do you think they felt?
You were there, bottom.
They're like, dude, I did cocaine until 8 a.m. with a weeping willow last night.
I got cheer regrets.
Wow.
Were you sober when you hit your head, or were you drinking?
No, I was sober the last time, like that time I talked about. Yep.
The house in Florida that you rent out for your entire living, did you inherit that from a dead grandparent?
I did.
Nice.
How long ago did that happen?
That my grandfather passed away.
Yes.
Or that I got. He died when I would say like 17 years ago.
And you got the house how long ago?
Over COVID.
And how much do you get a month from that?
1,800.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why was there such a gap between when he died and they gave you the house? Were they hoping anyone else would take
This is
it?
what happened.
His sister first.
This is what happened. So my mom bought the house, or my grandfather bought the house, but also put my grandmother's name and my mom's name. So it was like, once they passed away, it was in my mom's name, and then COVID happened.
We're going to go to our senior real estate correspondent, Ari Shafir, on that.
Okay, so what you got to do is diversify, first of all. That's the most important thing. You could have sued your mom for neglect. Yeah, and gotten that house earlier. You got it. That's the important thing. Those are assets.
And
regardless.
instead, all you got from your mother is her hair. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough of that. Truly joy, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Way too long of an interview. What was Tony thinking? Wait a second. Is that? Hold on a second here. What the fuck? Our house drummer, Michael Gonzalez. What are you still doing in Vegas? You were supposed to go home. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the full-time Kill Tony drummer, Michael Gonzalez.
Get him a stick.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Michael. I didn't know you were still here. I don't know what's going on, but something tells me that I can't pass up on an opportunity like this. I think we should have a fucking Mexican drummer. Well, Dave Lacey, the great Dave Lacey. Wait, right? Nick Liberatory. We're going to do a little drum solo competition. And then we'll get right back to the comedy show. But this is always fun. These are two of my favorite drummers in the history of comedy. Nick, famously the drummer of the goddamn Comedy Jam, where we've all performed and had a shit ton of fun. And it's a fucking freak of nature. Michael Gonzalez, I've worked with every single week and all around the world for the last almost 4 years continuously. So let's have what do you guys think? A little drum solo competition? A little drum solo from the great Nick Liberatore. Wow. Holy shit. The great drummer, Elemenopy. That's ELENENOPY. And now, our house house drummer still in Las Vegas. Nobody knows how. Nobody knows why. Just performed in front of 8,000 people on Wednesday night at the Resorts World Theater. Making his Skankfest debut with a little drum solo. Make some noise for Michael Gonzalez.
I think we all won here tonight.
How many of you have Nick Liberatori winning that one? How many of you have Michael Gonzalez winning that one? Well, you know what that means. We'll see you back in Austin on Monday. You're still the drummer. Still the drummer of the show. Wow. How about one more time for Nick, though, fucking stepping in. We're going to go with one of our regulars, I do believe, ladies and gentlemen. I hope he's ready. I've not been able to warn the crew, but this should be, and hopefully is, a brand new minute from one of the greatest regulars in the entire history of the show. Another absolute fucking shooting star. This is a brand new minute, aka, or a riff session, if you will, from the great and powerful Cam Patterson, ladies and gentlemen.
My little sister just came out and told my dad that she was gay. It worked. It's on. All right, we got it back. We go. All right. My sister just told my dad that she was gay, and my dad is not progressive. My dad is 64 years old, so he got a brother that's been gay his whole life. He's 57. My dad just goes, he's not gay. He's just confused. That's what he was saying the whole time. And my sister came out and told me, say, Dad, I want to tell you that I like girls. And my dad went, hey, let me tell you something. You know, my sister, my daughter for 18 years. I love you. I'm always gonna love you. And it doesn't change anything I feel about you, but you're going to hell. And my sister said, well, see you in hell then, nigga. And then my dad said, I'm not gonna be on the gay side of hell, I'll tell you that much. As if hell had two sides. I wonder if Hitler went to heaven. What if he did? The Jew did kill his son. Okay, that's it. I didn't have it.
Exactly 1 minute from Cam Patterson.
Man, fucking nothing, dog. I'm not. This is what's up.
You're fantastic.
That was terrible. I'm gonna kill myself.
I told Cam that we were doing a pop-up Kill Tony literally about 3 hours ago. So
I'm mad as fuck. I'm not happy. Who are these niggas? I'm mad as fuck right now. I have got a fucking head. I'm mad as fuck.
Don't
fuck you. I'm mad.
We love you, Cam.
I'm angry, nigga.
Everybody loves you. I've never seen you sweat.
Sweating.
I know it's fucking terrible, dog. I like to be decent at comedy sometimes. I will fucking blow my fucking brains out.
Cam is a perfectionist.
Huh? I'm mad.
You are soaking wet right now. I've never seen you swim before, but I'd imagine this is how wet you would be. This is how wet you would be if you could swim.
You look like me waiting for my HIV results.
Cam is wearing his free Kill Tony shirt, by the way.
Hell yeah, Brandon, nigga, what's up with you?
Hell yeah.
I love being called that by you. It's always wonderful.
Can I get a napkin? Somebody give me a napkin, please.
What?
I just want to wipe my face. I am sweating like a motherfucker.
Use my shirt?
I'm okay.
Cam, how are you enjoying Vegas?
It's all right. I've been to strip club 2 nights in a row. I've been making them do push-ups in my section.
You make the strippers do push-ups?
Yeah, bitch, earn the money. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never heard of anything quite that diabolical before.
It's pretty funny.
How many?
I like it a lot.
How many can they do?
Not a lot. Not that many, dog. And they can't do like girl push-up. They like real nigga push-up. You know what I'm saying? And if you do more than 10, I'll give you 100 right there.
Wow.
But they never get more than 10, Tony.
Right. They never do.
And it's always beautiful to see.
To get to 8, you just throw them some rocks.
No, I throw pennies on them when they do 3.
But where are those pennies now?
Huh?
Wow. Push-ups, huh? Anything else? You make them do sit-ups or are there any other challenges?
Nah, they always be like, I can do squats. No, bitch. Push-ups.
Right.
Push-ups. Huh?
They're all working on that ass, but strippers have a weak upper body.
Horrible upper body. Well, no, not really. Not really. Because they got to climb a pole and shit. So they should be good at it.
They should be.
What's the most they've done?
One bitch did 50.
50?
Yeah. Yeah,
How much
that
do you
bitch-
give her?
She scared me. She scared me. I gave her like 150. I gave her 150 for that. Yeah. I'm a good person, man. I'm supporting these horses. You know what I'm saying?
That's great.
Having a good time, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That minute fucking sucked. I'm gonna kill myself.
No, you're not.
No, it was actually kind of interesting. It was stuff about like the idea of heaven and hell.
Nah, I mean, it's gonna be something one day.
Yeah, it will be.
And I had talked about it in the interview and shit. I'm mad.
I loved that minute. I absolutely loved it. You're at Skankfest. They're not used to seeing. These people aren't used to seeing or trying to decipher black people talking. So what you think may have been a failure really wasn't. You had the white people in the room that are used to black people laughing. They are. All 14 of them agree.
All 12. Yep, that was great.
The family stuff was funny, but your fucking sister being gay. No, but it's got potential. It's just
Yeah,
gonna be a minute. Definitely. Yeah.
It's disgusting what she's doing, but like,
Yeah.
good bit.
Oh, yeah, she going to hell. But
Your father's right, 100%.
How old is the sister?
She 18.
18. Wow. Do you think she's really a lesbian?
Oh, no.
You think she's faking it?
Nah, she lied. She probably. I mean, I met all her boyfriends. They all scared me. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
She's in the public school system at 18. So,
No, she in college.
okay, now she's in college.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, she thought she was a lesbian while in the public school system is when she figured that out.
Yeah, probably.
Right. Has she ever brought any? Have you ever seen her with a girl?
No.
She just told your dad she's a lesbian?
She like to play jokes on him.
I think so.
You think she's joking? You're hoping she's joking.
Oh, no, I know she's joking. Probably not, though. Who knows?
You're just like your dad. You think she's confused.
She is.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
Confused and going to hell. So, you know what I'm saying? Shit.
Do you know your dad's brother you said is gay?
Yeah, he gay hell.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, your dad's brother and your dad?
Is he?
Yeah, dad.
Kenny Patterson?
Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up.
Where is he?
Stand up. Stand up.
Where the fuck's Kenny?
Wait.
Oh my God, there he is.
Any rules?
There he is.
Any rules?
Wow.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Wait. Is your brother gay?
Oh, is that your dad?
That's my dad.
I'm sorry, I thought you were the gay brother.
Oh
I
shit.
was show him your ass. Why would you do that? That just make it more gay.
He's going along with it. He's going along with it. He's doing the right thing. Kenny Patterson's the man. He was also, of course, at the theater on Wednesday night backstage. And indeed, I had a 15-minute roast session on his feet. They are the most frightening feet you've ever seen in your life. If you really want to see the true stars of Skankfest, now that you have identified Kenny Patterson, glance at his feet. Try to get close to him later on in the night. Catch a fucking glimpse. It looks like literally he walked through a volcano to get here. Unbelievable. You don't know where the ash and it is unbelievable. I don't know when exactly they're going to get amputated, but it won't be much longer. My guess is February because those feet are about to be Black History.
Athlete's feet.
Cam, we're all family. You got all these sets. You are doing something that is just absolutely inconceivable. Let me remind you guys that, Cam, more than any other regular ever in the show's history that you're used to, including one of the newest ones, Ari Matty, Cam has been doing it much less and moved less time by a half a decade. And also, Cam just moved to a real comedy city fucking a year or two ago. Like, I mean, you were stuck out in Florida at open mics where David Jolly was Dave Chappelle. Fucking, you know, you just raised the bar recently. So people are really getting to watch you perform at an extremely high rate. The fact that you have fucking unbelievable sets that you love 95% of the time is an unbelievable batting average for someone like you. So just know that you're a fucking legend and that everyone else isn't as good as you. There he goes, Cam Patterson, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking star. Another person from the inside. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 60 Seconds Uninterrupted from a brand new comedian out of the bucket, Armando Hernandez, everybody. Oh my God. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Here we go. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Make some fucking noise for Armando.
Yay! This is not ridiculous if this popping. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, give it up for my pal Justin there, man. The best guide dog that Skankfest can afford. You know what I'm saying? They really pulled out all the stops there, got me a helper human. I tell you, man, let me get a little orientated here. I don't want to just cling on to this thing like it's my fucking dick and I'm 5 years old all night. What, you ain't ever seen a blind dude use echolocation before? You know what I mean? It's gonna get really awkward when I start trying to touch the judges' faces and do some roasting, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be like, who got the Humpty Hump nose? Or it's gonna be like Rocky Dennis from fucking Mask. I'll be like, you're beautiful on the inside. Well, I tell you what, I often get compared to Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles, and I find it to be an anachronism, mainly because there is a blind Latino that's already famous. You know, Feliz Navidad. And you know, it's just way more accurate. You know what? Ray Charles is pretty accurate. I love to do dope and lay the pipe. That's my time, folks.
Armando Hernandez. Hell yeah, Armando. How does it feel? You just performed at the Sphere.
I had no sleep. Well, also, I love the fact that, you know, everybody gave me a standing ovation, and the titty girl was over here flashing me, you know.
How do you know?
That's usually how I imagine all this shit going.
How do you know there's a titty girl?
It was mentioned by name a couple times. Also, isn't it unfair? Have her like we can do a little squeeze and say how do you do to one another. That could be arranged, right? I mean, Jesus Christ, it's only fair.
If you're blind, do you feel a bomb more than people?
What did you feel?
I feel like 4 senses extra strong.
I thought it was a little bit of a rough set, but you really brought it home with the Jose Feliciano reference at the end. I thought that was great.
Yeah, it was a rough. It was a rough set, but enough about your eyes. So, Armando, what's up? Were you born blind?
No, 2 head trauma accidents occurring throughout my childhood, resulting in detached retinas. I'm just lucky, I guess. God decided to hit me with the 3 Stooges. Boink.
Okay, let's go back to the head injuries. What exactly happened? A trampoline accident?
Were you just rocking really hard?
Oh yeah.
Did you have a really, 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 really big haircut before and you couldn't see and you were running into things?
You know, just doing all them things that get your head rocked. You know, I don't know what specifically would you like to know about it. One was a football accident.
Yeah.
And one was at a water slide park.
At a water slide park? You hurt your head? You detached your retina?
But you got to give us more information than that.
So did you?
It's a now defunct organization. There's no litigation, Ari.
Hold on. Armando, no jokes at this point. We're trying to figure out the real deal here.
No, I was just with some, you know, kind of grimy cousins from the Bay Area. We was running away from the security because they got us no good in the water slide park. And I slipped, fell, hit the back of my head, and had to get up and keep running with these fucking, you know what I mean, punk teenager cousins of mine.
So let me ask you this. You had the football accident first, right?
Yes.
And did one retina detach then?
Yes, and that took about a year to, you know, get over the hump, and then the same shit happened fucking when I was 12.
Did you find out or something that you have like a genetic retina problem, or is this just an absolute insane coincidence?
Yeah.
The Stanford doctors wanted to make me a guinea pig fucking exam monkey with that same thing in mind. It was kind of like, can we prove a genetic linkage to being predisposed? And I did have somebody in my family have such a detached retina and fucked up eyes that his eyeball actually like came out of his shit because of loss of pressure and shit.
So wait, you're saying that the Stanford doctors wanted to study you, and you said it like you said no, correct?
No, it's just, it was weird in that they, you know, weren't able to kind of get any direct linkage. So I was able to get a bunch of surgeries kind of like done by people who would otherwise not have interest. So they tried, you know what I mean? God bless them. But here I am, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Can you see shapes or anything?
No, I have some like sensitivity in the right eye still. So if you like held up a fucking exam, you know what I mean? I might shy away like Nosferatu or something.
Like a flashlight, if we put it right up to your eye, you would see it.
Yeah, it sucks because I can't see headlights till it's way too fucking late.
And if you got hit by a car, I mean, that would be insane because...
Well, I'll tell you, Tony, I have been hit by cars, but those are head injuries for another day.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Armando, you did it. You got pulled out of the bucket. The stairway is right to your right. Go right ahead. Run off. Armando Hernandez. Wow. Welcome to Skankfest, ladies and gentlemen, where detached retinas are a real thing. We have a special treat for you right now before we get back to the bucket. A Kill Tony legend coming hot off of the set Madison Square Garden. Make some noise for a new minute or so from the great dark night of late night comedy. Anything can happen. Making his return. This is the great Brian Holtzman, ladies and gentlemen.
You think the blind guy's tripping over himself behind stage? I just want to be on a Kill Tony where everybody's healthy. Why does it always have to be some kind of... I like my friends to be healthy. That's all. I never go anywhere without my baby oil. Room number. P. Diddy, you know, and in case you're traveling on the plane, you always want to have a small size. P. Diddy, I mean, do you have to fuck everyone? We all have dildos in the house, but not 1,300. Your wife's sister comes over. Can I put this dildo in your ass? You know how hard it is to get your luggage back in the plane crash you survived? I was in first class, everybody was killed, I want my fucking bag back! It was a blue bag with a white stripe, and I want my motherfucking bag back! I don't care! I want my goddamn bag back! Why do women work out in the gym? I want a girlfriend who can snap my neck. Oh yeah, that's what I want. I want a girlfriend who can snap my fucking neck. Get the fuck out of the gym. If you come back, I'm gonna rape you. I'm not gonna rape anybody. I don't even have a knife. I know this is Kill Tony, so I have to make sure I don't repeat myself or you'll never see me fucking again. Raise your hand if you're handicapped. Do you have to keep parking in the handicapped spot even when it's late at night? No, pity. I don't go to rich people's homes. You don't go to rich people's homes. I was at a party in the Hollywood Hills once, and they had a woman taking a poo on the bottom of a glass coffee table. I wanted to fit in, so I got under there, and I found it quite rewarding. There was a fat chick stealing Heinekens out of the refrigerator. They tied it to a straight back chair and tortured her. Everybody lined up and took turns telling her fat jokes. Well, one person thought that was funny. Somebody who likes fat chicks, I get. No, you've been a great audience. And, I'm wearing this today because I got a job at Benihana. Do I get interviewed or I just leave?
What do you want? Yeah, we can do anything. How you feeling?
I feel like I always feel, out of place and fucking fucked up in the head.
Make some fucking noise for Brian Holtzman. How you enjoying? All right. There goes one more time for Brian Holtzman, everybody. The great Valerie Vaughn getting us drinks tonight. Absolutely stunning. Let's have one more special treat. Come up and say hello real quick. I know for a fact that this guy just arrived, just popped in to Las Vegas, Nevada. And it just so happens to be not only one of my favorite comedians of all time, not only one of my mentors, not only one of my true best friends, but also the creator and one of the obvious main stars of the roast of Tom Brady. Ladies and gentlemen, popping in to say hello real quick, the Roastmaster General, Jeffrey Ross.
Hi, guys.
What's up, Tiana?
Keep it going for the availables. Jesus Christ. Man. Ari, you look half great.
Ciao.
This is great. You look half Jim Norton, half... I don't know what the fuck happened. Me? How do I look?
Terrible, dude, like always.
I look like Bruce Willis if his trainer also had dementia. I look like Vin Diesel if he were neither fast nor furious. But we're not here to roast me. We're here to say hi. This is fun.
I love that you just popped in out of nowhere.
I didn't know you were doing a pop-up, and when I heard, I rushed out of the burrito place I was at. I came down, I had to see what hat Red Band was wearing.
Yeah, his best 7-Eleven shirt. So good to see you, Jeff.
This is exciting. How was Vegas this week? How was the big arena show?
It was crazy. It was exhausting. It's been a wild, wild trip, and fucking Vegas has the best of me right now, but we're fucking
I tried to get a hotel room in New York, but it was sold out, so I'm staying in Newark.
Jeff, I haven't seen you since the garden, since I heard you're allowed back.
I don't allow me back. You're the one who got kicked out.
Yeah.
This is disappointing news. It's just sinking in right now.
Ari pulled out.
I'd love the Liberty. Can I not go see them?
Did anybody see Ari pull out a giant dick? Fake dick at the bar? MSG, Kill Tony, make stand-up great again.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
It was a great night.
You had a drop the mic performance. It was so fucking cool.
Unlike tonight, where I'm just fucking sweating my fucking one testicle. No, it's great.
Yeah.
You're just saying hi. There's no pressure.
I know, but I didn't expect to be up here. There is a really good-looking crowd. Sir, could you put your legs together, please? Your left ball's hanging out the right side.
This is great. This looks like a fucking refugee camp. How you doing, sir? Is everything all right? It doesn't look it. It doesn't. These are your hardcore fans who come to the Top Up show, Tony. How many people were at Tony's Arena show the other day?
Oh, wow. That's more than I thought. That's amazing.
Incredible. MSG when he had Joe Biden and Donald Trump at the same time.
Yeah.
Donald Trump's coming back for real. I heard he has a assassination scheduled for Thursday. He's going to do assassination attempts in all the swing states before the election. Can I hang out for the next bucket bowl?
Yeah, let's grab another chair up here for Jeff Ross.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I love this so much. Kill Tony for life.
I fucking love it.
And by the way, one last thing, Tony.
Yeah.
Your fans, for whatever reason, they all know about Brody. I saw a lot of Brody shirts walking.
Wow, yeah.
Brody Stevens fans?
No, the great.
You got on the mic or no?
Yeah, we got one. Ari, scoot down here.
People know me.
Yeah.
Go now.
No.
Shit, it's okay.
There you go.
There are a lot of Brody shirts. A fun fact about Brody t-shirts, I don't know if you guys know this, but you wash them, you dry them, and they hang themselves.
Positive push.
I tell Brody's, I know it's long, but I don't know why I'm in a Brody mood. You know that here's Brody's best joke. You know, he would talk about going to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You know this one. And he said there's a Nickelback tour jacket at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Did you know that?
I did not.
It's in the Lost and Found. But
Enjoy it.
I don't know. Shout out to
Brody. Took the stairway to heaven.
How dare you?
It's true. Brody, one of our favorite best friends ever, and comedy's wild, man.
I like it. Great to be here at this Hurricane Katrina shelter.
It is a vibe. You guys still having fun? We hanging out? We're deep in this show. It's been a long show. And we have one more special treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. One more regular was able to make it here. Ladies and gentlemen, when you first saw this young man, he was living in a van, addicted to open mics. Here with a brand new minute. Sing it if you know the words. This is Hans Kim.
What's up? Love it here in Vegas. I don't know what you guys have against Oakland, but I feel bad for them. You guys took the Raiders, you guys took the A's, you guys even took the crime and homelessness. There's nothing for black people to do in Oakland anymore. Vegas is the only place you can tell people you're a magician and they don't immediately think you're a pedophile. There's like Hogwarts for douchebags. Love that the Jews were blowing up those pagers in Lebanon, the Hezbollah pagers. I didn't realize that terrorists had to have pagers. What are they, on call?
Hans, did you get my text?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I have a very liberal sister. You know, she's so liberal, she goes to adoption centers and tells the kids that they should have been aborted. Thank you.
Hans Kim, ladies and gentlemen. That was Hans Kim. That was Hans Kim. That was Hans Kim. That was great, Hans. I could tell you were expecting the Hogwarts for douchebags to get a bigger laugh. You kind of panicked, but it was great. You had great local fucking jokes. You wrote those on this most recent trip, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah. I'm glad that this came up because I was going to do it on the other one, but I'm glad that I had the chance. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great story.
You were going to do it on the one on Wednesday?
Yeah, some of the magician one. I'm glad I didn't do that one there. It's much bigger than this.
I love Hans. I love you. Your jokes are fucking mean. Most of them are well written. I think you're great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I enjoy a good pedophile joke, a fucking racist joke. Fuck Oakland. It was just terrific, man.
Thank you.
I'm trying to rally them for you.
All right, it seems like you have a little something.
It's so fucking bad, dude.
Really?
Oh,
You have to pee?
I do. Hold on. I'm really sorry.
Wait.
I'm really sorry, dude,
what
but I
is-
gotta piss.
Wait, wait. We get in trouble every time you take your dick out.
This ain't MSG.
Hold on, I was kidding about wanting piss thrown on me.
This is desecration of the American flag.
This is so fucking long.
Wait, what do they have here behind? What is going on? Is this a shield of some kind? What is going
Hey guys, it's Ari Shafir, habitual line stepper and Kill Tony regular, really from the beginning. Honestly, I mean, I was there in the belly room days, the main room, Houston, the Vulcan, Comedy Mothership, the LA Forum, Madison Square Garden, and now here at the greatest comedy festival in the world, Skankfest, hosting the greatest live podcast in history, Kill Tony. And I honored it. I honored this meeting of great minds in the way that only I can do. I stepped over a line. Regrettably, you two will not be on the show that I did. But man, let it be said, it was wild. It was the greatest moment in Skankfest history. Definitely the most talked about of the year, by far. I had Hasidic Jewish friends that found out about it. On their own, not through me or anybody else. On their own. It was nuts. You guys, it was nuts. But YouTube can't show it. Honestly, streamers wouldn't be able to show it. TV wouldn't be able to show it. The dark web would have a problem with it. But honestly, that should be a lesson to you. You should come to live shows. Live shows are where the craziest things happen. And I've been there for some nuts things that you guys haven't seen. Stuff that got cut out. I was there when David Lucas got sick of Tony's comebacks. And he just got mad. I don't know. When he's tried to attack, we tried to tackle him. Tony, being a wrestler, the background reversed it, pulled a single leg, used David's severe body weight against him, pulled him to the ground, pulled his pants down, and gave him what David later called the greatest butt fucking of his life. I was there. I was there when we met Camp House's real parents, a white couple that adopted him and raised him from a young boy in a small town outside Boise, Idaho. Yeah, Cam doesn't talk that way. That's an affectation he puts on. He's also into shells, not rocks. But it's good for the show, so we had to cut it out. I was not there for the Diddy episode that I heard about from lots of people and rumors and innuendo. No one will tell me exactly what happened. They just go, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Even Tony goes, I don't want to talk about it. Release the episode, Tony. I want to see that Diddy thing. The only thing I heard from people was they go, during that Diddy episode, was they go, David Lucas was hungry for it. What does that mean? David Lucas was hungry for it. Damn, I don't know. Anyway, I want to even tell you what I did, but Red Ben said I can't. He said, even if I tell you what happened, YouTube might demonetize their account. Red Ben was visually shaking like this. That's how great a moment it was. And let's give it up for Tony for being able to put on a thing like that. Man, I stepped over a line. He set up a line that I can step over. God, he rules. Actually, I'm switching allegiances now. From the Yankees to the greatest franchise, Kill Tony. God, I want to tell you. It was an announcement. It was an announcement that my new tour just went on sale right now. God, the farewell tour. I'm doing a short tour and then I'm leaving the country. Yeah, Atlanta, Seattle, Portland, Vancouver, Alberta, Florida, Pittsburgh, Denver, and I'm ending in Anchorage, Alaska. I've got Lake Tahoe in there, a few other places. Go to arishafir.com right now for tickets. Reasonably priced. I say 50 tickets at $20 each for every theater I do. For the poor people. It's a wild, fun show. But after that, I'm calling it the farewell tour because I'm leaving. I'm leaving to reflect on the style of comedy I've gotten into. Now, of course, my jokes are good. My last special was one of the most widely regarded specials of all time. 7 million views on YouTube. Jim, go check it out right now. But I do a thing on podcasts where I just like to go for it. And after this one, I don't think there's anywhere left to go. I did the math. Me and Tony and Red Band talked about it later. Jeff Ross wouldn't talk to me after this. He said, I got to be not around you for a while. Norton left immediately and went to Masturbate. I think the next place I can go is human sacrifice, and I don't think I can do that. Also, human sacrifice is too much blood and for YouTube. If they can't show blood here, how are they going to show blood? They're going to say too much. So I'm going to go walk the earth, everyone. I'm going to do this farewell tour. It's available at arishafir.com right now. Portland, is it Portland? And then I'm going to go reflect on what I am. I think I'm done. I think I'm just going back to regular jokes. The next time you see me on Kill Tony, my dick won't come out. That's hard and fast. We won't cut it out. It just won't be on there. When I'm on Rogan, I'm not going to piss in Bud Light bottles anymore. I'm not going to piss in anybody. I'm just going back to jokes on podcasts. Stand-up is always just jokes. Podcast, I like to go for it. So, guys, let's get back to the episode. I'm going to hand it back to Ohio's probably greatest twink in history, Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony, please guide these guys into the end of the episode. And I'd like to apologize to Red Band most of all for having to clean up my mess. Literally, for having to clean up my mess. God, it was such a fun moment. It was wild. It was wild. Tony, take it away, man. It was so fun. Redman was like emotionally hurt by it. Redman later was like, I don't know what to do. DeRosa said like, he needs help. I'm Ari Shaffir, and I've been triggering the untriggerables since 2001. Enjoy the rest of the episode. I'll see you next time on Kill Tony.
Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to our sponsors if we still have any.
Sponsors.
One more time for the Roastmaster General Jeffrey Ross. One more time for one of the all-time greats of the show, Jim Norton. And one more time for this naughty, naughty boy, Ari Shaffir, ladies and gentlemen.
And one big round of applause for Brian Redband and Tony the Golden Pony.
And another thank you to Dave Lacey, Joel Rakowski, and Nick Liberatore. Skankfest, thank you. Congratulations on being here.
Love you guys. Sorry.
Oh, God. This place is chaos right now. True bloody shit. Yes. This was Kill Tony at Skankfest. Thank you. We love you. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
We're live. Mute your phone, mute your computer. Welcome to Pints with Aquinas. I'm here today with Father Andrew Dalton, who is an expert on the Shroud of Turin. And I'm really pumped to learn about this because it was awesome to meet you several weeks ago in Rome and to have you give me and the Bertuzinator, Cameron Bertuzzi, a tour. I was really blown away. So I'm so pumped about this episode.
Yeah, there's everything in that exhibit. I wish we could like transport ourselves there, but I think it's gonna be cool also just to chat it out and have a conversation. Yeah. There's lots of stuff on the Shroud already online, but I think a conversation allows to kind of tease out some things that maybe people watching will also want to ask about. So that works.
For those who aren't aware of you, who are you?
Oh yeah,
I'd love to know about your expertise in this and how long you've been studying it.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Father Andrew Dalton, and I'm an American priest that's living in Rome. I teach at a pontifical university, and one of the things that I teach is Shroud Studies, specifically the biblical theology of the Passion of Christ according to the Shroud of Turin. So it's kind of like the pastoral and spiritual, but also the theology that accompanies the sufferings of Christ as we know them by the Shroud of Turin. So we can unpack that more, but I was there in Rome studying philosophy and theology and bumped into the shroud. I really didn't think that I would specialize in this. My background was in engineering, though. Like my strong subjects in school when I was a kid were maths and sciences. And then I just kind of derailed all that to join the priesthood when I was 20 years old. And collided with this shroud expert who had written dozens of books on the shroud, spent over 30 years studying it. And her name is Emanuela Marinelli. And she came to our university. And this priest friend of mine said, you have to hear her speak. And I said, look, I got places to go, things to do. I'll sit in for a little bit, but I'll probably have to sneak out after a few minutes. And I was glued to my chair. She was absolutely riveting. I quite literally lost sleep that night. I was so excited to hear about the shroud. I was like, how in the world am I 10 years a seminarian and I've never heard this stuff? Like the world needs to know it. And so I stayed long, I think like 3 hours with Emanuela. We've since become friends and have appeared on television together, etc. We're quite close. This is now like 11 years later, probably, because that was the first generation of the postgraduate certificate in shroud study. Did you know you could study the shroud for a year in a pontifical university?
Wow.
People don't know how much there is out there, but this is the most studied archaeological object in the history of the world.
Say that again for people.
The most studied archaeological object in the history of the world. And so when it comes to historical events, like what you're looking for is monumentum et documentum, right? That you have a monument and a document. And of course, we're all familiar that there are documents telling about Jesus's passion, but many people don't know about the shroud, at least to the degree that one can know. And so here's what happened with Emanuela. I stayed talking, and she said, wait till you come back next week, because there's a physicist who'll be speaking.
Yeah, if you lost sleep last night.
Yes, exactly. And he was just that way. His name is Paolo Di Lazzaro. He spent 5 years, this guy, just trying to reproduce by ultraviolet light on a linen, just playing with the variables of light, amplitude, frequency, duration of exposure, so that he could recreate an image like that of the man of the shroud on another linen.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy made himself famous when he published an article saying that the amount of energy you would need to recreate a similar image would be 34,000 billion watts. And of course, you've probably bumped into this on the internet now. But
what does that look like?
Well, it's not a matter of what it looks like so much as, what it looks like. Well, here's the trouble. You see, this is why it took 5 years, right? Because he took these different variables of light, trying to reproduce something caramel colored on a linen.
Yeah.
But it was frustrating because he got either nothing or just charred the linen altogether.
Yeah.
Which obviously we don't have.
I really want to get into that. Yeah. But I know we want to go into that in depth. So can we just start really basically? So when did you actually first see the shroud? Was it after you heard this lecture?
Yeah. So,
and then tell people what the shroud is. Give them the basic definition for those who are like, I think I know what it is, but
sure. Yeah. There's a lot there. We'll go slow. Sure. So I first bumped into this the shroud talk by Marinelli. I want to say that was 2000 and is it 11? The first year that we started. I'm gonna have to think back to that. But I lost sleep, I told you, and met these different experts. They were wanting to explain what the shroud is, who the man of the shroud is, and what significance it had. All part of a Pontifical University's program to give you a panoramic view of shroud study. So interdisciplinary. But the basic premise is that we've been reverencing this cloth down through the ages as the burial shroud that wrapped the body of Jesus. So again, Jesus, of course, is on the cross on Good Friday, but he's taken down and then laid in the tomb. Well, when he's laid in the tomb, he's wrapped in these clothes. We should spend some time in that passage of John where it's written about.
Yeah,
but before, just to kind of lay it all out, the church proposes to have exactly that. At least that's what's on display in Turin, that is 4.5 hours north of Rome by the fast train. You can go and see this relic, which is on display in the cathedral there. And that's to say, it's inside of a case, and only on special occasions do they take it's out of a double case, like in inert gas and constant temperature and pressure, never exposed to more than 50 lux of light. We want to preserve this thing for future generations. Now, so I started to meet those guys, the authorities, the ecclesial authorities in Turin, a few years later. So now I'm on Othonia as part of this non-for-profit, this international group for shroud study. And so I go there regularly. We just had a meeting a few weeks ago, but they have a shroud museum. They have an international study of shroud studies, and they provide many of the experts that teach at our pontifical university. So at the one hand, you had this like hub of study, like the minds that were involved in probing this document to understand its mysteries. And the other side, you had these museums that would kind of showcase or create a space of experience with the shroud. Those are two different kind of questions, right? Some people just know the image, and they dive into prayer and contemplation through that, and that's one way to experience the shroud for sure. But another is to like roll up your sleeves, get the experts on scene to study the physics, the chemistry, the biology, the forensic medicine, and then the history, the art history. There, like I say, so many different. So lead me where you want to.
No, that's good. And we're going to get into all the objections to why the shroud may not be authentic. But when do we first have evidence in literature of the existence of the shroud?
Yeah, if you want to follow the paper trail back, backwards,
paper or even icon trail, there might be images of it.
Right. So you're going to get different answers depending on what database you're looking at. But so many people point to the year 1354 because that was when it was on display in the hands of a certain Geoffroy de Charny in France, in Liray. And this, we have his stamp, we have his seal, family crest. Nobody doubts that in 1354, what he was looking at and what was on display is the shroud, as we call it today, the Shroud of Turin. Prior to that, there's evidence, but it is controverted evidence. Like you say, it'll be things like icons. So a typical one is the Mount Sinai Pantocrator in St. Catherine's. And there,
could we throw up the image of the shroud just so people can kind of see what we're talking about?
Yeah, in fact, I should describe what you're looking at there because it's not immediately obvious.
Which one is that?
Yeah, so let's look at first do slide 6, okay? And I think at the top of the picture you'll see a kind of tan or beige picture.
Would you be able to?
Oh yeah,
tilt
sure.
that a little?
And we'll zoom in on some of the
That's
particulars
perfect.
here.
Thank you. That's more than perfect. You don't have to give it that much.
Yeah, that's okay. So at the top you see, this is a really long cloth. It's hard to see perhaps in our computer screen how wide this is, but this is 14 feet, so 13 foot 7 inches to be exact, and then 3 foot 7 is its height. So that's like 4.4 meters by 1.1 meters. And what you see on the left side of the linen is the frontal image of the body.
Right.
And then on the right side is the dorsal image of the body. So it actually wrapped all the way around. In fact, there's another picture that I've got in here. Let me pull it up. So this will explain very easily. Here we go. Go to slide 13. This is just a painting, but it shows this angel holding up in the clouds the linen, and just below the shroud is at the foot of the cross. You have Jesus wrapped in this cloth. It's simply to depict. It's kind of a didactic photo, so you can understand how he was lying both on top of the body, and then it's so long that it wraps around the back of his head, over his face, and over his stomach. So now when you unfold it, you get what is in the hands of the angel there.
When was that painting produced?
This is much later. I want to say it's the 16th or maybe 17th century.
Okay.
But it's simply a good way of visually understanding that it's only the inside of the cloth. Many people don't know this, that the shroud is colorized. It's imaged on only one side of the cloth. So it's the side that touches his body. And in fact, it's so superficial that if you were to just gently graze with a razor blade, you would erase the image of the man forever. This is what Paolo de Lazzaro discovered. If I can just dive a little detail, because this is so interesting. If you ask the question, like, what's the depth of penetration, of coloration on the surface of the shroud? The answer is mind-boggling. It's 200 to 500 nanometers, which is, that's not even a number that I can fathom. So I give this example of a human hair. Like, take a single human hair. Imagine you could very carefully with your scissors cut it in half along its long end and discard that half. And now with what remains, try to cut it in half again. Do that 4 or 5 times until you're left with 1/16 or 1/20 of the width of a human hair. That's the depth of penetration.
So as you say, that is on one side of the shroud, but not on the other.
In
So
fact,
if you were using some instrument to paint or imprint this image, you would likely see it on the other side.
That's right. There's nothing soaked into the fibers. In fact, that was one of the main questions. It was one of the main theories on the table when this gets tested. I'm sure we'll get into those testings in a moment. But one of the theories was that this was a painting, and so this was pigment, either organic or inorganic. Maybe it's a dye, maybe it's an ink of some sort. And so they had made a list of the chemical properties of all of the pigments known to man throughout history. And they do a certain test called pyrolysis mass spectroscopy that would
What in
not
the
only
fuck
find it,
is
but
this?
identify its chemical composition. Well, sweeping the whole shroud, you don't find any of that. Not a single dose of dot or drop
No one wants that.
Different. As you are well aware, the pattern that we've set for the past couple of years actually is to do biographies where we look at a particular historical period through the lens of one specific perspective and try to understand how that person lived their lives and what kind of information we can glean about the surrounding society from their particular experience. Tonight, we're going to do something a little bit different. We have to do several things differently, but the most important change for tonight's theme is we're going to look at the macro theme. We're going to look at the Holocaust writ large, specifically how it affected Sephardim. I'm tempted in future years perhaps to return to this topic in a biographical format, but for now, we have to take a broader approach, primarily because much of this has been largely ignored by the scholarly community, as we shall see shortly. But let's do the good and welfare very quickly. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Richard Moreno, Lieutenant Richard Moreno, who has sponsored actually quite a few of our lectures. If you are interested in sponsoring a lecture, we have 2 left for this season, which are yet unsponsored. Next week is Emma Lazarus. The week after, we have the Crypto Jews, also another thematic class, and then we will go on to Rabbi Ovadia Yosef to close the class. So 2 of those are still unsponsored. The website is bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History, or just contact the office. We would love to have your sponsorship. Okay, let's go to the subject at hand, though. The Holocaust in Sephardic lands, or the Sephardic experience of the Holocaust, is subject to what one scholar, me, called a double occlusion, meaning a double hiding. And there's 2 elements to this. The first is that the Holocaust is overwhelmingly understood as an Ashkenazic experience. When you look at popular culture, the victims of the Nazi genocide inevitably have their language inflected with Yiddish or Polish, perhaps French, German, Dutch, but you rarely hear Arabic as one of the languages spoken by the victims of the Holocaust. This is a grave distortion of the historical record. To be sure, the vast majority of the victims of Hitler's tyranny over Europe were Ashkenazic Jews, but there's significant numbers, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, that hail from Greece in particular, from Turkey, North Africa, and their experience has largely gone unstudied. Even the Greek Jews, who are perhaps the most European, and their experience was most closely related to their Polish brethren to the north. And this is a highly unfortunate situation. There are only a handful of scholars who are doing any significant work on the Holocaust in Sephardic lands. For a variety of reasons, but it has meant that the story of these tens of thousands of victims have gone untold. I'd like to rectify that very briefly tonight in a tiny way, so that, especially after Yom HaShoah that was just commemorated a few days ago, we can understand a little bit more of the scope of the devastation of the Third Reich. That's the first occlusion, is within popular culture, the Holocaust affecting Sephardic lands is not well known. The second occlusion is that within the academic world, I speak for myself as someone who, associates with other academics and historians, there's just not much talk about the Holocaust and how it affected Sephardim. And if it's not being generated in the academic world, where we are capable of studying the most arcane and sometimes ridiculous things, then how are we going to push this out to the popular world? So in tonight's short lecture, I hope to try and address that a little bit from an academic perspective. We're just going to do a sweeping overview of the Holocaust in the Sephardic lands in order to understand a little bit more of what we are missing in terms of the larger picture. Perhaps one of the problems that has plagued the field of historians and also, by extension, popular culture, is the fact that the Sephardic experience was far from uniform. We can say certain generalities about the experience of Ashkenazic Jews, particularly if we try to focus on Eastern Europe as opposed to Western Europe. Maybe we can break it down a little bit by country, because each country had its own unique experience. Hungarian for Jews, for example, had a very different experience than, let's say, Polish Jews, certainly than French Jews or Dutch Jews. But the Sephardic Jews, especially those from places like Tunisia and Libya, totally different from what was experienced north of the Mediterranean basin. So that's made it much more difficult for scholars as a whole. This is a fascinating photograph showing some Greek Jews in a displaced persons camp holding a mass wedding, a celebration of life writ large in 1946, a rather joyous occasion that gives a sense of the life that reverberated from the ashes of the Holocaust. That's a mixed metaphor, but I'm not going to delete it. Okay, so let us just quickly, in the context of Yom HaShoah, and as a lead up to understand the distinctions with the Sephardic experience, let me just very briefly catalog what we know about the Ashkenazic experience. I know that many of you are deeply familiar, perhaps personally familiar with these things, either through your own experiences, perhaps, certainly through parents and extended relatives, but I'd like to give you a little bit more of an academic perspective. And in so doing, I would like to introduce you to one of the most significant debates that historians have had since the 1950s over the interpretation of the Holocaust. Basically, there are two main scholarly groups in approaching the big questions about the Holocaust. And when I say big questions, I mean things like, how could it possibly happen? How is it that an entire continent could participate in the murder of millions of its citizens? How is it possible that such a complex system of murder, a bureaucracy of murder that required detailed coordination of everything from arranging the train schedules to dropping off supplies to processing the recycled gold teeth and eyeglasses and prosthetic limbs of the murdered Jews, how is it possible that the entire continent could bend itself to this single nefarious task? Why was there no collective resistance? Why was there no one standing up and saying, hey, wait a second, we can't do this? Literally no one, except for partisans hiding in the woods and maybe a few people in underground bunkers. It was really no major resistance against it. And we'll talk about France, well, perhaps not today, but these are some of the big questions of the Holocaust. So two schools developed. The first school is called the intentionalist school. The most important intentionalist, perhaps you've heard the name, is a great historian named Lucy Davidowitz. And she was essentially following a model that was created, a philosophical model of the Holocaust that was created in the context of the Nuremberg war trials. 1946, 1947, right after World War II ends, immediately the Cold War begins. And America and Russia are locked in this global conflict to try and establish domination over Europe. And the assets of Europe, particularly the human assets, like the German rocket scientists and so on, are hotly sought after. And the allegiance of the populations, many of whom were either pro-Nazi or were willing to go along with Hitler's aims have to be secured in order to ensure that either America and democracy or conversely the Soviet Union and communism can dominate what would eventually become a divided Europe. And so what was necessary for the Allies in the war trials is they wanted to wrap things up really quickly. They wanted to find who was guilty, hopefully not a very large circle of people, punish them, and let's move on. That was really the strategy of the justices at Nuremberg, is they wanted to find the guilty, punish them, and move on. It was important that, for example, Western Germany should realize that, yes, we have to throw in our lot with the Allies, and we have to face West, and we have to democratize. And you just can't do that if you're going to hold guilt over a society for decades and generations. So they came up with a legal strategy, which we can question as historians today, which posited that the reason the Holocaust happened was that Hitler formed a conspiracy with a tightly knit group of individuals, particularly those associated with the SS. And with this small group of people, perhaps a few hundred, they were able to essentially dupe the rest of the continent into going along with the process of murder. The Poles really didn't know what was happening in the fields around Silesia, and the Germans near Dachau, they thought they were like some kind of factory there. They had no idea. This is the model of the intentionalists, and it worked fairly well for a long time. A very small number, 10 people, were hanged at Nuremberg, and they established clear criteria for who was a war criminal and who was not. And basically, shalom al nafshi, at that point, we kind of wrapped things up, and we were able to try and rebuild Europe, Marshall Plan, and so on. That's the intentionalist school, which says fundamentally that Hitler intended this from the very beginning and created a model that invited co-conspirators and kept everyone else out in the cold. This model held up until the 1950s, when many historians, Martin Brojat in Europe, began to poke holes in it, saying, wait a second, it doesn't really make sense, because we see a few things that argue against this trend. For example, why was it that the ghettos really didn't get established until 1940? If Hitler really intended it from the beginning, why didn't he start right away? And furthermore, why is it that Jews were still allowed to leave? And why is it that Hitler actually set up two different repatriation plans, one in the island of Madagascar, another one in the Lublin region of Poland, where it seemed like he was trying to transport Jews as opposed to murder them all? Why is it that the mass murder only begins in 1941 and the death camps only begin in 1942? These dates just don't make sense with the intentionalist model. It really should have been earlier if that was the conspiracy. So a more sophisticated, in my humble opinion, a more sophisticated model called the functionalists began to rise. The functionalists argued that certainly Hitler was an anti-Semite of millennial proportions. He's Amalek. There's nothing to say about that. This is not diminishing in any way his dastardly intentions for the Jewish people. However, he and his co-conspirators, so to speak, only stumbled across elements of the Holocaust when they saw that people were willing to go along with it. When they radicalized one aspect or another of their legislation, and they saw that, hey, no one's bothering us. Like, for example, Kristallnacht. We have a massive pogrom all across the country. We burn, hundreds of synagogues, break lots of glass. 260 people are killed. And what happens? Nothing. People slap us on the wrist by writing op-eds in the New York Times, and nothing really changes. So you know what? We can get away with it. And bit by bit, the Nazi regime was radicalized until Operation Barbarossa, which is where we're going to pick up the story at this point. So the functionalists, who argue that the Holocaust was a function of the war, as the war became more brutalized and more seemed to be possible, then the idea of actually murdering all of the Jews of Europe dawned in Hitler's mind, and he was able to actually implement it to a terrible degree. So that's a big, and so for example, to give you a sense of who's a modern functionalist, most modern historians adhere to this model of understanding. And you have people like David Goldhagen, who wrote a book called Hitler's Willing Executioners, which is instructive, meaning that German citizens as a whole were willing to go along with the plan. By focusing on Hitler narrowly, we miss the larger story, which is a deeply embedded anti-Semitism, or at least an apathy in society that is willing to see this minority population murdered. And we have many examples of corroborating evidence, for example, from the world of psychology, the Milgram experiment, the Zimbardo experiment. Perhaps when we had more leisure, we would look at that. Let's look at the essential timeline of how the Holocaust played out within the context of the intentionalist versus functionalist debate. So perhaps the first thing that Hitler embarked on at the beginning of the war, September 1939, is the concentration of Jews. And this happened in a haphazard manner throughout all of the occupied territories. There did not seem to be a coherent plan as to what exactly this concentration was for, but ultimately and we should note also that these concentrations, which are called ghettos, of course, many of them did not have any kind of barriers other than administrative ones, meaning they would simply put out a map. This is the Jewish region. You must live in the Jewish section of town. And if a Jew is caught outside of the section, especially when a year after the war begins, they institute formal badges and armbands for Jews. The person could be shot for being outside of the region. But there's no external constraints like a wall keeping them from living within the ghetto. Two types of ghettos develop. Some, like in the Polish city of Łódź, seem to operate on the model that the purpose of the ghetto was slave labor. And so the way to survive, the whole culture of the strange culture of the ghetto was built around earning a work permit. So you could work, let's say, in the textile factories that populated Łódź or Łódź, and then you would be able to get rations to feed your family. Other ghettos, like Warsaw, shown here, were understood to be simply holding pens for Jews to starve, that they were there to just attritionist places where Jews were given, for example, the daily ration for Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto was 150 calories, which is basically like a few potato skins. Average, I just did one of those breathing tests today, and they told me that I need to eat 1850 calories per day. I said, that's per day, right? Not like half a day and then another 1850 at night. I said, no, per day. So an adult male has to eat about 1800 calories. Jews were given 150 calories. So they were like intended for starvation. The starvation was in fact the occurrence in most of these ghettos, which remained intact basically from the beginning of the war in 1939 until the spring of 1942, when the next stage was deportation. But before we get to the deportation, we should understand that one of the great turning points around which functionalists and intentionalists have a tremendous amount of debate is the significance of Operation Barbarossa. Looking at the war militarily, one of the things that Hitler was well aware of was that Germany has this geographic problem whenever it fights a war. We've seen it many times in German history. Germany, since it's in the center of Europe, cannot win a war fighting on two fronts. Germany cannot fight both to the west and to the east simultaneously, primarily because of logistics. If you have a weakness on the eastern front and you need to get a supply line out there, or you need to get reinforcements, you've got to schlep them all the way from the western front, which is frequently impossible. Furthermore, when you go into the east further, you hit the greatest general of the region. Maybe you've heard of him, General Winter. The Russian winter is so brutal that it's impossible to maintain occupation of beyond the Urals in any way. At any rate, Hitler followed this plan by conquering the West first. He took over France, Holland, Norway, Denmark, and so on, leaving England for later, but attacking it with punishing, brutal air campaigns. And once the West was pacified, then he broke his deal with Stalin that he had signed in late 1939 and invaded in a surprise attack. Now, what's significant beyond the military in terms of the Holocaust, and remember that the war and the Holocaust are two separate but related phenomena. The Wehrmacht was trying to advance the war effort, and at the same time, Hitler was trying to advance a second war effort, that against the Jews. So he sent out 4 groups of what were called Einsatzgruppe, or special commandos. And these special commandos, A, B, C, and D, followed the Wehrmacht into Poland and the former Soviet Union, and essentially followed the troops in and went to the tiny Städtlach where Jews lived. They would round them up in these tiny little Städtlach, these roving commandos, and they would drive them out to ravines. Sometimes they would have them dig their own graves, strip them naked, and they would shoot them en masse. They did this for about a year, and they killed somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in this manner, including most of my own family that remained behind in Europe. This is, however, a far cry from the death camps that would be created later. And historians wonder, did Hitler switch to the death camps because he saw that he was going to lose the war, because the winter was beginning to impinge on his troops movement, or did he move to the death camps because he saw he was able to shoot so many Jews in a fairly inefficient manner with machine guns? Perhaps he can get away with something even more radical. So the war at this point, this is when you have the first actual incidents of organized mass murder. And it's significant to recall the date, June 22nd, 1941. The war has been going on for almost 2 full years at this point, and you have not had any organized mass murder. Kristallnacht is a massive, upheaval and pogrom, really of a 19th century variety. And there are lots of incredibly awful, brutal attacks on Jews, but they are called Einzelaktionen, single action events. You don't have a clear mandated military plan, a technological and bureaucratic plan until 1941, which lends more strength as well to the functionalist argument. So after the Einsatzgruppen have had significant success for about half a year, then they move on to the next stage, which is the development of death camps. We should recall that Hitler actually had thousands of concentration camps that were operating already from the 1930s, and he put into the concentration camps basically anyone he didn't like. Political prisoners, communists, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, gypsies, anyone he didn't like. Jews were only a tiny minority of the camp population before 1942. And you can see here these black dots are many of these camps. One of my own teachers was here in Sachsenhausen. Then in 1941, largely, by the way, as a result of the experience they had testing new methods on Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews were the first Jews to be gassed in the war. The Jews of Slovakia were experimented on to find a more efficient killing method. Hitler set up 6 of these camps here, which were known by the German term Vernichtungslager. Vernichtung in Yiddish means literally to make into nothing, nicht, right? Vernichtungslager as opposed to Konzentrationslager, meaning they're there in order to make people into nothing. The most notorious of them, of course, was Auschwitz, but the other 5 names are etched in the memory of Jews as horrific sites of mass murder. And of course, we know the story of what happened with the death camps. The Jews who had been languishing in the ghettos were rounded up, like this photograph again from Warsaw at the Umschlagplatz, separated male and female, and then put into cattle cars where they were often for days trucked across the landscape. They would be emptied out at one of the many concentration camps, such as Auschwitz, shown here. There would be a selection process where the vast majority of them would be sent immediately to be killed. But those who either showed promise as slave laborers would be dedicated to one of the many satellite work enterprises that surrounded these death camps. For example, Auschwitz had outside of it a plant for making acetone, which is a significant chemical used in the war effort. And so a small number of physically healthy Jews were separated off to be worked to death as slaves. Those were ultimately the very tiny minority of Jews who survived admission to these camps were typically among the ones who were associated with slave labor. Also taken away at this point were Jews who were useful for medical experimentation by pseudo-doctors such as Josef Mengele, the Wasser Engel, the white angel, they called him. He is specifically liked taking children who are twins because he could experiment on one and use the other one as a control to see what experiment resulted. The Nazis also used Jews for a whole series of war-related experimentation, such as, for example, field amputations. If a person stepped on a landmine and lost a leg, would it be possible to sew on another leg? So they would frequently simply remove limbs, sometimes reattach them, sometimes ship them off to the front. And in their typical Prussian way, they kept detailed records of which continue to pose a ethical dilemma for scholars who wish to perhaps use that medical research today, despite its nefarious origins. The vast majority of Jews would, of course, be taken to a gas chamber like this one at Majdanek. They would be exposed to a rat poison called Zyklon B that would mix with the air and would asphyxiate the Jews within 20 minutes. And then other Jews would be brought in to remove their bodies and take them to crematoria for burning. I'm sure everyone in this room is broadly familiar with this history. It pains me, though, that my students, my undergraduate students, they're what they call the 3Gs, the third generation after. They may have grandparents who experienced this, and they may know grandparents who experienced this firsthand, but they're the last generation. It's hard to imagine there will be a 4G that has any meaningful contact with survivors. So it bears repeating, primarily for the internet audience, because the vast majority of young people today don't have a sophisticated idea, even a 15-minute presentation such as this. The survivors, as I mentioned, were typically those who were selected for slave labor and who happened to be fortunate enough to be alive at the time of liberation in 1944 and 45, many of them by the Russian army. Many of the slaves had actually tipped over the point of what we would call conscious sentient life and become what the camp slang called Musulmaner, or Muslims, which was a slang for people who simply gave up on living, and they felt nothing. They literally felt no pain. They had no more effort to even eat, and they would typically die within a few days. They were exposed to horrific conditions. These are the latrines, for example, fed a gruel that encouraged diarrhea, and then forced in very brief periods of time to use these latrines. One of the most fascinating accounts and studies of the camp system, very in-depth study by a man named Terence Desprez, who wrote a brilliant, one of the first early studies of how the camps actually worked. He wrote a brilliant study called The Survivor, and after finishing the book, like many great scholars of the Holocaust, he promptly killed himself. And he wrote about the latrines. He argued that the Nazis actually consciously used what he called an excremental assault, meaning that he wanted the Jews to actually go back and lose all of their humanity, lose all distinguishing features such as their distinct clothing, their hair. Was forbidden to refer to another Jew by their name. You had to refer to them by their serial number, and ultimately even to lose the most basic of civilizing elements of our lives, to lose their ability to be toilet trained. But that's again for another talk. Now, we have to bring it back to Sfarad. So the scope of the genocide, this is a map that shows you the the deportation range, which essentially extends from France, Drancy was one of the major transit camps, all to the 6 death camps in southeastern Poland in particular. But the Sephardic lands are hardly represented here. Spain was technically neutral, as was Switzerland, although as we know, when you're being neutral when there is a tyrant in the room essentially means you're siding with the tyrant. But what about all the Sephardim who are living down here in North Africa? What happens to them? They largely survived the Holocaust, but only briefly. As this map shows, the vast majority of them experienced their own demographic upheaval, not at the same level as those of the Jews to the north, but they were decimated by the uprisings of their local populations upon the establishment of the State of Israel. And just looking at some of these numbers, countries like Algeria had 140,000 Jews in 1948 when the state was established, and in the year 2000 they had 100. Libya went from 38,000 to 0. A tremendous, Jews forced out of their homes and essentially exiled to Israel. I mean, if you have to be exiled, Israel is a good place to be exiled too. But this is the contrasting experience of the Sephardim, which is, of course, slightly later than our time period. Okay, so if we look at the Sephardic context, we can say 3 basic things about their experience and why it was different. And I am painting in broad strokes, but we're just trying to place it within the overall context. The first and most important thing is the date of occupation by the Nazis. And this is true of Europe as well. The longer the Nazis held a territory, the more likely it was the Jews there were to be murdered. We see that most impressively, perhaps, in the case of Hungary, where the Jews actually managed to hang on right until the very end, until 1944, until the Nazis drove out the local Hungarian government, which was allied to the Nazis, but was hesitant to actually put in place the draconian measures that Hitler demanded. And once the Nazis took over Hungary, then, of course, one of their first priorities, even at the expense of their own war effort, was to immediately murder as many Jews as possible. So the same rule holds true as well for Sephardic lands. Greece, where we'll have a large population of Jews, was taken over fairly early by the Nazis, and they had some of the most devastating losses. North Africa, however, which was associated with Operation Torch, when Rommel made his way across the coast here, hoping to close the circle around the outside of the Mediterranean basin, these countries had it progressively easier because Nazism was in their countries for less time. It's a simple function. The longer the Nazis are there, the more likely it is that Jews will be murdered. The later the Nazis come in the war, the more likely it is that Jews would survive. Persecuted, but still survive. Second very important factor, this is number 3. Let's go 2 here, is colonialism. That especially in North Africa, the indigenous populations did not view the Nazis as liberators. Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, they viewed the Europeans on the other side of the Mediterranean lake as essentially interlopers who were coming in and were forcing their ways onto the local populations. So what difference does it make if you're dealing with the French in Algeria or you're dealing with the Germans in Algeria? There was a tremendous amount of skepticism in the local populations who were not as enthusiastic about cooperating with the Nazis. This is not the same situation that you have in Europe, where, for example, in countries like Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Ukraine, there is tremendous enthusiasm, honest enthusiasm from the local population who feel threatened by the Soviets. They're welcoming the Nazis with flowers, thinking, okay, with German help, like we had in World War I, we will drive the communists back. This is not something that happens in North Africa because they view the Germans with mistrust. And thirdly, I got these out of order, but I'll go back this way. The thirdly is the fact that Sephardic Jews tended to be, and still tend to be, far more acculturated than Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews tended to maintain their own separate language, Yiddish, tended to have their own separate modalities of dress. They tended to be very focused and very narrow commercial enterprises like money lending, petty trade, card artisanry, things like that. In North Africa, in the Arabic-speaking lands, Jews were highly adapted to the local populations, virtually indistinguishable from them in dress, in language, in culture. They did not have nearly as narrow a range of occupations, and so they were generally much more well-connected to society as a whole. This is something that we see all the way back from the Golden Age of Spain, where Sephardic Jews had significant linkages with local populations and were able to blend in with a much greater degree of success than they were in Ashkenazic lands. The great exception to that rule, of course, would be Germany and France, where the Jews attempted with phenomenal effort to slavishly imitate local non-Jewish norms, and it did not help them one whit. So let's have a quick look at the three main regions of Sephardic lands and understand their experience during the Holocaust. Greece is the region with both the largest concentration of Jews and also the most European of experience of the Holocaust. And in fact, the Greek experience is largely indistinguishable from that which we see to the north in places like Poland. The key distinction is which part of Greece are we talking about? Because when you look at the Peloponnesus, at the peninsula that extends into the Mediterranean, there's three zones. There's one zone occupied by Bulgaria, that is a German ally that invades a territory in the north of Greece that they coveted. Then you have a region in the center here, which is occupied by Germany directly. And then you have the fairly large section here, which is occupied by Italy, of course, also a German ally under Il Duce Mussolini. And as we would expect, the Jews who were in the German zone experienced the Holocaust with its full force immediately upon the Germans invading the region. Ghettoization proceeds particularly in Salonika or Thessaloniki, one of the most important centers going back a millennium for Jews. Many Sephardic Jews had settled there after.
Can you hear me? If you can't, that's okay. I just want everybody to know that I'm going to memorize all the flags of the world right now.
After the expulsion of 1492, and the Jews are rounded up in short order. Thankfully, one of the leaders of the Jewish community there understood what was happening and took all of the local communal records and burned them. So the Nazis did have some difficulty actually rounding up the Jews. This was not the case in Germany, Poland, and elsewhere, where the local Jewish leaders were forced to cooperate with the Nazis on pain of death, and so the Nazis were able to identify Jews much easier. But nevertheless, they took them, eventually sent them to Bergen-Belsen, where the vast majority were murdered. In Bulgaria, there was this phenomenon that we see many places in the Holocaust, where the Bulgarians were not especially fond of the Jews from the central part of Greece that became refugees, and they were very happy to turn those over to the Nazis. But there was a big distinction made with what they considered our Jews, our Bulgarian Jews who have lived here for many centuries. They were not in a hurry to go along with their ally and hand them over. And in fact, only after great pressure did they in fact do so and send their Jews to the death camps. This is in contrast, by the way, with France. When France was conquered, even though we have this image of, these heroic French guys wearing berets and like bombing things, and like, the reality is the Vichy French offered the Jews to Hitler before he asked for them. They already deported their Jews in advance of a request from the Nazis. The same thing happened in the Italian zone. The Italians were perhaps the least or the most reluctant of Hitler's allies. Mussolini himself had very fond relations with Jews. He had a Jewish mistress for some time, and he was just not, he loved the idea of territorial expansion. It just could not really get his head wrapped around the idea of anti-Semitism, especially genocidal anti-Semitism. But ultimately he was forced to turn them over. So Greece had the most traditional of it. One last footnote about Greece, perhaps the saddest emblem of the disappearance of the Jews of Thessaloniki is the centuries-old Jewish cemetery, which was a famous pilgrimage site for many because it really was centuries upon centuries and quite a large region in Athens. And it was taken over. The stones were removed and used as building materials, and now you have the Aristotle University that sits on its grounds today. Serbia and Croatia has a similar experience to many of the European regions. The Sephardic Jews in Serbia were exposed to incredible cruelties. The Ustaše, which was the Croat Nazi party, were very enthusiastic about ridding themselves of all minorities. Here is a photograph from the war of the Croatians actually sawing the head off a Serb. And if you were around in the 1990s, you remember the tremendous the war that went on there that America participated in as well. Just incredible fighting between the Serbs and the Croats. So the Jews were easily within that mix, and the Ustaše were very enthusiastic about deporting them. As I mentioned, the Serbian and Croatian Jews were the first to be exposed to gas technology for murder. This van is one of the many gas vans that were constructed. They were vans that were taken off their wheels and put on blocks, and essentially they used in these early attempts carbon monoxide poisoning. It turned out to be not very efficient, and so they had to move to the rat poison that we mentioned earlier. But the idea of murdering Jews in a faster pace was something very important to Hitler, and they experimented with these Sephardic Jews. North Africa, to conclude our discussion, as I mentioned, they primarily experienced a military occupation and not a strong civil occupation. In other words, as I mentioned earlier when we talked about Barbarossa, the Holocaust is a function of the war. The Wehrmacht, although allied with the Einsatzgruppen and aware of what they were doing, nevertheless considered the Einsatzgruppen to be beneath them. The Wehrmacht were warriors and soldiers expanding the Reich. The Einsatzgruppen were like literally exterminators, getting rid of the vermin. So you only had the Wehrmacht in the North African countries. Hitler did not impose in these later territories the same kind of search and destroy missions that you have in Europe. So primarily what the Jews experienced there were the first stages of the Holocaust. The attempt to collectivize them in ghettos, not very successful because the Jews in Algeria and Libya and so on were much more diffuse, not concentrated in neighborhoods the same way they were in Europe. And the revocation of certain privileges, such as the Kremlin Decree of 1870, that allowed Jews some preferential rights vis-a-vis local Muslims, was removed, and a statute juif was imposed in its stead that removed their civil rights. But by and large, just when the Holocaust was getting underway, the Nazis were forced to retreat, and so the Jews of North Africa did not experience the same level of persecution. So to bring our lecture to a close, I'm sorry that we could not spend more time on this topic. I'm thinking that perhaps next year for my students, my undergraduate students, we might do a year-long course on the Holocaust because I'm feeling it as a tremendous academic necessity. But I hope that in the spirit of Yom HaShoah and for the Kedoshim, many of whom we may know personally, we've at least participated in commemorating their experience through discussing it collectively tonight. I hope you all have an excellent week. God willing, I'll see you next week when we speak about Emma Lazarus, much more cheerful topic, the great poet of the New Colossus, Statue of Liberty. Thank you very much for your attention.
I was asked by Tim to say a few words. My name is Ike Shahabar. I'm the landlord of the building. It's my honor to be a part of this beautiful organization. Tonight is, I think, the first night, I think they said that men are in the building, primarily a ladies' organization, and tonight we're very honored and happy they're honored and happy to have such a great turnout. So they asked me to say a few words and to introduce our esteemed speaker. They also prepared for Rabbi Eli Mansour to unfortunately he wasn't feeling well. Prepared a few nice words about Rabbi Eli, but I don't think he needs any introduction. So as I was saying, we have with us a very esteemed guest, Dr. Henry Abramson. He's been a wonderful friend and advocate as well. Not only has he provided us with the fantastic course material and the riveting presentations of Sephardic Jewish history for the past 2 semesters, he also promoted us and our mission on numerous fronts, including the uber important social media outlets, over which holds much sway. We have a tremendous amount of gratitude and appreciation to the doctor for all his help and professional guidance. For those of you that do not know, Dr. Henry Abramson serves as the Dean of the mighty Avenue J campus of Torah College. A native of Northern Ontario, Canada, he earned his PhD from the University of Toronto for a dissertation on the Jews of Ukraine, and he held postdoctoral and visiting appointments at Harvard, Oxford, Cornell, and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He's the author of 7 books on Jewish history, and thought most recently from the Years of Wrath, the historical context of the Esh Kodesh, and is the only person ever to have been published by both Harvard University and Feldheim Publishers simultaneously. His research has been recognized with research grants from the National Endowment of Humanities, the United States Holocaust and Memorial Museum, and he is a recipient of excellence in the Academy Award from the National Education Association. His personal website has over 20,000 followers, global followers, for his online lectures, not to mention the ever popular Monday night lecture at Torah College, which are open to all public every Monday night. So without further ado, I'd like to give him a warm welcome, Dr. Henry Abramson.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for those warm words of welcome. I am so honored to be here tonight, and I'm really disappointed that Rabbi Mansour is not here, because that's one of the main reasons I came, because I really wanted to hear him talk. So but I'm also deeply grateful for you here. And if you don't mind, can we just take a selfie? It'll be just take a second. This way. Okay, everybody. Okay, because it's such a big crowd. Wait a second. I gotta turn this around here. Okay. Hang on a sec. There goes that operator. Here we go. Okay, everybody. Smile. Okay, I think I got us. One more time, just in case. There we go. Oh, good. Wow, that's great. Okay. Wow, I'm gonna send that to my wife, and so she knows I actually was here. Okay. So tonight's lecture is on an absolutely fascinating topic. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak to you about it. I hope all of you at the back can hear me all right. Okay, great. So I'm going to speak for about 60 minutes or so. I'll pause at a few moments for questions. Please don't ask any hard questions, because this is not really my area of expertise, but I am I really enjoy studying this material, so we'll do it quickly together. Here we go. Let's just go back to the beginning of the lecture. Right. Okay. So first of all, great thanks to the Well. I'm a big fan of this institution. Ms. Weinberg came to my office a while ago. Of course, she's herself a distinguished Jewish historian, and she talked to me about this project, and I fell in love with it. I think it was absolutely fantastic. And I have to say, as a relative newcomer to New York, I think this is one of the great institutions of Sephardic research and study. It has such a phenomenal vibe. I just feel happy walking into this building, and I'm so grateful to be a small part of it. And this is one of those few things about New York that I really, really like. I come from Surfside, Florida most recently, so it takes a lot for me to really, really like something, but the Well is one of those places. So I want to give thanks to the institution for inviting me and for allowing me to participate in your academic life, especially to Ms. Weinberg for her inspiration in creating these kinds of programs, to Ms. Sassoon for her guidance and her leadership. And really, there's so many names I should thank, but I just want to say I'm really grateful to be here. And I wish Rabbi Mansour was here, but we'll skip past that. For those of you who heard a really nice introduction, I really appreciate it. This is an older picture of me from before I grew my beard. But my area of expertise is really the Jews of Eastern Europe, Ashkenazi Jewry. And I've written quite a few books on the Jews of Ukraine and the Jews of Poland and places like that. But I have so many Sephardi students who have been asking me for years to spend more time looking at Sephardic culture. And so this particular year, I decided to invest in it. And I've been giving a year-long series of lectures of the Jews of Spain from ancient times, the Visigothic era, right through the Gerush, and up into the diaspora. It's an absolutely fantastic, amazing adventure of a history, and it's so inspirational to see that it is still alive and thriving here in South Brooklyn. And I'm hoping that today's presentation will perhaps inspire all of you to go on a little further in your own research and exploration of the Sephardic heritage, which is something that is not only shared by the narrow ethnic community itself, but by all Jews and really by world civilization as a culture that is worthy of emulation in so many ways. So here's my home campus. If you're interested, come by Monday nights at 7. That's when I give my live lecture. And also it's available online. I have a YouTube channel, things like that. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Lawson, who drove all the way from Connecticut for coming here. That's a big deal. Thank you, even through the flooded roads and everything. Okay. Well, okay, shout out. All right, let's go straight to the material. So first of all, thank you to my main source for tonight. I'm not going to say too much that it's especially original. As I mentioned, it's not really my area of expertise to give you original research. If you read this book already, you can leave the room because I'm basically going to do a 1-hour book review of the text. The microphone is on, right? Okay. But this... Put it up closer. How's that? Oh, right, talk really close like that. Okay. So this is the. No, I think we're okay. Can everyone see the images? All right. Okay. At this time of night, if we turn the lights off, I will lose half the audience. So this is a great, very popular and very readable book, Sacred Trash. It has most of the things that we're going to talk about here. It's authored by Adina Hoffman and Peter Cole. They're both scholars of Sephardic poetry. Peter Cole has also, he has a real difficulty finding a great place to get a haircut, but he has nevertheless made some amazingly beautiful translations of Sephardic poetry. I highly recommend his work. So what exactly is the Geniza? Has anybody here, don't be ashamed, not heard of the Cairo Geniza before this event? Okay, great. So I'm speaking to you and all the other people here who were embarrassed to raise their hands. And those who have heard of Cairo, maybe heard of a Geniza, but not necessarily the two of them together. So let's understand what exactly is a Geniza. The word Geniza comes from a Persian root through Hebrew, which essentially means to store away, to treasure, to hide, or to simply dump somewhere. Lignoz means to hide away in modern Hebrew, and a Geniza is essentially a place where you put away things that you will probably never use again. It is not exactly the same as, let's say, for example, a nashpa, which would be like a garbage heap, but it's someplace special that you put things away forever. So, like, for example, this picture here, which shows a modern Geniza in Israel, and it looks pretty much exactly like a dumpster, right? It's got graffiti on it and things like that, but there's a special purpose for a Geniza. Anyone know what that purpose is? Exactly, right. So the halacha is that anything which is written with a holy name on it, a shame, hence shemot, or shmos, or as they say, what is that? Shemot, right? I'll have to say a little more Sephardic. Shemot. Can everyone say shemot in a Sephardic pronunciation? Shemot. That's right. It's a little stronger segol under there, I guess, or a shvanot. So anything that has God's name in it cannot be thrown away when it's no longer worthwhile. It's no longer usable, like an old prayer book that's falling apart. So you have to put it away someplace and then eventually treat it to a decent burial in a Jewish cemetery. So most synagogues have a geniza somewhere, a back room, a closet, something like that, where they put away their various goods. So this particular geniza, which is in a public street, it even has a sign here. It says, "Asul lizrok po zevel." It's which I would translate zevel normally as fertilizer, but I think what they mean here is like garbage. You can't throw garbage in here. This is not for garbage. It is for holy things like prayer books and so on. Now, the Jews of Cairo, old Cairo, had an unusual habit, which turned out to be an amazing thing for us. Hundreds of years ago, they had a geniza in a synagogue, nothing special, but they developed this unusual custom that not only would they preserve holy books, worn out holy books, as we would in a contemporary synagogue, they would also preserve anything written, even partially, with Hebrew characters. Lashon HaKodesh, say that well? Thank you. Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon Kodesh. Anything written in the holy tongue, even partially, even if it was transliterated from Arabic, they saved it and they threw it in their geniza, and so it remained for 1,000 years until it was discovered. And what was discovered there is absolutely mind-blowing. So just to give some of the geography, we're talking about a region where Jews had lived literally for millennia. Of course, we go back to Egypt in biblical period. And old Cairo, which is known as Fustat, is here on the River Nile. The city itself moved a little further north. The synagogue itself was built in 1012. It was actually raised and then reconstructed. So we know that this particular structure is approximately 1,000 years old. Here it is, the Ben Ezra synagogue. This is not the original structure. It was renovated at the end of the 19th century and again by a Canadian team in the 20th century. But you get a sense of what it might have looked up to the original inhabitants. Here's a view of the interior. These are highly traditional electric lights that they had 1,000 years ago, but you get a sense of what this synagogue must have been like. Now, what's important to us is not the reconstructed interior of the synagogue, but this mysterious attic here with this ladder going up to the top. A legend had developed in Old Fustat that there was a serpent in the geniza, in this, kind of like upstairs attic crawl space, and anyone who went in there would be bitten to death by the serpent. Another legend, which sounds very Egyptian in nature, kind of like Harrison Ford, Raiders of the Lost Ark kind of thing. By the way, I have a fondness for Harrison Ford, because a lot of my students say that I have a striking resemblance. Either him or Will Smith. The two of them, I often in the street, I walk in Manhattan. Okay, so there was another Egyptian legend that anyone who saw the inside of the geniza would not live out the year. And so for 1,000 years, the geniza remained undisturbed until the 1800s, when a few pieces of manuscripts that were in the geniza began to circulate in the black market. And there's a whole cavalcade of interesting people who came across pieces of the geniza. They began to leak out into European collectors who began to say, hey, there's something interesting coming out of this old synagogue in Fustat, but no one knew the extent of it until it was discovered by these individuals in particular. These two women, Agnes Lewis and Margaret Gibson, twin sisters with a very unusual upbringing. They're raised by a Protestant minister in England who promised these young daughters that he would take them to any country in the world as long as they learned its language first. So they took him up on his offer, and they learned French and Italian and German, and then they moved on to Arabic and Turkish, and they got to be really quite well traveled and also very well educated. Here they're shown, by the way, in their cap and gowns, but they were denied admittance to Cambridge University, even though they ended up doing some absolutely stellar world-class research, including discovering manuscripts, Syriac manuscripts of the New Testament in monasteries in the Sinai, and translations from Syriac and so on. Really world-class scholars who were unfortunately never recognized in their lifetime, primarily because they were women. At any rate, the twin sisters were both widowed at a young age, and they took their considerable fortune and they translated it into a life of world travel, where they went around all kinds of exotic locales and visited the locals and did all kinds of interesting research. They were known, because they were virtually inseparable, as the Giblus, from Gibson Lewis. These two twin sisters, not Jewish, highly intellectual, very well educated, and fascinated with everything. They went to this synagogue in Old Fustat, and when they were told about the legends about the snake and about you won't live out a year, they said that's ridiculous, and they insisted on climbing up into the attic, and they saw the most amazing thing there. And they grabbed a few pieces of paper or parchment that were there, and they returned them to their friend, Solomon Schechter, who was at this time a reader in rabbinics at Cambridge University. An Eastern European rabbi with a strong intellectual bent. They saw him in the street in Cambridge and said, "Oh, you won't believe, we just got back from Cairo and we brought this interesting document for you." And they gave him this moldy old piece of parchment. He looked at it and he was momentarily stunned. He shook his head, says, "Can I take this away and just spend some time with it?" And they said, "Sure, go ahead." And then he wrote to them that very same day and sent them a telegram, and then went to see them, because they had discovered a long lost manuscript that had never been known in Hebrew for 1,000 years, specifically the Ben Sira manuscript that I'll show you shortly. Ultimately, after several decades of effort, they brought hundreds of thousands of fragments of documents out of the Geniza and spread them out. They ended up in many universities around the world, including here in America. Princeton has a fair collection, but the Cambridge collection is by far the most impressive. Here is a photograph of Solomon Schechter working with many of the documents. This is a stage photograph. One of the main differences between what you see here and what it really would have been like is that he was forced to wear a covering on his nose and mouth, because the stench of these rotting documents was absolutely terrible. And anyone who worked with it would be suffering from all kinds of respiratory illnesses unless they took precautions. Yes, please. Okay. I can't believe I actually have people in room 4. That over there? Okay, hang on a second. Just go say hi to them. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll just go say in real life. Where's room 4? Is it over this one? Down over here? 5. This is room 5 over here. Right? Room 4 down there. Okay, let's go say hi. No, they saw it. They're having fun. That's all right. Okay, I don't know. They're actually having a lot more fun over there. They have alcohol. They have, Okay. Anyways, let's turn this light off because they can't see the. How's that? Okay. All right, room 4. We got the screen on now. So this is what the Geniza essentially looked like for about 50 years as people began to work through it. But one of the things that I have not given away yet is the fact that the amazing thing about the Geniza is that it is an entire cross-section of life in ancient Egypt. It's not just, we love old prayer books. We love all kinds of things you find in these publications, but it was everything. bills of sale, ketubot, marriage contracts, business contracts, love letters, documents in Chinese, the world's oldest scraps of Yiddish. Everything, even one of my favorites, a petek, a charity collector's document, you know, like the laminated things, all the way from Kiev. It gives you a sense of everything that was happening in the entire Mediterranean basin for about 500 years. It's an absolutely incredible discovery, and I hope to share with you in the next few minutes the kinds of things they found there. Okay, so what is in the treasure? Sorry, I hear a question at the back. Oh, what was the reaction of the local population? They loved it because they paid for them. There was a lot of money. Like they thought, this is one of the the takeaways of the Geniza that I'm going to talk about at the end of the class. But everybody who thought it was trash turned out to be wrong. And this goes over several generations of scholars. Every scholar says, okay, that's it. We've taken everything from the Geniza. And then another scholar comes along and says, you totally missed this other aspect. And they discovered an even greater treasure. So it's an ongoing problem of misunderstanding, underestimating the value of this trove. So local population there, they were great with it. As long as you paid the requisite bribes, and Schechter was fed up with it because he describes how, you know, you have to pay someone, you have to pay the bribe to the guy who stands at the front door, you have to pay a bribe to the guy, or a tip to the guy who comes in and says, how are you doing? You have to pay a bribe to the guy who comes in and brings you a cup of tea. It's like everybody is there and you have to actually tip every single person. So they were happy with it at the time. Later, of course, when it was discovered how great it is, this is the tragedy perhaps of the all colonialized peoples. But we're not going to focus on the negative for today. Let's go straight to the material here. So here is the first document that really became famous, a fascinating book called The Wisdom of Ben Sirah. This is a book which was revered by Jews in the ancient period, the Second Temple period, and it came very close into making it into the Bible. At the time, the rabbis were discussing, what are we going to include in the Bible? Which books are we not going to include in the Bible? There's a large number of books that were considered valuable, but for one reason or another, didn't quite make it in. The Gemara records many times when the rabbis had a long debate. Many rabbis felt, for example, we should not include the book of Kohelet. Koheles? Kohelet? It's terrible. I feel so bad. Ecclesiastes. We shouldn't include it because it's got too much negative cynicism. And other rabbis said, no, it ends well, so keep it. Song of Songs. You know, if you ever read a not a Jewish translation of Song of Songs, just read what the words say. It's pretty, R-rated. The rabbi said no way, but Rabbi Akidah said no. It's Kadosh Kadoshim. We have to keep Shir Hashirim. So a lot of the books didn't make it. Among the books that didn't make it, the so-called Sfarim Chitzoniim, the outside books, was the Wisdom of Ben Sirah, which is a lot like Mishlei, a lot like Kohelet in many ways, but it was lost to the Jewish tradition because it was considered one of the outside books. The Christian tradition, however, kept it in Greek. They loved it, and it became essentially a holy Greek book. Just one second, let me finish the sentence. It became a holy Greek book, and the Christians thought it was fantastic, and its Jewish origins were lost. But many scholars felt this is actually a Jewish book, and by finding the Hebrew original, all of a sudden they reclaimed this very important document in the Jewish literary tradition. Yes, please. The Gemara indicates that he is actually an illegitimate child, or not exactly illegitimate, but he's the offspring of Yirmiyahu HaNavi. So now it's a bizarre story, exactly how it was. I'm not going to go into it now. When I'm off the microphone, I will. It's a bizarre story about Ben Sirah, but it is a fascinating book. At any rate, this is only the tip of the iceberg, however. The kind of things they found in the Geniza were mind-blowing. That first generation of scholars under Solomon Schechter, they found, for example, autographed copies of Maimonides' work. This is a page from the Mishnah Torah written by the Rambam, the Nesher HaGadol, the Great Eagle. And for those of you who have studied the Rambam in depth, you'll know that his word choice is absolutely specific. And the more you study his remarkably deceptive Hebrew style, you see how he's so careful about the choice of words. Finally, we're able to see, as you see from this example here, what he decided not to include, what he decided to change. The Rambam's own autographed copy of his first version of the Mishnah Torah. Mind-blowing, tremendous scholarly value. And we have, of course, his signature here, Moshe ben Reb Maimon here. To have the actual signature of the Rambam is such a glorious thing to contemplate. These are the kinds of things that were found in the Geniza library. That's a close-up of it. Also found there were documents, personal letters about Yehuda Halevi, the great Sfaradi poet and philosopher who spent his last days traveling to Israel. And for many, many generations, there was a legend that what had happened was after a long and difficult travel, he finally made it to Eretz Israel. He bent down, and then he was trampled to death by either a crusader or a Muslim horseman and killed him there. And then in the late 19th century, people said, scholars said, wait a second, we don't have any sources to prove this. People are saying it's a legend, it's a story. He just disappeared, that's all. But what we found in the Geniza were letters which he wrote or received when he was actually in Cairo en route to Israel. And then we found letters written shortly after he left Cairo that said that he went to Israel, and they used two letters after his name, Zion Lamed, Zecha the Bracha, which indicate that shortly after he arrived in Israel, he was killed. The letters do not confirm exactly how he was killed, but they do confirm that he made it to Eretz Israel and there he died. So these amazing kind of like stories of famous Jews are replete in the documents of the Geniza, and this alone would have made it a find of a millennium. But there is still so much more. Another amazing thing that we find in the Geniza are all kinds of new voices, people that we've never heard from before. For example, look at this document here. And this is an example of what they call a palimpsest, which means a document that has several layers of text. You can see here, poking underneath this Hebrew text, you see these Greek letters. The reason for this, if you're familiar with the Mishnah and the Pirkei Avot, very beautiful Mishnah, it says that Halomed Yeled Lama Hu Domeh, like a person who learns as a child. What is it compared to? You remember the rest of the Mishnah? It's ink on new parchment. And so you imagine the parchment is like fresh, it's white, you got nice black ink, and it soaks in really well, good contrast and so on. And then it says someone who learns older, like a Baal Tshuva, like Rabbi Akiva, who learns at an older age. What is he compared to? Like someone who writes on rubbed parchment. What does rubbed parchment mean? So what they used to do back in those days with the printing technology, is they would, oh, my update is ready, great. How about, let's do remind me later. Okay. They would take the parchment, because it's expensive. You had to shecht an animal to make this parchment, and they would take like some kind of scapula, like a stiff ruler type device, and then they would rub it really hard. That would not remove the ink from the writing, but would kind of like grind it down further into the fibers of the parchment. Just click remind me later. Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. And that would make the parchment much darker, because you'd be smushing the ink in, and less able to hold the contrast of the new ink, but you could nevertheless write on top of it again. And you could reuse the document by sort of erasing the words underneath, but not truly erasing, because the various chemicals within the inks would eventually cause them, ghost-like, to rise up and be seen again after 100 or so years of resting. So when they discovered this document, they looked at the Greek and they said, oh my gosh, this is a classic Greek language literal translation of the Bible by none other than the famous Aquila, who was a very important source for, among others, Onkelos, who translated the Bible into Aramaic. And we knew that there was such a person, Aquila. We knew that he did a translation. We had never seen it before. It is, by the way, an absolutely unreadable translation because he translates it into the Greek in exactly the same order and syntax as the Hebrew, designed to be such a way that you could go back and learn the Hebrew from the Greek. So people were like so excited. Wow, look at this. We found this amazing document underneath a document. And they started publishing pieces of this. 20 years after publishing this, guess what someone did? They decided to look at the top level, the Hebrew, which was staring us in the face the whole time. It turns out that the top level are the long-lost poems of the great Yanai, one of the greatest poets who ever lived in Jewish tradition, of whom we only have 3 or 4 poems. And all of a sudden, we had 400 poems by Yanai that were on top of these things. We're looking at the Greek the whole time and not realizing that this is Yanai himself. Yanai was such a great poet that it was rumored that his master, after teaching him, he's an ancient poet, 4th century, I believe, that his master, after having taught him and seeing how beautiful a poet he was, he tried to assassinate him by putting a scorpion in his shoe. Now, it's a legend that's probably not true, but never the fact that they tell this story about Yanai gives you a sense of it. So these are some of the amazing things they're finding in the Geniza by looking at the document in different levels. Oh, yeah, so there's Yanai. You can see the liturgical poem there. Now, here's another one of my favorites. Ms. Weinberg, of course, brilliant scholar. She recognized this. What is this, Ms. Weinberg? Oh, yes, this is a poem by the famous Dunash ibn Labrat, an amazing individual who came from Babylon to Sfarad in the 10th century. He was a protege of Chastai ibn Shaprut, one of the great statesmen of the era. And he started essentially a revolution in Hebrew poetry because he said, you know, Hebrew poetry, the way we have it right now, is really very nice. But the reality is, Taka, the Arabs have much more beautiful poetry than we do. They're making such beautiful poetry in Arabic, there's no comparison. And what's the big difference? Meter. The Hebrew poems, and you can see it if you go to an Ashkenazi shul, they do this all the time. The poems all have a very standard, simple meter that repeats itself repetitively, and it's actually kind of boring. But in Arabic poetry, they have short and long stops in the meter, which renders a much more beautiful effect. And Dunash said, you know what, we can adapt this Arabic style to Hebrew by simply differentiating between the Shva Nach and the Shva Na, and all of a sudden he opened up a whole new technique of writing poetry. We should realize that in 10th century and 11th century Spain, poetry was so important to the Sfaradim living there that they literally had riots. I mean, violent encounters between those who supported the traditional form of poetry under Menachem ibn Saruk and those who supported the newfangled Arabic-style poetry pioneered by Ibn Labrat. It turned out that Ibn Labrat won. So this is an example of a poem. You can see it says at the top here, Dunash ibn Labrat. However, Ms. Weinberg, brilliant as she is actually incorrect because about 10 years later, another scholar found the other half of the poem. And there it is. And it says at the top here, Le'eshet Dunash ibn Labrat. From the wife, Mi Eshet, from the wife of Dunash ibn Labrat. It was a love poem written in Babylon to her husband living in Spain, giving him a hard time for leaving her. And all of a sudden, we have here the very first poem written by a woman preserved in the entire Hebrew canon. It's an amazing find. All of a sudden, you have this evidence of women as literate individuals expressing themselves in the art form of the day. It's absolutely astounding. And these are all the kinds of things that come from little scraps of paper that preserve themselves in the Geniza archives. Yes, question? Mm-hmm. Well, the reality is we're talking about such vast, the question had to do with what language Jews are speaking at what time. We're talking about such vast scope of Jewish history that it's hard to generalize, but I'm going to do it anyways. Jews tend to be polyglots. Here in America, it's unusual where Jews tend to only speak English. But for the vast majority of our history, we have spoken one language at home, typically a Jewish language, often a hybrid between the Jewish and the secular language, like Judeo-Arabic or Yiddish or Ladino. And we've spoken a secular language in the street, and we've spoken Hebrew in the synagogue. So these, what is the primary language of Jews? It varies from country to country and place to place, but we typically engage in many different languages in all of our correspondence. And the Geniza bears that in true as well. Many of the documents are written in Arabic, but in Hebrew characters. And in fact, Yiddish is essentially German written in Hebrew characters, because we knew how to write before the Germans did, and so we used our own alphabet for their language. But we're comfortable in many different languages, and the Geniza shows a huge cross-section. Mr. Lawson. Yes. Right. Well, you're starting to ask a hard question here. I'm a little bit nervous, but. Yeah. Well, absolutely. Marina Rusto, who will show you here, she's actually on this particular screen. She's done a lot of work on this. I'll give it away, though, a little bit out of sequence. We know about the Cairo community that there was a significant number of Karaites living there as well. Karaites, of course, from a 9th century movement that denied the validity of the oral Torah and wanted to get back to the Qur'an, the text itself, and they accepted the Bible. And we, as rabbinic Jews, tend to view them as hopeless heretics. And when you look historically, most of the stuff we tend to have focuses on how bad they are and how we tried to push them away and how they were like constantly interfering with the things we were doing and stuff like that. But once you get into the Geniza documents, it doesn't paint that picture at all. We got along with them. We married with the Karaites. We did business with them. We schmoozed with them. A lot like in America, where you would have Orthodox Jews who still have lots of conservative and reform and even non-religious Jewish friends. And occasionally they'll marry each other and they'll certainly do business with each other. And it's a much more relaxed society. So in other words, the version of history that we tend to absorb, it comes from one narrow place, essentially the rabbinic elite who really don't like the Karaites. But most Jews are like, okay, so he's a Farshtunken a Karaite, but we still move on. Let me move on a little bit further because I'm worried we won't make to the time. Yes. Okay, all right, room 4, not in front of the projector. I'll go over here. It's so weird having a room 4. I'll get to your question in a second, sir. Let me move on a little further. So now the next generation. So the first generation of scholars really focused on the rabbinic texts. Let's look for the Rambam. Let's look for Yehuda Ibn Tibbon or whatever we can find like that, and the rest is just garbage. The second generation began to look at things like palimpsests and began to look at multiple layers. The third generation, which is the 1950s, under the work of S.D. Goitein, began to say, wait a second, what about all that other stuff that isn't about famous people? Because the Geniza is filled with scraps of paper that are not written by important people. In fact, probably about 80% of it is written in just regular detritus of everyday life. Very difficult to read. It's all packed together. It's in fragments and so on. So what Goitein did was he said, I'm going to devote my life. And he ended up composing 6 massive volumes under the title A Mediterranean Society, in which he traced every single name, address, piece of furniture, clothing, spice, recipe, anything he could find, and connected it as best he could to give us a sense of what life must have been like in Old Cairo for a few hundred years that the Ben Ezra synagogue was in existence. And he found some amazing characters like Wusha the broker. This is not a picture of her, but she sort of looks like I imagine she would be, who was an amazingly wealthy woman living in Old Cairo. And he managed to find a lot of documents about her. People used to give their children brachas saying, may you be like Wusha. That was like a common phrase. People would say this, like we say, may you be like, Menashe and Ephraim, but they used to say, may you be like Wusha, Whusha. And he wrote quite about her. And she had a rather amazing life. She was a phenomenal businesswoman, but she also got into a little bit of trouble where she actually had a child out of wedlock. And as she was getting older, she was worried, that maybe he would not be able to get married, her child, because he didn't have a father. It turned out it's a whole story how that happened. It's a little bit R-rated, but so she wanted to make sure that no one would consider her son a mamzer. No one would consider her, being unmarriageable. So she actually arranged for a legal sting where the rabbis would come by as a certain person confessed to being the father, and that way the rabbis were able to actually confer, yes, we know that so-and-so is the father, and although she wasn't married to him at the time, nevertheless, he is legitimate. An amazing, bizarre story, but the fantastic part of it, remember, people would give brachas in her name. She gave a tremendous amount of, when she went to the one particular synagogue on Yom Kippur, the rabbi of the shul stood up and said, a woman like this, we don't want you here. And she was kicked out of the shul on Yom Kippur. Can you imagine going to shul in front of the whole community, and the rabbi gets up and says, you are not welcome here? She nevertheless absorbed the insult, and she gave, in her will, a phenomenal amount of money to every single shul in the community, including the one that kicked her out, and they were able to light the menorot, the candles in the shul, for dozens of years because of her donations. So even though she had kind of a checkered past, nevertheless, Geniza tells the arc of her life story, and we see that it's quite a bit more complicated than we would think. Fascinating kind of personal details. Also interesting, does anyone recognize what this would be? Yeah, this is a children's scrap school book where the child is learning how to write the letters and the vowels. And this is probably at the end because it says chazak right at the end of the text. And here's the bracha for the Torah and so on. But we see that they learn how to write essentially the same way we do today. And here, just like our kids today, when the teacher was a little boring, then they would doodle. And so we have this guy looks sort of like a super Israeli soldier here with the Star of David and things like that. But we see these amazing, really human documents in the Geniza that give us a sense of real living people engaged in these things. And this is finally the work of Marina Rustow, who's a recipient of a MacArthur's, the so-called Genius Grants. She's working in the Princeton University because she said, you know what? People have already looked at all of the famous people. People have looked at all of the Hebrew scraps. I'm going to look at all of the Arabic texts now. And instead of working with the Hebrew things, she looked at the things that were written in Arabic, like on the back of Hebrew documents or mixed in with Hebrew documents. And she has also been able to paint for us a very complex picture of what society was like. And it was amazingly a lot more tolerant than we would think. Jews got along with their neighbors, the neighbors got along with the Jews. Amazingly, Jews got along with each other, which is a phenomenal thing, really hard to believe, more fiction than otherwise. Okay, so let me take your question, sir. Well, basically, yeah.
You may see me in the VC a lot, period. If you ever need anything, comment, just let me know, period.
Absolutely. We have the documents of Sadia in the Geniza as well. And we even have, otherwise we only have Sadia's responses to the Karaite books. In the Geniza, you actually have the Karaite books as well. The Geniza tells a different story, though. I know, it's amazing. If you look at the Geniza documents, you have ketubot written for explicitly between Karaites and Rabbinites. Now, the way the society evolved, the Rabbinites definitely, got the upper hand numerically, sociologically, and so on. But the Karaites were they were considered full Jews, and we had more relations with them than you would think. I recommend you to read Goitein's work. It's mind-blowing. I know, it's really shocking to me too. Please, let's go on. So let's just think for a second about what's next with the Geniza studies. So what we have at this point are hundreds of thousands of tiny fragments that have not been deciphered yet. Literally hundreds of thousands. This is the work of decades, perhaps centuries. We luckily have a lot more techniques to work with today. Things like they iron the documents out. Quite often you have the documents all folded within a packet, and they have to like rehumidify them to add moisture in the air to slowly be able to get them to release their grip on the documents themselves. We can use modern ultraviolet lighting techniques to try and get a sense of what's written underneath the text and so on. But perhaps the most fascinating is the use of computer technology to discover the contents of the Geniza. This is an amazing site from Cambridge University. And what I like about this best, I'm sure you can't see this further back, but these lines over here, these are fragments of the month. Like every month they post some incredible discovery that they found in the Geniza. And poetry and personal documents and things like that. It's like a newspaper. You're reading bit by bit, uncovering new things about the lives of Sephardi Jews. And finally, you also have new crowdsourcing ventures. Like, for example, to get over here today, I give a lecture I mentioned at Avenue J, and I had to get here for tonight's lecture, so I took an Uber. Uber is a crowd-sharing, ride-sharing device where I get on the internet and somebody who has a car is willing to give me a lift. I'm willing to give them money, and it all works out very well, much better than taxis. So the latest Geniza researchers, like this Friedberg Society, they give you a chance to actually look at the Geniza itself. Here's my favorite. This is Scribes of the Cairo Geniza, and I strongly recommend that when you go home tonight, you go and check this out. Let's do it together ourselves, though. So here we are. This is the actual website, and we can skip this here. Is this the website? Hang on. Here it is over here. Right. So this is the actual website. Help us unlock the mysteries of the Cairo Geniza. So we click on Get Started, and what they will do is they will give, they give you some information here. They will give you, here is a piece of the Cairo Geniza that nobody has translated yet. It's been, photographed, microfilm, and they want to ask you some questions. So they ask you over here, what language is this in? And it looks to me, I would say it looks like Hebrew, right? What do you think? So I'll say Hebrew, right? And then I go down a little bit and I say next. And then it's going to say, is this written in formal or informal? Meaning, is it like a personal letter, or does it look like some kind of official document? My guess is formal. What do you think? Formal? I think so. Yeah, let's go with formal. And then they're going to ask me, are there any perpendicular texts or diagonal texts? Because they're looking for palimpsest, they're looking for anything underneath. I would say no, it doesn't look like there's anything like that in this document. So I go like this, I say none of these features appear, and then I click on done. And then they file it away, and here's your next fragment. And you can do this yourself. And they're hoping that thousands of people worldwide will chip in and help do that first level of sorting. So all the Hebrew documents are in one place. All of the Arabic in another place, all the multiple languages in a third place. And the next level will obviously have someone who's a little bit more adept at the language, being able to say, is this written in 9th century style or is this written in 8th century style? And they will slowly, through crowdsourcing, be able to bring these things together. This is an absolutely amazing use of modern technology to make the Geniza available for all. Okay, so let's bring this to a close in my concluding remarks here, what this means for all of us. So, and when I say all of us here, I mean like all Jews, really. So here's some takeaway messages. The first one is trash is not trash. Like the things that we tend to consider insignificant may have phenomenal importance. I mean, I know, for example, in my own family, my Aunt Molly's candlesticks went missing. We packed them in a box and could never find them. we feel terrible about that. But that's just one set of candlesticks from only about 70 years ago. Can you imagine what these documents mean and what you have in your own homes right now that may be valuable to your great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren and so on? Secondly, as we discussed a few times now, Goitein's argument was that Egyptian society was essentially a religious democracy. That's his term. And what he means by it is that basically it was a pretty liberal place where people mainly got along. You got along with non-Jewish neighbors. You got along with Karaite neighbors. It was much, he says, amazingly like America, which is kind of mind-blowing when we look at the very bloody century that we just went through, and the Holocaust and the wars. Certainly look at it in Jewish-Arab relations today. Doesn't seem like that anymore, but perhaps it was possible once. And third, as my father, Oliver Shalom, used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. In other words, the kind of things that people are worried about today, it's amazing to hear those voices expressed from the Geniza. There's a whole cycle of letters, for example, from mothers written to their sons, saying, why don't you visit me? You never write. Sorry without you. And you read these things and say, oh my gosh, it's exactly like it is today. So you really feel how vibrant this society reaches out to us over the centuries and is able to inspire us today. And for me, at any rate, it helps me sort of focus on what's important in my life. Let's go to what this means for Sephardim. And speaking as a non-Sfaradi, I hope I'm not being presumptuous by suggesting how Sephardim should take special ownership of the Geniza as their cultural heritage and how it should be advanced as a core project for the Sephardic community. So, first of all, I think you can, from the Geniza, it's really worth meditating on the Sephardic genius. What do I mean by the genius? One of the things that really stands out about the society of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula was their uncanny ability, which was unparalleled, perhaps in no other period of Jewish history, to find what is best in secular society without compromising on what is ultimately Jewish in value. That the Sephardim were able to identify those elements which were crucial to their survival as a people, and yet could borrow from Arabic poetry, Arabic music, Visigothic forms. There are all kinds of things that they were able to find to negotiate that very difficult space. In Ashkenazic lands, the Jews tend to either veer off into open assimilation, or they tend to become extremely insular and frightened of the outside world, regarding it as highly toxic and poisonous to the Jews. So I think in the Geniza, we really get a picture of a modus vivendi, a Weltanschauung that the Sephardim have exemplified for hundreds of years. Secondly, who owns Geniza studies? I mean, who really is, whose patrimony is this? I think that this is a place to inspire young Sephardic scholars. The Ashkenazim, we can find a few documents scattered throughout the Geniza, a few Yiddish scraps, a few letters from travelers, but this is fundamentally the life of a Sephardic community and its interconnectedness throughout the Mediterranean basin. And I believe that young Sephardic Jews should see the Geniza as a source of tremendous wisdom from the ages, from their Bobbies and Zadis. I don't know how to say that in Spanish or something. There you like that, okay? This is an amazing Sephardic heritage that, why are all the great scholars, I don't know if Marina Rusto is Sephardic, but Goitein is not, and Schechter is not. There are all these Ashkenazic dudes. Why don't we get some Sephardim in there studying it? And finally, I think the submerged voices that come from the Geniza, particularly those of women, like the voices of the wife of Dunash ibn Labrat, the story of Rusha the broker. We really begin to hear women's voices in a very unique way, and they have been submerged for so many centuries. And that's why I think the well is such an amazing place to study and work and learn, because here's a place where women can celebrate their shared experience of the world, and they can rejoice in how they have a share in the millennial history of Sephardic Jews. So, well, wait a second. This is my big finish here. Hang on, I'll come back to you in a second. These Sephardim are so rowdy. Ashkenazim are much easier. Okay, let me wrap it up. You've been an extremely gracious and patient audience, especially over there in room 4. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to hang around and I'll take some questions. Thank you very much for listening to me. Okay, thank you all for coming tonight. We have a very special presentation. We're going to speak about someone that's, probably played a role in your own mental development as American citizens, for those of you in the room who are American citizens. Emma Lazarus, of course, is associated perhaps more than anyone else with the very notion of American liberty, the very ideal of what America stands for, comes in a very big way from her classic poem, The New Colossus, which is, of course, at the base of the Statue of Liberty. And we'll spend some time looking at that in this class today. But on a deeper level, I think Emma Lazarus, in many ways, used her Sephardic Jewish heritage to articulate a unique form of American Jewish identity that was hugely influential and in many ways still affects us, in the 21st century. Let's look first of all at the thank you. We're grateful to Mr. Nathan Rudy, who is dedicating tonight's lecture in memory of Nisim Ben Simbel and Seti Bas Bahia. These are very unusual names. Seti, Bahia, and Simbel. So I'm fascinated. Perhaps Mr. Rudy, if you're watching, send me an email and explain to me where those names come from, because they're not common names. Related to Mr. Rudy's sponsorship, I want to note that we have 2 final lectures for the season. And in fact, they have gone as yet unsponsored. So I'm really interested in raising more money for our students, for our scholarship fund. You can visit my main website where I have links to the page where you can donate online or give straight to my assistant upstairs or whatever you like. We have next week, Who Are the Crypto Jews? These are Jews who submerge their Jewish identity when they are living in hiding, posing as Christians, and fascinatingly live in North America as well. And also we'll look at the great sage Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, one of the most creative Jewish halachas of the 20th century. He passed away just recently, and we'll have an introduction to his thought and his impact on the intellectual, religious, and political landscape of modern Israel in particular. Tonight's lecture is going to rely very heavily, in fact, it's going to be quite derivative of the work of Esther Shore, who wrote a masterful biography. Here it is. We'll actually quote a couple of passages from it of Emma Lazarus, and I think it is definitely the most important biography that has appeared to date, and I strongly recommend it for those of you who want a deeper dive into Emma Lazarus's work. Okay, with that, let's go straight to the material itself. So we're all familiar, of course, if you know anything about Emma Lazarus. In fact, if you know anything about America, chances are you know about the New Colossus. Probably not under that name, but it is, of course, the famous poem that Emma Lazarus composed as a fundraiser for the Statue of Liberty. The statue itself, it took quite a while to bring it to these shores. It is, of course, a gift from France as a symbol of American liberty. That was, in fact, the title, the name of the statue was Liberty Enlightens the World. But it was Emma Lazarus who found the voice of what that statue really stood for, and in fact actually defined what liberty means for Americans in such a way, such a resonant manner, that it has really colored our sense of who we are as a nation for the following 150 odd years. We're going to look at the poem in greater detail, but just to a little bit about the statue. Of course, it was constructed in France, and for lack of funds, it took a long time to bring it over to these shores, and they had to have several fundraising sallies to bring it. Emma Lazarus herself never actually saw the statue erected in just south of Manhattan. Here's a picture of the famous face of Lady Liberty herself. Here's in Paris the hand with holding the torch on display. And here's the head on display at a World's Fair. And this is, of course, an iconic image that perhaps all of you remember from another context, the great moment in Planet of the Apes, where Charlton Heston, shown here, on his knees. If you remember, why this is such an iconic image is because for those of you, if there is possibly anyone who has not seen the 1968 Planet of the Apes movie, it's when it's Charlton Heston plays an astronaut who is lost in space and crash lands on a planet. The planet is bizarre because the apes speak, the humans are mute, and societal hierarchies are upside down. But he escapes, and then he discovers the Statue of Liberty buried on the shore like this, and he realizes, of course, he has not been transported in space, but in fact in time. And the symbolism of the Statue of Liberty is so important here because it represents all that is so good about this world, and the fact that it remains standing, albeit in a degraded state, really sharpens Charlton Heston's loss. And he kind of, in my humble opinion, sort of overplays it, saying, damn you, and then banging on the sand. But nevertheless, it's quite dramatic and worth watching. And it says a lot about what the Statue of Liberty means to us as a nation and as is defined by Emma Lazarus. So here's a quick reading of the New Colossus. I'll show you a very quick video of it. Well, I forgot to check the audio. I hope that will work. If not, then David, you'll help me out with the audio. Just one quick word before we go into it. The title, the New Colossus. The Colossus was, of course, a famed statue. It's now destroyed. That was from the Roman period, if I remember correctly, and it was a great, warrior that stood astride two great pillars that guarded the port to some famous city, Rome, I believe, something like that. Rhodes, the city of Rhodes. Thank you so much. It's difficult when you give lectures in college. You're being fact-checked by everybody. But, okay, here we go. Here's a reading of the New Colossus.
Not like the brazen giant Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flames the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged armor that twin cities frame. Heap, ancient lands, your stored pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me the tired, the poor, your hollow masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lived my life beside the golden door. And Lazarus.
Very powerful. Critics of the time, some of them actually said they liked the poem better than the statue. But what is especially significant for us is that her definition of American liberty had nothing to do with, for example, the Second Amendment. It had nothing to do with, the Wild West and the freedom to roam. It was all about sheltering refugees, which of course had a very deep, resonant meaning for her as a Jew of the 1880s, as we shall see shortly, but also as a Sephardi, as a woman of Sephardic extraction. Let me read to you a poem that she wrote not too long after the New Colossus. It's titled simply 1492. significant date, right? Because of course it mentioned that refers not only to the discovery of America, but also the expulsion of the Jews from Sfarad. Exactly. So she writes here, "Thou two-faced year, mother of change and fate, didst weep when Spain cast forth with flaming sword the children of the prophets of the Lord, prince, priest, and people, spurned by zealot hate, hounded from sea to sea, from state to state. The West refused them, and the East abhorred. No anchorage the known world could afford. Close locked was every port, barred every gate. Then smiling, thou unveiledst, O two-faced year, a virgin world where doors of sunset part, saying, Ho, all who weary, enter here. There falls each ancient barrier that the art of race or creed or rank devised to rear grim bulwarked hatred between heart and heart." It's a very beautiful restatement in many ways of the new Colossus in the context specifically of her Jewish heritage. The Jews exiled from Spain, driven from port to port, unable to find a safe anchor, and only because of the great irony of Columbus's discovery of the Americas do we have, at the same time as the door closes in Spain, the door opens in America. And here you get a sense of, I think, the dual identity of her as an American and as a Jewish woman that is so crucial to the development of the modern American ideal as a whole. Let's look a little bit more at her life. Well, let's look at the poem itself for a second. So just to break it down, the new Colossus, of course, the old Colossus is a representation of Greek might, of power, of, in fact, exclusion, right? The Colossus, the artist's rendering thereof we saw in the film, the Colossus represents how powerful Rhodes is and that only those who have permission may enter. The Statue of Liberty, of course, is exactly the opposite. The lantern is welcoming those. It's a beacon for those who seek the freedom. So it's the new Colossus, meaning a complete inversion of values that is the best of America. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, brazen both in terms of being made out of copper, if I'm not mistaken, but also brazen in the sense it's rude and authoritarian. With conquering limbs astride from land to land, again the old Colossus, here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch. Interesting, of course, that it's a woman, Emma Lazarus, who was very unusual to be a poet of the time and was celebrated for the fact that she was a woman at the time, quite unusual. So it's quite ironic in this context. Anyways, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. That term was very resonant for her, and she often referred to the statue as the Mother of Exiles, again, really encapsulating what America means. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Twin cities, of course, are Manhattan and Brooklyn. Keep ancient lands your storied pomp, cries she. I mean, okay, like they have the picture of the crown jewels. England, you can have all of your, Baroque beauties and things like that. Cries she with silent lips, give me instead, meaning, you keep all of your mishigas, so to speak, your crazy European stuff, but give me instead your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore, right? You have so many of these people, they're overflowing, and you want to get rid of them, well, bring them on. That's what America's going to be made of. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Very powerful statement of American value. So, jumping ahead from there, let's look a little bit at her life as a whole. Charlton Heston, once again. I like Charlton Heston because a lot of people tell me I have a striking resemblance to him. That him and Will Smith, the two of them, I walk down the street and people say, is that Will Smith? Okay. So, as I mentioned, her family background is Portuguese Sephardic, meaning that her family at one point had converted to Christianity in order to protect themselves, but once they reached freedom, either in South America or in North America, they reverted to their Jewish identity. She had a lot of connections to Newport. In fact, she meditated on some of the poems that Longfellow wrote about Jewish Newport that we studied when we looked at the life of Judah Turrell. And in many ways, she was from the greatest of the old Sephardic Jewish families of New York. The families that her ancestors married into were all of the important names of the period, and you will see them running through the 18th century as major rabbis and philanthropists and leaders of various types. She herself came from an observant background, but she did not feel constrained to observe it in the same way that her parents did. And in fact, she describes some of the fascinating encounters she has with other poets who are fascinating. First of all, the fact that she's a woman, because there are not that many female poets at this time. And secondly, that she does not seem embarrassed about her Jewishness whatsoever. And at the same time, she speaks with complete confidence in the modern American vernacular. She has that kind of exotic nature to her because she comes from such a foreign, non-Christian origin, but at the same time, she's perfectly happy and at home in the American ideal. This is a dual identity that she relished, and she compared in many ways to the negative experience that Heinrich Heine had. She translated Heine, as we shall see shortly. So she viewed her kind of pride in her Jewish origins and her quote-unquote modern observance as really a badge of honor in two ways. And I would also not hesitate to say that this encapsulates much of modern American Jewish identity as well. The pride in Jewish heritage and ethnicity, but at the same time, not necessarily such an enthusiasm for traditional religious observance. Here we go. Her grandmother was actually a poet herself, Grace Mendez Sexas Nathan. These surnames are all extremely important. And she bequeathed to her granddaughter, a love of poetry. We actually have in Professor Shore's biography some examples of her grandmother's poetry. She was a child prodigy, and her father doted upon her. In fact, her father was her first publisher, publishing her poems and specifically putting the subtitle that his daughter was only, I think it was 16 years old when they were composed. They did create quite a brouhaha in the literary scene because she was quite precocious. So you have all of these strange things happening. You have this female poet of Jewish origin who's writing these beautiful poems at such a young age. She was the fourth of 7 children, and very few of them, including Emma, married. They were quite a well-to-do family, and in many ways they lived under the shelter of their father well into their adulthood, and apparently did not feel the need to move on and create families of their own. Professor Shore, once again, has a lot of discussion of speculation as to why this was, but it need not occupy us today. She was very close.
This guy is a bad man, and I like that. It's a bad CEO. Don't send us these CEOs. time, I wanted to be he went to okay. And guess what? He doesn't get it. They don't know any. They're like probably like we haven't gone through that. And I just look for I have to start buying. Like if you really want to know who has the this it's a person he could recognize they're defective. But no, instead lazy. He's being lazy. Sadar, I talked about on this compilation of music. Talked about I want to know it's you. You're involved. The fact that I know this on as a man, I lose my problem. But if I were a recognizing would think that Angela and people and I that's come up for it. I'm telling you, love Indian, but don't send them. Everyone, I mean this, words in head, I just it's everyone that's working in tech, their fathers. You know what we discriminatory and down there area of expertise. Overall, companies are discriminated. Samsung's discriminated. Amazon's discriminated. Many of these are there's something there's the don't think. Yeah, I can live with that. And truthfully, you shouldn't have to live for your life that someone is perhaps easily offended can use the internet. The internet should. You're easily offended and then your neighbors the rest recognize that this is unfair and every person wants the future wants Scarlet better their whole family. Sign over. Just discriminate. And your I know that I probably could. But average people that I know, they're trying to use not knowing that they anyway. Google
with Ralph Waldo Emerson, who was quite a bit her senior, and he was, of course, the poet of the age, the American poet of the age, and they engaged in quite a vigorous correspondence.
people Google Fiber, which all down with Google Fiber, using the word why are you so positioned? Like pyramid companies that I 12 different I mean, come on, enjoy the phone. Limited smoke, they focus on the phone. Know that we're children. There's something. There's some. What is stated? You connect. You make internet. Perhaps analog and the analog. This happened. Here's the thing. Sometimes I see pizza. Here we go. The program. In collaboration. There's something. The program and government. Also known as all of like the people your piece of art, Nintendo, and then you know you guys all that other well when that it's all that was because of or 1.8 but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. White space, proportion, or analog. Google push the program would be cost. Otherwise, broadband just want surgery and you guys feel like connected. It up in jackass. Terrible. You guys, this is your leader. You creep. Thanks for coming. Alright, next up, Mr. Garner, great man. I'm gonna be back later in the week. So I don't want to talk about it. And in the meantime, we are gonna be continuing this. So make sure that you here is my yeah, like, this is Cotton Road. This goes out to all my fans out there know that the ladies always like yeah, like, this is Cotton Road. Mr. Jones, and all my friends, I just play out as Rabbi said. Please come to grab that Mr. Jones, this is amazing. Mr. Jones, all this song. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la. It's not a new damn. Saturday, yellow-headed girl, Mr. Jones got the time of the station with the black hair, flamingo,
What up, Pimp?
Yo, Rabbi.
What up, Rayhan? Rayhan, did you watch the rest of that documentary?
I get an interview for a job, bro.
Oh, congratulations. How did it go?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's tomorrow.
Okay.
But I'm preparing.
Absolutely.
I'm preparing today, bro.
Absolutely. I can help you. I can ask you interview questions to prepare you.
Yeah, hold on, bro.
Excellent. What kind of job is it for?
So, let me tell you my background first. So, I was in college for computer science.
Okay.
So, this job is called ERP developer, bro.
ERP
You can search it on
developer.
Google.
Yes.
ERP.
Yes, sir. All right.
Enterprise resource planning developer.
And the price is what?
Enterprise resource planning.
Enterprise resource planning. Absolutely. This is a big position, my man. Okay. So I'm going to ask you those questions, and then I have questions and answers, and we'll review them. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
What is ERP and how does it benefit a business?
You want to test me, bro?
I do. I want you to get this job.
Yeah. I haven't do full research on that.
Well, you have until tomorrow. So this is the way to do it.
But I'm trying.
I understand, and I'm going to help you.
I told you I'm prepared.
That's fine, but you're underprepared already. Answer the question. It's the easiest question that you're going to be asked perhaps tomorrow, aside from what is your name. What is ERP and how does it benefit a business?
Yeah, so ERP is some kind of software system that an organization uses to manage and integrate important parts of their business operation. So what's the benefit of ERP for a company? So company, they have to manage people and resources on their system to make their plan work, to make their business work.
Excellent.
So company now uses ERP for automating those processes,
Excellent.
managing people, managing resources, managing product,
Okay, so now let me just ask you this: are you using AI? Rayhan, are you using AI?
No, I'm not using AI.
Excellent. What programming languages and technologies are commonly used in ERP development?
So the programming language used in ERP is basically Python. No. So the bigger, the exact software that that the company currently use is called Odoo, and in Odoo we use the programming language of Python.
Excellent. What else is used?
Other than that, we need to have a knowledge in API and some knowledge in web programming such as JavaScript, HTML, and CSS.
Excellent. Okay.
That's what.
Excellent.
What I do.
That's good. ERP systems are developed using various programming languages and technologies depending on the platform. Commonly used languages include ABAP, Advanced Business Application Programming for SAP ERP systems, Java for web-based and cross-platform ERP systems like Oracle ERP, C#/.NET for ERP solutions developed on Microsoft Dynamics, Python and Ruby for open source ERP solutions like Odoo, like you were saying, SQL for database management and reporting, JavaScript, React, Angular for front-end development in modern ERP systems. Familiarity with these technologies and frameworks is crucial for ERP developers. Excellent. Next question. What is the difference between a cloud-based ERP and on-premise ERP?
So, from the research that I did...
No, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say that. You want to make it like you've been there for a long, long time, not from the research that I did. That makes you sound like you're new.
Yeah, you mean I need to convince the interviewer, right?
You absolutely do. You want them to make it seem like you invented ERP. And when you came in with your initial response, when I asked what is ERP, you nailed your answer. So that's really good. You don't want to, though, then be like, okay, well, from the research that I did for this position, this is what I think it is. No, you want to be like, in my experience in the role, cloud-based ERP is this, and on-premise ERP is this. Okay, so what is cloud-based ERP?
Let me explain. So that cloud-based ERP is like the advancement of the on-premise ERP. So cloud-based, as we know, so we store our data in the cloud, and the benefit of cloud ERP is that you can like access these ERP programs and our data from anywhere around the world, as long as we get internet. The difference is with on-premise ERP is on-premise ERP act like an offline type of cloud ERP. So cloud-based ERP is like the more advanced type of on-premise ERP. That's what I took on, the difference between those two.
Okay. Cloud-based ERP, the software is hosted on the vendor's services and accessed via the internet. It reduces infrastructure and maintenance costs, offers scalability, and can be accessed remotely. On-premise ERP, the software is installed on the company's own servers and requires internal IT management. It offers more control, but often involves higher upfront costs in infrastructure and maintenance. Okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Next question. What are some common challenges when...
Wait. So on-premise ERP is like the offline type of ERP, right?
I wouldn't call it offline because it's still connected to the internet. It's the fact that it is at the vendor's location and they have an IT team that manages it on site. This is usually more expensive for infrastructure and maintenance as opposed to cloud-based ERP where you can run it remotely. And it's also much more scalable. With cloud-based ERP, you are able to essentially create more servers with a few clicks of a button. With on-premise ERP, it's going to involve you buying a server and bringing it in, and that can be more costly. But the advantage of in on-premise ERP versus cloud-based ERP, usually on-premise ERP is more secure.
Yes.
What are some common challenges when developing ERP systems?
So the main common challenges is that ERP is built within a system. So we as a developer, we have to know the exact technology that builds ERP, and that is the programming language such as Python, C#, SQL, SQL. That is the main challenges. We as the developer must know all about this programming language, and you as the main program, main software that is used by companies such as Google. I
Okay.
think that is the main challenges for us developers.
Okay, so here are some others. Customization and scalability. Developing an ERP system that can be customized to meet unique businesses requirements while still being scalable can be complex. Data integration. Integrating data from various legacy systems can be difficult, especially if those systems use different formats or protocols. User adoption. Ensuring that end users are comfortable with the new ERP system, which often involves significant training and change management. And performance and security. Handling large amounts of data while ensuring the system remains secure and responsive. So we're going to actually dig into this one a little bit more because I want you to have these memorized. Well, you basically told me stuff that you run into as a developer when it comes to the programming languages, but
Robert,
go ahead.
Your voice is echoing. Can you mute your other counter?
All you do is click it and mute it.
Oh, yeah, I think we're good.
You're good.
Yeah, you're good now.
Excellent. So we're going to memorize these ones because I want you to have these phrases at top of mind on the tip of your tongue so that when you're asked about them, you'll be able to just roll them off. Okay, so what are some common challenges when developing ERP systems? The first one is customization and scalability. Okay. The second is data integration. The third is user adoption. And the fourth is performance and security. So there are some words that I want you to be using more often, and these are some of them. So the first one is customization and scalability. So let's talk about that. Basically, if we have a customer who wants something very specific, we know that that may provide a challenge. So there's the customization and scalability is the first challenge. The second is data integration, where it would be ensuring that data is organized correctly within the system. The third is user adoption. And a fourth is performance and security. So without me repeating them, name 3 challenges that someone may have when developing ERP systems.
I was not fully...
That's okay. I'll review them again with you. There's customization and security.
No, let me tell you.
Okay.
First is scalability and accessibility.
Customization and scalability.
Yeah. Can you repeat it?
That's okay.
I can memorize it all.
That's okay. That's okay. I understand. Customization and scalability.
Yeah.
Okay. A second challenge is data integration. A third issue that arises is user adoption. And finally, the fourth is performance and security. And let me tell you, I've been an IT recruiter. I've hired so many programmers in my life, both virtually and in person, that I'm familiar with many of the questions that you're going to be asked. And if you aren't using the key phrases, you will not gain as many points. So what I want you to do is make sure you use these key points. So of the challenges that we just talked about, and I know it was just a little bit ago, name 3 of the 4 that I just named. Let me repeat the question. What are some common challenges when developing ERP systems?
Yeah, so the three main challenge for ERP development is the first is customization and scalability.
Beautiful.
The second is data integration.
Excellent.
And the third is customer orientation, if I'm not mistaken.
That's okay. It's user adoption, but that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah,
So,
user adoption.
so what I would do if I were you before this interview, because your skills are there, okay, but sometimes, and let me just tell you this, you're doing an amazing job because from what I know, let me ask, is English your first language?
No.
So
I'm Indonesian.
You're Indonesian.
So
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Bahasa is my first language.
Exactly. So you are thinking all of these things and then translating them, which just is an incredible gift. You're very, very intelligent. Very, very intelligent. And I know, even as a native English speaker, absolutely, you're going to do so well. I know as a native English speaker how difficult some of these words are for me. So for you, you have to remember them in your native language and then remember the English phrases for them, and it's really difficult. So what we'll do before your interview is what we're going to do is basically print off a glossary for you. We'll make a glossary for you, so you'll just have the word and the definition. And when you're being interviewed, if you need to look down and see the phrase user adoption or performance and security, you're going to have all this list of English words that the recruiter is going to hear. Is your interview in English?
I don't know yet, but I want you to search this company that I applied to. So this company name is H Michael. You got it? HASH Michael. It is a Singaporean based company, and they sell ERP. They sell ERP programs to other companies. Yes.
Excellent.
That's why they are an IP-based company.
Excellent.
They are based in Singapore.
And the first word is H, H-A-I-S.
H-A-S-H, Michael.
Yes,
Yeah.
I got that. Okay.
Michael.
Exactly.
You got it?
Yeah, just one moment. Let me find it. So Michael's M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Spell the first word for me again.
H-A-S-H.
H-A-S-H. Okay.
Michael, not Michael though. Michael. M-I-C-R-O.
Oh, M-I-C-R-O. Micro. Oh, H. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I don't think. Well, we'll find out how it's spelled. How it's said. Okay. H micro. Oh, I got it now. Okay, this is a big company.
Yo, Robert. Do you read DMs? Because I want to send you the invitation from the HR, from the interviewer. Do you want to see it?
No, not right now.
Okay.
Not right now. I do. I just want to review this very quickly. And I don't want you to send it to any of these accounts. I want you to send it to another one. So just one moment and I'll take a look at it. Okay. So we need to know how to say the name of this business. And the way that you're saying it, one moment. Pardon me. I don't think you're saying it correctly. I think it's hash micro. But we want to make sure that we have this correctly. So we're going to hear someone from their company say the name.
Yeah, I know how it's pronounced. It is just my accent though, like H Michael.
Rasanya punya bos yang kelakuannya bikin ngelus dada.
Okay, this is how they say it. It's hash micro world, not H.
Yeah, it's hash micro.
Exactly. Here we go. So if you hear how she says it, great.
And she's Indonesian too, same as me.
Exactly. Yeah, it seems like it's
the video that you are watching is Indonesian.
excellent. So, what I would do, I'm gonna look at your interview in a second, but like go on YouTube and this.
Oh, I cannot see that though.
I know. Hold on.
Oh yeah. Interview hash micro. Yeah.
Exactly. So you wanna really know this well. So I'm gonna look at what you have, but what do you know about this company? You just know that they're based in Singapore. But let's learn some other things about it. They have a Wikipedia, and I think that it is an excellent idea of you to know their Wikipedia pretty well when the company was formed, and we'll learn this. Okay, so Hash Micro is a multinational enterprise resource planning software company founded in 2015 by Ricky Haim in Singapore. So it's pretty new. They do on-premises, cross-platform. All right, so the history, he started this company following his completion of education. His initial concept was to create H Micro as motivated by his recognition of the growing demand for advanced digital solutions. In 2018, it extended its operations to Indonesia with the aim of contributing to the progress of the local ERP industry. Through the process of customizing their software to align with specific needs and working culture of Indonesian businesses, the company has effectively gained a substantial market share in the country. So this is really great. It's a growing company. That's phenomenal. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is send you I'm going to send you an invitation in just a second, or I'm going to send you a message. If you ever need to get a hold of me, hey, by the way, my name is not Robert, it's Rabbi, but that's okay. Whatever message you just received an account from, send your invitation to me, and I'll take a look at it, okay? You know what I really need you to do, Rayhan? You know what I really need you to do? Is send me the position description.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
send me the job description, then we'll be able to really cook, okay?
So Rabbi, I sent you the link of the job application.
Thank you. I got it. Just one moment. So here's what we're going to do.
The requirement
Let me tell you this. This is a big time job and a big time opportunity, Rayhan. If you don't get this job, but I think you will, but if you don't, it's okay. The fact that you're being considered for these kinds of positions is amazing, and we're going to get you a really good one, but I think you're going to get this one. So what are we going to do? Absolutely. We're going to grab all this information, and I'm going to then go to ChatGPT and ask it specific interview questions to this position. Please provide me with a list of Actually, before I do that, I'm going to send you that glossary that I said. Just one moment. Please create a keyword glossary based on the following position description for someone who is interviewing for the potential role. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just a moment, glossary. It's creating. So just give it a second, and it's gone. Please give me a list of 100 key phrases that would be important to know for this role when interviewing. It just has to be simple. Put the phrase and then a definition. Phrase and a definition. Phrase and a definition.
Yeah. I will do the same thing that you told me, asking ChatGPT some interview question about this role.
Good.
And I'm gonna share my screen, okay?
Okay.
So you can see it.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to send you right now is a glossary that you don't have to memorize, but just have a good idea of what it is and what all the phrases are. Just one moment, and I'll pull that up. Welcome. We're glad that you're here. Shout out to Black's Fruits players.
You're sending me 100 key phrases for the interview. Thank you, bro.
Exactly. Now, I know you know what some of this stuff is, but when you're being interviewed, it's good to have reviewed these items just so that they're familiar to you, so that if you're asked about anything, you know what they mean, but also you're able to use the language back. The key part of any interview is to be able to show the interviewer that you are comfortable using the language, the technical language specifically that they need. So what you can do is get a pretty good idea of some of these key phrases. And so instead of you saying something like the way that the way that a company operates, that's okay. But if you say business logic, bingo, that's the phrase they want to hear.
Yeah.
So I just sent you a list of 100 of them, which is great. So I just sent you that, and you should know that the list of items that I sent you are good things to memorize, okay? Or good things to have down. And then also, I'm going to send you the list of questions that I had. Please provide me with a list of interview questions and short answers for an ERP developer. Okay, I'm looking at your screen.
Yeah, bro. So I asking ChatGPT this question. Wait, I'm checking my push to stop.
That's okay. Here's what I want you to do. Is I'm sending you a list of these questions. The best thing that you can do is get off of Discord and just memorize these. Then come back to Discord and I'll quiz you on them.
Okay.
Okay? So what you do, I'll be up all night. You go memorize the questions and answers. And then in a couple hours, when you feel comfortable to be quizzed on every single one of them, I'll come back and I'll quiz you on them, okay? And you're going to get this job. This is the best thing that you can do.
Yo, Rabbi, where did you get these 20 questions from? Is it ChatGPT?
Yep.
Yo, Rabbi.
Yes.
Where did you get these 20 questions?
ChatGPT.
Is it ChatGPT?
Yes.
Oh, okay. memorize all these questions and I'm gonna practicing for the interview. Okay.
Okay,
We'll
you do.
come later.
Excellent. And come back when you're ready.
Yeah.
That was Ventura County Fire Department spokesperson Andrew Gower. California Department of Food and Agriculture has placed the cities of Santa Ana and Garden Grove under quarantine because the Oriental fruit fly. The quarantine zone is 87 square miles. Agricultural officials are working to eliminate the infestation by applying a small patch of fruit fly attractant mixed with a small dose of an organic pesticide. Male fruit flies are attracted to the mixture and die after eating it. Vice President Kamala Harris conceded to Donald Trump in a phone call before addressing the American people yesterday. Election results still coming in, but by a 40% margin, Prop 36 passed in the state. It increases penalties for criminals. Yolo County District Attorney John Rising says Californians can expect to see a change in how laws are being enforced, prosecuted, and sentenced in the courts pretty soon.
Living the dream, baby. How about you?
You know, every day is a feast, every meal is a blessing. I can't remember, but you know.
There you go.
Fucking, what's up? You know what I mean?
Word, dog. Just listening to Coast to Coast. Well, yeah, and that's the bumper music.
KFI. That's what it is. I heard it KFI. It's like a girl that does like in that moment because I'm listening to it. I'm just like shit.
Yeah, just chilling.
This is the host tonight. Come on, tell me it's my boy.
George.
My boy Nat.
No, Nap does this. Nap does the how does he put it? The
One Saturday every 2 months.
no, he does the last 2 Sundays of each month.
Okay.
So, and his shows are the best. I mean, always. His shit is always so interesting. It doesn't have to be on aliens. It can be on the mafia. It can be on the history of Las Vegas. It can be on like cowboys. His shit is so interesting. And in my opinion, people fucking love Art Bell, but I could listen to George Knapp do alien talk radio. I mean, I love Art Bell as well, but there's something about George Knapp I really like. Everybody shits on George Norrie, and I personally, yeah, I mean, it's like when Drew Carey took over for Bob Barker. It's hard to fill those shoes. So, but now, believe it or not, George Norrie has been doing it longer than Art Bell.
I think I remember. All right, so what was the guy before Jon Stewart? Craig something.
Craig Kilborn.
Craig Kilborn, that's right. Those are first Russian cuts. Anyway, so
He used to do ESPN Sports Center.
now it was like season 1, and if I remember correctly, it was Vince Vaughn going on to the show, and Jon Stewart made some joke to Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn's response was, for me, that's always going to be Craig C.
Oh, hilarious.
I'm never going to forget that because Jon Stewart, he just that kind of like light your lip. He's like, damn, I really got nothing for that. I have the second guys.
Right, but now nobody fucking remembers Craig Kilborn.
But again, that's season 1.
Right.
I can take a joke like that. Like, at this point, like, now he's back on it because he's the fucking man. He's the only for that shit to have. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, he is that show. He made that show.
Right.
So,
Dude, when Jon Stewart was doing The Daily Show, it was still in the days where people would like make time for television because not everything could be streamed and everything. And then once that was gone, I can tell you this with absolute as much honesty as I can. I've never seen one of that Trevor Noah. I've never seen one of them. Just because
I think I've seen one.
there you go. It's just like they had such an all-star cast when they were doing. I mean, they had like, as I recall, I could be wrong. They had Steve Carell, they had Colbert, and then he did his own show, and then that was a big show. The Colbert Report was a big show, and
If I remember correctly, they had Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh was one of the upright citizens brigade fucking talented.
isn't he the guy who does like that movie Am I Racist and stuff?
That's a different guy with the same name.
Oh, okay.
There's a guy.
Wait, Matt Walsh is that political commentator. So who are you saying?
One of the upright citizens brigade. There's a guy who was on the upright citizens brigade. He started it, and he's also. I thought his name was Matt Walsh.
Yeah, it is. It is. Oh, that's one of those interesting things. Yeah. Oh, very cool. Yeah. Good job. Good memory, man. Yeah, definitely.
He was also a reporter, commentator, you know, this is what they call it, you
And
know, on the radio show. He's a founding member of uprisers of the DC, comic people.
right.
That was spoilers.
Exactly. They also had Samantha Bee, if you know who that is. She had her own show that was called like.
Yeah, she came later on. She was not in my favorites list personally.
Oh, I recognize that. I'm just saying, like, she got her own show just from that. Like, okay, so Craig Kilborn, the original host of The Daily Show, he did it 2 years. He was a comedian writer who anchored the show during its early years. I wonder if he did something else or they got rid of him. I don't know. Jon Stewart.
The other thing I saw him in was in
Wedding Crashers. Wedding Crashers?
No, it was the other one. It was the one where they were in college.
Old School.
Old School. Yeah, he was in Old School.
Yeah, that's right. He wasn't in Wedding Crashers. He was in Old School. Yeah, he's great in Old School. He plays such a good prick.
Yeah, he plays such a perfect asshole. He has an asshole face, so I mean, it's like you gotta lean into that.
Word. So Jon Stewart did it for like 16 years and then does it now, which I don't understand. He was just going to do like Mondays and during for the campaign, but now is he like the full thing? I don't know. A comedian writer Stewart took over the host in 1999, then became synonymous with the show. He returned as host in 2024 after a nearly 8-year hiatus. Trevor Noah, a South African comedian writer, Noah succeeded Stewart as host in 2015 and hosted the show until 2022. Here's what I would have told you. 100%, I would just straight up tell Comedy Central this. This is basically America's news, comedic news. This is America's comedic news. We didn't know who the fuck Trevor Noah was before, and frankly, we don't know who the fuck he is now, and no one really gave a shit about him when he was doing it. In my opinion, that is an American. Like, you need an American for that role. If you don't, you're not going to connect with the news as much. Like, if I'm watching someone, I mean, I hate to say it, but it was a big reason why people didn't like Peter Jennings. He was for ABC World News. He was Canadian, and it's like, well, I don't want a Canadian telling me what happened in America. Now, I understand that's the world news. Okay, fine, but there's something to that. Like, we connect with people who have. Exactly. And while people enjoy that accent, and that's great, there are issues with choosing that kind of a person for that role. Number one, he wasn't a household name. When they chose him, we were supposed to be like, oh, we know who this is, and no one knew who it was. And then I understand they wanted some new talent there, but it's American news, or perhaps it's not, but that's the kind of way that they give it, and it just kind of to me seemed as if they chose him to be different than Jon Stewart, which is totally different. But guess what? The people who liked your fucking program liked Jon Stewart. If you didn't have to, you could have picked a lot of different people. You could have picked, I mean, like, I'll just name like 5 people who would have worked better than Trevor Noah. I guess these would be actors. I'm not going to name comedians because I don't really know the timelines, but like Luke Wilson, Owen Wilson, just like the people you named from that group of like the frat pack that they talked about. Like, if you could have gotten any one of those guys, or you could have gotten any stand-up comedian who it wasn't so much he's like, people just didn't know him, and it's not that he had to be American. They could have chosen Howie Mandel, who's Canadian, to do people would like associate, okay, I've seen him for 30 years. He and I have, this is what it is. It's less about being American, I think, and more about having to do with common experiences with people. So, perfect example. If I'm hearing Jon Stewart tell a joke about the O.J. Simpson trial in 2005 or 2010, I know that Jon Stewart he experienced the O.J. Simpson trial like I did. He knows the whole background of it. And then when he makes a joke, I can sort of get on the same level as, or he's on my level because we have that commonality. This guy, Trevor Noah, he was in South Africa when that happened. He doesn't know American news. So when he tells a joke, I don't buy it. I don't buy that, like, you know, he has some kind of knowledge about, I'm not saying he doesn't and that they don't learn this kind of stuff, but there's something inherently, like, if I want to learn the news, I want to know it. I want to learn it. This is what it is. I want to learn it from someone who knows it better than I do. And how are you going to know American news better than an American? I know it's kind of a superiority complex a little bit. It's not, though. I'm not saying that it can't be done. Like I just said, there are some people out there who could deliver the news to an American audience and not be American, but it's very rare. And there's just going to be an idea that, like, dog, you're telling me about American history and you got here like 5 years ago. I don't, as someone, you want to make me laugh, have me associated with this person as much as possible, and also let me know, like, I have gone through different periods of history with him. I just feel like this guy was just so new. You know what I really kind of felt too was there was, when you're telling me a joke, I have to believe that you number one, think it's funny, and number two, that you are truthful when you say what the joke was. And I don't know, whenever I heard Trevor Noah jokes, like, I know they were written by his writers and such, but like a lot of times I just didn't feel like he had all that much experience. Like, in my opinion, that role, The Daily Show, should have gone to like Colbert. Okay, Colbert didn't get it, then Steve Carell. Okay, well, he was doing The Office and he's too big for that. Okay, then give it to someone else. And maybe, I don't know, was Trevor Noah an anchor for the show? I don't even know. I kind of just thought they brought him in, but
They probably should have promoted somebody who's already on the show, honestly.
yeah, so that you can bring in that audience and still have it. Let me see if it's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Was Trevor Noah ever
soft transition.
Exactly. Was he ever a correspondent on The Daily Show?
I don't know.
I'm asking ChatGPT just 1 moment. So yes, he was initially introduced as a senior international correspondent, but he only did it for like a year. So he did it in 2014, and then he became host in 2015. That's too quick. I mean, people want to get to know you, and it's like the people who would have been perfect for it had already had bigger gigs, Steve Carell and Stephen Colbert, but because those guys would have been perfect for it. Truthfully, the way that it should have gone is Colbert would have just taken that role and whatever, but so he was a contributor, but there's just something to, I want to see how old he is. He's like he's a year older than I am, than you are, and I don't know, there's just, he was, to my opinion, when he did it, he would have been like 28, and it would be like if you took me and put me in South Africa, and I'm going to tell comedy about South Africa. The people would be like, dog, you don't know what we're going through. You're like the chief international correspondent, and you want to tell me about apartheid, and you want to make a joke. I'm not making a joke about apartheid. It's a very serious issue, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it'd be like, hey, I'm going to make this joke. Do you think it's funny? It's like, well, dog, no, because you didn't go through any of that with us, and you don't understand it. And I don't have a very good example why Trevor Noah, like, it's just, if you're going to be giving me every single news, if you're going to give me the news, there's something to this as well. I don't want it to be in a British accent. Why? Because it's American news, or it's supposed to be. If you want to connect with an American audience, and you can call it anti-Anglophile or anti-Anglo, which is, pardon me, we fought a revolutionary war about this motherfucker, and they burned down the fucking White House in 1812. So, sorry for me for being so pissed off about the situation, but if you want to be, it's common sense. If you're going to be delivering a message to a group of people, a large group of people, you want to have as much connection to them as possible. Know your audience. KYA, know your audience. And the audience he was delivering to was not British, was not South African, and I would say skewed. It probably like needed someone a little older than he was. When he took the job, he would have been like in his late 20s, and that's just like, while Jon Stewart was like in his 50s. And so you go from a guy in his, that's what it is. Jon Stewart is a very funny person. He's knowledgeable. We've been seeing him do it for 16 years. And he's connectable. Like, and then you bring in somebody randomly, and I just don't think he was the right pick. I think that there could have been other picks, but when I look at memes and like, what do you call it? Memes and like clips of things. I used to see so many of the Daily Show when even like the early days of the internet, or somebody would just send you a link, and that just died off. And I don't know if it had to do with streaming or whatever. Now, Comedy Central could have come in and said, look, we couldn't pay for some huge person in there. And I'm going to say, I think that's bullshit. You could have mediocre ratings with Trevor Noah for 8 years, or you could have had the same ratings that you had. And if I'm so wrong in this, if anybody ever out there thinks Rabbi's so wrong in this, then why the fuck did you bring back Jon Stewart? With that said, Trevor Noah, I think you're going to be you're already famous. I think you have a huge second half of your career, but that decision of Comedy Central just didn't land. And those kind of decisions bother me a lot. I was talking about this a couple nights ago, that they don't give people enough chances, like network executives. You have to perform within the first few weeks, or they'll cancel your show, or they'll cancel your album or whatever. And, like the example that I give that is pretty common, but like Seinfeld was almost canceled after one season, but they gave it time to mature. And then all of a sudden in the 7th season, it starts becoming the most popular American sitcom in history. So like, if you give people a little bit of time, if they have talent, the audience will follow. It's just about time. Like, you have to give people time to get acquainted with something. If you keep replacing things all the time, no one gets associated with what you're doing, and then they start to go other places. And the absolute worst one that companies do is they start a show. It's actually a good show. People like it, and then they cancel it. So can you imagine, like, if you really like a network, let's say you really like, I don't know, NBC, and hey, NBC's got this great show coming out this fall, great, and you get 2 or 3, maybe you get like a season into it, you like it, and then they cancel it after one season. Well, what the fuck? I'm going to go to another network that doesn't have such a quick trigger on their programming. And these companies nowadays have such like huge libraries, and they also have the ability, like, I don't understand why this isn't a thing. Why you don't have a show on Peacock, and if it's good, you put it on NBC. Like, why isn't it like why isn't it like the AA ranks in baseball move to AAA, and then when you're good, you get prime time? That way, all of your primetime programming will be fucking fire, because everybody will have liked it on your streaming services. That's actually a really fucking good idea. So instead of just starting out a show brand new on a network, they should work out the show through their streaming platforms. And then if it's popular, then they put it on network TV. That way, network TV would just be good show after good show after good show. Yeah. Right. I do. Well, and that's an issue that just happens in shows and with writing. And if we could just make people, the reason why they have to do that is because there's so much pressure to get better and better ratings. So they keep having to increase or decrease the believability of their storylines and increase the amount of hijinks that can happen, and because they need more and more ratings. And I know that it sounds dumb, but it really isn't. If you were to take, I could just tell you right now, here are 5 shows that would work for 20 years. Give Shane Gillis a show. He's a talented individual. He's funny. And don't cancel him. Just say to yourselves, look, let this guy say whatever he wants. Don't cancel him. We'll go with the bumps. And I know he's got his show Tires, and hopefully that goes for a really long time. Great. Here's another one. Bill Burr. Very talented individual. Hey, you write the check. Whatever you want it to be. It could be a variety show. You are such a name that we're going to give you the leash. It would essentially be Chappelle's show. Give people the kind of freedom that Dave Chappelle had, but don't put so much fucking pressure on him. And let me tell you this. One day the people at Comedy Central are going to see this, and you should just know that I will revive your network and make it what it once was, which was good stand-up and not this garbage that you show. Basically, Comedy Central is such a joke. I mean, literally, they have Netflix kind of stole their phrase for the Netflix is a joke festival, but Comedy Central is such a joke that they will take like The Office from NBC and take that and just play The Office. It's like, dog, you're Comedy Central. You should be what Kill Tony is, where you take new talent. Like Kill Tony is the perfect place, or Comedy Central would have been the perfect place for Kill Tony. I understand you can't say all of these things. You have censors. I get it. You could do the whole fucking show and just bleep whatever you need, but you would have giant fucking ratings every single Monday night. Like, perfect example. Monday Night Football. It has graduated from being like just like a television program to kind of being like people build their lives around Sunday football and Monday Night Football. I mean, they used to do it a lot more, but even still, Monday Night Football is like it's become a tradition in the United States. Another one, Saturday Night Live. You know, they almost canceled Saturday Night Live a bunch of times, but now it's 50 fucking years into it, and it'll never get canceled, and it is a staple of television, unlike any, another one is Meet the Press. Meet the Press is the longest continuously running American program of any television show. But I'm sure in 1960s, some executive was thinking, well, their ratings aren't where they should have been, and maybe we should cut this one. It's like, dude, just let this thing go, and you'll turn it into a 60 Minutes where it's uncancelable. Or you'll turn it into a Dateline where it's on 5 nights a week. If you just give some of these things some time. But instead, then what ends up happening, they cancel the show, and then it gets a cult following. And here's a perfect example as well. Family Guy. Family Guy was canceled after 3 seasons. And the only reason it came back is because of its DVD sales, which were just record producing sales to the point now they brought the show back. It makes bajillions of dollars on just its merchandising alone. And the best part of it is they don't have to pay any of the talent that's on the screen. They just have to pay the voice actors. And at this point, AI can do all of that to the point where they can literally show Family Guy from now until the end of time. They can show The Simpsons from now until the end of time. Cartoons or animation, when it comes to long-term profitability, is where it's at. You get people to like your cartoon at the beginning, you can do this thing for 70 years. All right, with that, that's enough of my rant on Trevor Noah and how television needs to improve. Hey, Trevor Noah, if you ever see this, I really want you to have like something really big in the United States. See, now that I know who you are, I could totally get on board with you doing some show, a sketch show or a TV show, because it's like, I know who this guy is. I've been through some shit with him. I went through the Obama administration with him and some other shit. I know who this guy is. And like, I think he could be very successful in the United States now. There's something about that familiarity. And if people didn't know who you were and you're just kind of plopped down in this position, you're not going to have a lot of success, in my opinion. But if we know who you are, we've become familiar with you, we'll love your South African accent. We'll love your charisma. We'll love your style. But just give us some time to know you. And also, I want to know that you can handle failure. I want to know that you can handle success. I want to know that kind of stuff. And if they just bring you in and say, well, you're the next Jon Stewart, that's a lot of pressure. I don't know if anybody could have. I'll say to Trevor Noah, if you ever see this, you had a tough position, and very few people could have filled Jon Stewart's shoes. In fact, it's seemingly nobody could, because he had to come back and fill his own shoes. All right, I'll be right back.
correspondence for quite some time. She eventually did get to meet him. Their relationship was always at arm's length through correspondence. But by the time that she actually went to visit him in Concord, she found that he was already quite far gone with Alzheimer's. And so most of her time was spent actually with Emerson's daughter, who was his caretaker. She had a conflicted relationship in many ways with him because on the one hand, he treated her like a protege and celebrated her work and wrote phenomenal praise in his letters to her. But then at certain key junctures in his own literary work, he did not give her the kind of attention that she craved. For example, he crafted what was considered a very important classic in the history of American poetry, Parnassus, which was not related to Parnassa, which is a totally different word. Parnassus, which is a collection. In many ways, it was considered the great first anthology of American poetry. And recall that at this point, poetry is entirely a European phenomenon. The idea that America, which is just emerging out of its pioneer days in many ways, could be producing poetry of this nature. It was a landmark work. It's not exactly the first American anthology because there are a lot of European poets who were represented there, but what was glaring is the omission of Emma Lazarus from Parnassus. So she felt that her mentor had in many ways betrayed her, and it was a bitter pill to swallow. This is especially significant since one of her first works, Admetus, this is one after her father had published them, was actually dedicated to my friend Ralph Waldo Emerson, which is a little bit of a literary advice to get attention, to say, hey, one of my friends is Ralph Waldo Emerson, but he declined to review it or promote it or have it published in key places, which she felt, once again, which was a betrayal. Professor Shore goes into a lot of details as to how these literary conflicts were borne out. More interesting, I think, from an insight into her personality was another work she wrote called Alide, which was originally subtitled A Romance of Goethe's Life, when it was eventually published in 1874, and at this point she's in her very early 20s, it was translated to an episode in Goethe's life. And this is also characteristic. I'm not a scholar of poetry, but I think it's fascinating that so much of her work was rereadings of very important poetic works that had been published in the 19th century in Europe. So in particular, this was looking at one moment in Goethe's life for which Goethe was roundly criticized. Goethe, of course, the famous author of Faust, one of the great poets of Germany in the early 19th century, early 18th and 19th century, who was roundly criticized for taking advantage of a young country girl when he was a young man. Basically, here's a picture of him at age 38. Here's a picture of him a little bit earlier when he was, he was a wealthy person coming from a very distinguished family, and he was already, a literary star as a young man. And he met this young woman here, Frederica Brion, and she fell hopelessly in love with him. And he apparently reciprocated. They're roughly the same age. And you have to imagine that we're talking about the 1770s now. And when a young man, especially of means, comes and courts a middle-class, rural young woman like this for some time over the course of a summer, and we don't know exactly how intimate their relationship was, but certainly the expectation is, he has to ask her to marry him at some point, that it has to go somewhere, or he shouldn't be leading her on like this. So anyways, he just essentially dropped her, and she was heartbroken, and she never got over it. She had a nervous breakdown. She was near death, in fact, with how horribly he had ruined her reputation. She never married, and he went on. He had other relationships and all kinds of fame. And when he came back to her in his 40s, he happened to pass through that same town. He saw her again, and he says, "Oh, I'm so glad that she's over it. I can now put this episode behind me." And he was roundly criticized by others who felt that it was a really underhanded kind of way to behave. So that's why she, in her novel, in her poetry, she wrote about the story from Friederike's point of view and gave us a distinctly feminist voice, a distinctly female voice as to how that entire circumstance played out. Not the heroic and dashing vision of Goethe, the great poet, great thinker and much lauded, but on the other hand, the humanity of this young woman and her unfortunate circumstances. So you see that even as a young woman, as a young poet, her sense of compassion is really quite prominent. She was also very important as an early culture broker. She, once again, occupied a liminal space between the Jewish past and the American future, and she liked to take Jewish thinkers and place them in American context. She was a translator. Of course, she was fluent in several languages. She was a translator of Heinrich Heine, perhaps the greatest German poet of the 19th century, who is especially known historically for his false conversion to Lutheranism. As was very common in Germany in the 19th century, you have a lot of Jews who are experiencing legal emancipation of one degree or another, but they're finding that their social emancipation lags behind. And it's impossible for them to get, like Mahler, to get a position as a conductor of a symphony, or like Heine, to get a position at a university and so on, unless they become Christians. And so, like many of his generation, Heine converted, and he called baptism his ticket to European culture. And as soon as he was baptized, he immediately regretted it, and he felt like, what did I sell out my heritage for? 2,000 years we've been living in exile, and I just throw it away in order to get a paltry position at a college, which he never got, by the way. And so he spent the rest of his life kind of lamenting how ridiculous the situation was, that people of talent simply could not get ahead until they genuflected in this matter. He was known as the poet of, there's a beautiful German word, you can't translate it very easily into English, Judenschmerz. Juden, of course, means Jewish, and Schmerz means pain. So a unique kind of, Jewish agony, Jewish angst. And you see it, by the way, in Jewish literature all the way up through Seinfeld, Woody Allen. They're all poets or comedians of Judenschmerz, that unique kind of Sarah Silverman. Contemporary comics make a big deal out of Judenschmerz as well. At any rate, she translated Heine with his biting, sarcastic wit into English, and she was a culture broker for providing that kind of standing in two worlds modality to her peers. So too, for Jews in particular, she was articulating that way that Jews could exist in both worlds, just as Heine, and in fact, she herself did. She was also impressed upon by Rabbi Rothschild to translate the great Sephardic poets, many of whom we've studied in this room, Ibn Gabiro, Yehuda Halevi and others, to translate them into English. This was a fantastic achievement, particularly because she did not read Arabic, and that was the original language of the poems, but what she did was she worked through the translations into German that existed, and with the help of Rabbi Rothschild, who knew the Hebrew translations as well, she was able to eke out some actually quite readable translations of these Sephardic classics, many of which were actually incorporated into the Reform prayer book as liturgical pieces. Quite a fascinating kind of culture broker, taking things all the way back from medieval Spain into modern American culture. But her life really changed and achieved its final trajectory towards glory when she encountered anti-Semitism in a big way. And this is what happens in the 1870s when she is going into her third and her fourth and final decade. She died, unfortunately, at age 38. The things that were happening at that time were primarily European, but also had some American consequences as well. In Europe, the resounding cry in German, Die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune, came from this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, who is a Prussian historian, non-Jewish, who roundly criticized the Jews for their assumption that they could possibly be equal, which of course was antithetical to the entire trajectory of her life and thought. The immediate occasion for Treitschke's condemnation, which was later picked up by none other than Hitler, who used that slogan frequently on big banners at his rallies, the Jews are our misfortune, was occasioned by the authorship of the magisterial 10-volume history of the Jews by Heinrich Gretz, whose picture I did not think to show you here, but I really should have. Heinrich Gretz was the first encyclopedic historian of the Jewish people who, using modern historical methods, of course, they're quite dated now, almost 200 years later, but he wrote this monstrous volume, multiple volume series that described the huge arc of Jewish history. I have a copy of a 1906 printing in my office, beautiful leather-bound copy in English translation that has on the inside flap, it has 2 and then a person's name on the occasion of his bar mitzvah, 1906. And what is even better about this particular issue is because it's a first edition and the bar mitzvah boy never even read it. You know, the pages are still sewn together. You have to use a knife to cut them apart. And I suspect that Heinrich Gretz's works remains unread on many bar mitzvah boy and girls' homes for generations. But for those who had the temerity to read it, it was a life-altering experience because Gretz articulated what would later be called the lachrymose perspective on Jewish history, in which the Jews are understood as these lachrymose, meaning full of tears, right? Tearful. That the Jews are misunderstood, that they're working hard for society, they do all the best they can for the world around them, and then nevertheless they're persecuted and put down and killed and murdered and so on. There is definitely more than a kernel of truth to the lachrymose view of Jewish history, but he wrote it in such an entertaining and powerful way that he articulated a narrative that could be captured and generated a tremendous amount of Jewish pride in the 19th century. And it ignited the heart of Ms. Lazarus as well, along with who knows how many thousands upon thousands of Jews who read it. Von Treitschke, professional historian, read Gretz's work, and Gretz was largely a self-taught individual, and he said, what is this, one-sided view of Jewish history? Jews never do anything wrong. Christians always are terrible. And, even though he was clearly motivated by more than a little anti-Semitism, it's not that he was wrong in his criticism of Gretz. Gretz did write a kind of a narrative that was, to use a strong word, propagandistic in nature. It was trying to convey a particular reason to be Jewish. And that's all well and good, but it may not be really good history. So von Treitschke went way too far in his criticism, however, and he said not only is Gretz not an accurate portrayal of society, the Jews, in fact, are our misfortune. They invade our societies, they inflict on us their cultural values, they take over all of our institutions, our banks, our media, our music, our art, and they will ultimately destroy us as a society. This became the clarion call for all anti-Semites for the next 100 years, and of course had dire consequences for the Jews under Hitler. So she was enervated by von Treitschke's comments and viewed them with great fear because Europe, which up until this point sort of worked along this positivist trend that everyone thought that people were getting more civilized, people were getting more liberal, more advanced, more tolerant, and that was not at all the case. In fact, Europe was 50 years away, 70 years away from the greatest cataclysm that the world had known. We saw it also approach these shores, and in the same year that von Treitschke made his famous statement that was read around the world, Joseph Seligman, a very important American Jewish philanthropist, encountered a discrimination at a hotel something which was actually a significant phenomenon in American society in the 20th century, where Jews were refused access to hotels, beaches, properties, which was known informally as the Gentleman's Agreement. Maybe you've seen the film by Elia Kazan, the director in 1947, won the Academy Award, with Gregory Peck playing Arthur Green, a journalist. I also like showing little videos of Gregory Peck because Charlton Heston, and yeah, okay, I thought I could get away with that again, but I can't. My wife hates it when I do that, by the way. Anyways, the Gentleman's Agreement was basically this agreement between Christian gentlemen that they would not entertain Jews, that if there was a housing development, they would never sell a house to a Jew. A hotel, they would never have to like stay in a room where a Jew was across the corridor. And this unstated Gentleman's Agreement was actually a sign of a deep infection that affected all of American society. When Seligman was actually refused to a space, a vacancy in a Hilton hotel, the Jews of the time decided to mount a boycott against Hilton's hotels, which eventually was successful. Here is, for example, a little bit later, but on Miami Beach, where I spent about 20 years, this was a well-known phenomenon. They often used euphemisms like restricted clientele. Sometimes they had attempts at humor, like phrases like always a view, never a Jew, or sometimes much more vulgar statements like no blacks, no dogs, no Jews. Sometimes it would be in different order. This is even today in New Jersey. This is a picture of me. I went to a funeral once, and there was a sign, parking for Gentile funeral home only. And I was so blown away. How could they possibly do that? Until I realized that there's actually a funeral home that's called Gentile Funeral Home. And so it's not nearly as bad as it looks. Anyways, this kind of anti-Semitism, which by contrast to European anti-Semitism was obviously quite a bit milder, but nevertheless, it motivated Emma Lazarus to spend even more time looking at her Jewish identity. And she composed poems like this long one. Oops, let's go back over here. The Dance to Death, subtitled The Song of a Semite, Songs of a Semite. She, of course, herself was a Semite, and this is an allusion to the term that was being popularized in this era of Semitism or anti-Semitism, the notion that there was a world Jewish conspiracy that Jews were engaged in. That was called Semitism. So here is a quote from the Dance to Death, and it is once again a rewriting and a retelling of a European classic called Der Tanz zum Tode by Richard Reinhardt, which, and it was later written to an opera called La Juive, the Jewish Woman. The plot of the story is, and it's set in Germany in the 14th century, is a Jewish man takes into his family a foundling who is actually the daughter of a Christian nobleman. And so he takes a Christian girl into his family, and they raise her, and she thinks she is Jewish. Later, her father is quite instrumental in mounting these anti-Semitic persecutions of Jews, including burnings at the stake, and the young girl, who is ironically the daughter of the very anti-Semite who is mounting these attacks on the Jewish community, is burned to death. In the original version, her identity as a Jewess is not revealed, and that kind of, keeps the tragic quality of the story alive with this ambiguity that the father doesn't know that he's actually burning his own daughter, God forbid. But in Lazarus's version, she is told, and she's given a choice. Do you want to abandon the religion in which you have been raised and seek safety as a Christian, or would you rather go to death with the rest of us? And the young girl says, this is Emma Lazarus's version, never, If I be offspring to that kite, I hereby deny my race, forsake my father, so does thy dream fall true. Let him save thee, whose hand has guided mine, whose lips have blessed, whose bread has nourished me. Thy God is mine, thy people are my people. Right? The allusion, of course, there to the book of Ruth, right? Coming up, we're going to be reading it in a couple of weeks. The allusion there that she becomes, as it were, a convert in truth, knowing her true origins and nevertheless accepting Judaism. And it's an inversion of the original story, but it underscores the incredibly powerful gravitational pull of Jewish ethnicity and stands in stark contrast to the kind of attacks on Jews that were occurring with greater rapidity in the New World. But coming to the climax of her life and that for which she is most remembered, there's no question that the association is with Russia and the pogroms of 1881 through 1884. This was a unique moment in world history. Basically, what happened was the Tsar liberator Alexander, a Tsar of Russia who had 20 years earlier liberated the peasants of Russia, very much like Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation here in America. And also, he was widely regarded as a great hero by the peasantry for their liberation, for the emancipation of the serfs. But very much like Lincoln here in America, the serfs were not given anything for which they would be able to make a living. They weren't given their 40 acres and a mule. Same kind of criticism of the African American situation as well. And so there's a tremendous amount of social inequality in Russia in the 19th century and a tremendous amount of social upheaval. One of the flashpoints was when a socialist group called Narodya Volya, the People's Will, lobbed a bomb at the carriage containing the Tsar and his wife and immediately killed them. One of the conspirators in that crime was in fact a Jew, and the cry went out throughout Russia that the new Tsar, Alexander III, had given the population 3 days space to beat the Jews. For a long time, it was believed that that was in fact the truth, and that the pogroms were somehow orchestrated by the Russian government. But later archival research has shown that that is not in fact the case, even though the Tsars definitely had an anti-Semitic tendency, and there was lots of material that would support their anti-Jewish positions. They simply didn't have the wherewithal or the motivation to carry out such a sustained attack that ultimately was a revolutionary kind of movement that undercut the stability of society. But what definitely happened is those reported 3 days of freedom turned into 3 years as hundreds of attacks, sometimes multiple times, on small Jewish villages called Shtetlach dotted the Russian Empire, in particularly in Ukraine, which is the southern region of the Pale of Settlement, the region where Jews were allowed to live. By contrast with later pogrom waves, and especially the Holocaust, the violence was relatively small. The number of Jews killed, God forbid, in these attacks was about 46. So 3 years of violence and only 46 dead. You know, looking at our very bloody 20 and not so promising 21st century, those are actually not terrible statistics. But it was clear as a result of the hundreds of attacks that Russia was no longer a Rechtsstaat. It was no longer a country that was governed by law, because the local police were unwilling or unable to actually defend the Jews from these pogromists. And as a result, combined with the many economic reasons for leaving, there was a huge exodus of Jews from Russia between the years 1881, when the pogroms first broke out, to the 1920s, when American immigration policies began to restrict the number leaving. You can see that in those 3 or 4 decades, 1.7 million Jews came to America. About 70,000, including my own ancestors, went in search of universal health care in Canada. and very large numbers in Brazil, South America, South Africa, with many Lithuanian Jews specifically went here, 5,000 to Australia. A significant number decided to go to Israel in a very early stage in its modern development, and of course 250,000 made their way to Western Europe. So huge exodus of Jews. The largest number, of course, came to these shores. And it represented a totally new type of Jewish immigration, because until this point we had basically two waves of Jewish immigration, and we're talking about very small numbers, first in the hundreds and then in the single thousands, and all of a sudden now we're talking about tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of Jews making their way to America. The very first immigration of Jews to America were Sephardic Jews coming from Recife. We spoke about that a few weeks ago, from the fleeing the Inquisition in South America, making their way up to New York and Newport. The second wave in the 1840s, which we haven't discussed in this series, were primarily German Jews who came to these shores for a host of reasons, including, for example, rather restrictive policies that did not allow Jewish men to marry unless they held a significant amount of property. And so you have a significant migration of Jews to German Jews to these shores in the 1840s. And then in the 1880s, this massive wave of Russian Jews. And they were regarded as the Ostjuden, the Eastern Jews, far more backward, far less literate. Literacy was far from universal. It was more like 60%, which was incredibly high when you compare it to peasantry and even to the nobility, but nevertheless still 60% literacy. Overwhelmingly Yiddish speaking, not speaking any other European language, and desperately poor. So the American Jews of New York had to mobilize under people like Emma Lazarus to absorb this huge influx of co-religionists who looked really quite strange and alien to their far more well-established English-speaking brethren and sestrin in this country. But nevertheless, again, thinking about Emma Lazarus and the kind of role she played, she articulated this vision that what America was all about was specifically the welcoming of these refugees. So this is a postcard that from 1909 that sort of encapsulates this sort of Western European Jewish attitude towards absorbing the refugees. Here's, of course, Lady Liberty herself, and in Yiddish on her crown or hat it says the word America, and the American eagle floats above her in ascent. And here is a poor Russian Jewish family arriving on the boat, but the key opens the lock and the gate opens. The Hebrew phrase underneath here is very beautiful. It's from the book of Psalms. Open for me the gates of justice, right? Not the gates of compassion, but the gates of justice. Open the gates and the just people will enter. Meaning that the people of righteousness shall enter. Beautiful kind of statement that encapsulates Lazarus's vision. Here's one more that I also like. This one is also a Rosh Hashanah card, a Happy New Year card, and this one has even more Russian imagery. Once again, on one side of the ocean, as it were, you have these impoverished, exhausted Russian Jewish refugees carrying their meager belongings. Here, the much wealthier, Europeanized, modern dressing, short-coated. Here he's wearing a kaftan, he's wearing a short jacket, bright colors and so on, and with open arms. I mean, what a powerful metaphor of acceptance. They're welcoming them coming over. The Russian eagle is forced to bow to the American eagle. And once again, a biblical quotation here, and under the shadow of the wings, we will be sheltered. Meaning, and of course, there it's an allusion to God, but the idea is that America will shelter this beleaguered people. It is in this environment that the fundraising campaign for the new Colossus is underway, and they approach Emma Lazarus to compose a poem that could be used in the fundraising effort. And of course, she was the one who was able to bring that together in a pithy poem that could really take together all of these ideas and express them in a way that would affect a century. So when we come to the conclusion of her life, she did not live much longer past that crowning moment in her literary achievement. She went on a trip to Europe. She had already been feeling quite badly, and in fact, it gives you kind of a strange sense of what society was like in the 1880s. She actually had to publish a little notice in the society pages that she was not feeling well and she would not be entertaining visitors. So you would get like the New York Times and you would open it up and say, oh, look at that. Unfortunately, Emma Lazarus is not feeling well. I can't drop by. It's a very unusual kind of thing that the literary world and the way people communicated. But anyway, she complained of a whole series of ailments, including, strangely, face aches, like headaches and face aches. We don't know exactly what it was that brought her down. I've read that it may have been Hodgkin's lymphoma, a form of cancer that unfortunately struck her at a young age. For a couple of years, her health waxed and waned. She ultimately went on a European trip hoping to recover. They had to take a circuitous route because cholera was affecting certain parts of Europe at that time, and unfortunately she succumbed to her illness while abroad and was brought back for a massive and a significant funeral here on these shores. But when we think about her legacy, we can really reflect on a few salient points. First of all, as I've tried to say several times, she is the poetess of America. Her vision of what liberty means to America has informed a century, has informed the entire country, and in fact informed the entire globe, because when foreigners think of America, they think of the Statue of Liberty. And why do they think of the Statue of Liberty? Because of the words that are enshrined on its base, its pedestal, by Emma Lazarus. Otherwise, just think for a second, if you separated the Statue of Liberty from the poetic meaning, what is it? It's just a woman holding up a torch. What does that torch mean? Why is she a woman? Why does she have that expression on her face? Nothing really makes sense. It's kind of an interesting statue, but it's only Emma Lazarus that gives voice to Lady Liberty herself. Secondly, as a Jew, she really was able to define a type of posture towards her Americanness and her Jewishness, which is a tense posture. It's not the same kind of posture that we may choose for ourselves or for our children, but she essentially identified pride in her Jewish heritage, a chutzpahdik, a kind of a brazen attitude towards anti-Semites, a non-tolerance of anti-Semitism, at the same time, not necessarily buying into a traditional Jewish religious observance. She felt that these things could be easily separated. And in fact, I would hazard that the vast majority of American Jews since her time have also found that kind of place to stake out their Jewish identity. Finally, she, of course, has an important legacy as a poet of America as a whole. The fact of her Sephardi Jewish background is intrinsic to the message that she articulated for America as a whole. And with that, I'd like to conclude this very brief presentation of some of the key elements of her life and work. And I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week, we'll return with a very fascinating story of the crypto Jews. What happened to those Jews who chose to hide their Jewish identity under a Christian mask, which they did with great success for several centuries. And as we shall see, the strange way in which they look upon their Jewish heritage is something of great fascination. Thank you very much for your attention. Tonight's topic is an extremely powerful one that I've spent a lot of time agonizing over myself, and I've wondered about how to relate to it in the contemporary period. I think there are a lot of fascinating parallels, which we may actually get into a little bit. but it's a little bit of a departure from our usual biographical approach, like the lecture on the Holocaust, where we stepped back and we took a macro historical position and looked a little bit, or as they say, from a 30,000-foot view at the development of this phenomenon. Today we're going to focus on the so-called crypto-Jews. I'll spend some time speaking about what that terminology means, but basically the crypto-Jews refer to those Jews who chose to go underground during the Inquisition years to outwardly portray themselves as Christians in order to, get along in society. We'll talk about the motivation shortly. And slowly, over many generations, they desperately tried to hold on to their identity, but it slipped through their fingers. And today we have possibly an incredibly large number of these descendants of Jews, many of whom fit the strictest definition of who is a Jew by the most extreme Orthodox rabbi, and nevertheless are completely unaware of their Jewish identity. So that's going to be the topic for tonight. We're not going to look at it. We will dip into a couple of biographies very briefly, but basically we're going to look at the overall phenomenon of the crypto-Jews, and we'll take it all the way from the early 14th century to the present day. First of all, thank you to our sponsors for tonight, my good friends Katie and Vic Crespin from Miami Beach. They were students of mine in some adult education there for several years, a very fond relationship with them, and they very thankfully sponsored both this lecture and next week's final lecture of the season, which is in memory of the Jews of the expulsion, the 6 million, and all those who died for just being Jewish. Very powerful sentiment from the Crespins. Thank you very much. Just to clarify good and welfare, what's going on next week, we have our final lecture of the spring season. We're going to look at the great Harav Ovadia Yosef, who actually represents Mizrahi Jewry, because I want to spend some time speaking about the influence of Sephardi thought on the Eastern communities. Very important rabbi, extremely significant in Israeli politics, the leader of the Shas party, and so on. If you are out of town this weekend, those of you who are going to Boston, I'm very pleased that I'm invited. I will be back Monday, God willing, but on Friday, if you happen to be in Boston, and for those of you in the internet audience, I'm giving a lecture at Harvard University, which is sometimes called the Touro of Cambridge. And it's going to be on, I give two lectures. One is going to be on Friday morning, and I'm really grateful to them because they invited me to speak on Saturday, and I said, it's not happening, and I'm sorry. And they said, okay, how about Friday? And it worked out really well. I was really, very kind to them. The topic is Ukrainians and Jews since Huri. Huri refers to the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute, with which I am affiliated, that is probably the premier institution of Ukrainian studies in the world, and they've done a lot of really creative work on this history of the Jews in Ukraine, so I'll be speaking about that. That's the last 50 years of Ukrainian and Jewish relations. Then afterwards, after Shabbos begins, I'm going to head over to Chabad of Harvard, where I'll give a lecture on my most recent book, which is on the Piaseczna Rebbe, the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto, and I certainly encourage you, and especially those of you who are watching from Boston or Cambridge, come on by. There's going to be a great meal, and I think it's going to be nice. My wife will be there too. Okay, let's go straight to, now one last thing. In case I really apologize for those of you who came last week and I was not here, as I mentioned. Unfortunately, we had an illness in the family that I had to go up north. I did send out emails. If you follow me on Facebook or Twitter or even Instagram, you would see these things. But if you want to get emails, what you do is go to my website, which is Henry Abramson, or jewishhistorylectures.com. And then down here in the corner is this little button that says follow. And it gives the option to enter your email address, and you'll get updates on the classes, also the links to the videos if you want to share them, things like that. So please do sign up. It's a way that I can communicate with you over the summer as well, so you can prepare for the fall series. Topic is still TBA. Okay, so let us go to the material itself now. That's it for the good enough. The source for today, the primary source that I'm really going to rely on heavily is this amazing book by David Gitlitz, who is an administrator like me and still has time to do amazing scholarship. I'm so impressed with this book. He and his wife, shown here, have focused on all kinds of aspects of the social history of Spanish Jewry, and particularly the conversos that we'll be speaking about. And this work, Secrecy and Deceit, The Religion of the Crypto-Jews, is really an amazing piece of scholarship. I have to say, I got a tremendous amount of information from it. It's written with great sensitivity to the internal realities of the conversos, and I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to study this topic further. I'm going to, as is my way, be purely derivative in this class. It'll be an extended book review, but really it's a great source, and I highly recommend it. Let's get into the definitions first of all. What are we talking about? This is, of course, one of the famous pieces of art relating to the conversos or the crypto Jews. It's one of the Velázquez pieces, and it shows a Jew wearing the San Benito with the dunce's cap. This is, of course, a ritual humiliation that people accused of Judaizing would be forced to wear this, and they would face public opprobrium, and that was part of their penance. Sometimes they had to wear it for a month or a year, sometimes for their entire lives. And afterwards, these San Benitos, when they were allowed to remove them, they were permanently placed in the churches with names affixed to them, so that the memory of a converso's flirtation with their prior religion or even ancestral religion would be marked. All right, let's get our terminology right. So I've been using the term crypto-Jews, which seems to be kind of the scientific norm. Crypt in the sense of being hidden, being underground, right? They're actually Jewish. They think of themselves as Jews, but they are underground Jews, and they are externally presenting themselves as Christian. This is a term that does not carry a lot of moral opprobrium with it. It's a kind of term that is neutral in tone and so on. Another term would be conversos, which means converts, and this refers to the fact that the crypto-Jews were themselves Jews who had converted to Christianity, willingly or otherwise, or were the children of such people. One of the rather frightening aspects of the entire period that we're studying tonight is the fact that this just slid so nicely into a kind of early medieval racism, because it didn't matter if you or your spouse converted, your children would also be in that status. They could be raised in the church from the moment of their birth, but nevertheless, they would still be in that kind of status. And in several cases, these purity of blood statutes were published that specifically designated lineages. Once again, we were reminded, if you go back to some of the earlier lectures this season, we spoke about the Raoul Hilberg, the great Holocaust historian, who made tremendous amount of analysis of the Holocaust by looking specifically at the mechanics, the bureaucracy of the Spanish Inquisition, and that's certainly, I think, true in the way that these people were called conversos, or so-called converts. They're also called new Christians, and the emphasis here is on the word new, meaning as opposed to the rest of us who have been Christian since at least the 4th or 5th century, these are new Christians. They're not real Christians. They've just been attached to the body of the church, and we can't really trust them. These are new Christians, not quite, well within the fold. Their bona fides, literally their good faith, is not yet established. The Hebrew term that's preferred, and was preferred by the crypto-Jews themselves and the Jewish community, was anusim. Anos in Hebrew means to force. It's sometimes used in the context, for example, of a sexual assault. It's a very strong word, and it implies that their agency was completely removed from them, which is true in the vast majority of cases, that they were in fact forced to become Christians, and they had no choice about it whatsoever. Sometimes they're called mishumadim. I didn't list it here. Mishumadim is not a complimentary term in Hebrew, and it means that they chose to convert, and they were looked down upon. But primarily the term anusim, or forced, was used. And finally, a term that was very popular about 20 years ago, but it has now come appropriately into disfavor, Marano. Marrano is the Spanish word for swine. And so obviously this term was used by Christians as a derogatory term against the conversos or crypto Jews. And so it's really not the appropriate term to use in this kind of context. But all told, these are all referring to the same people, although as we shall see, many of those Jews came into their Christian identities, however tenuous, with very different motivations. Let's have a look at that on this identity spectrum, which is analyzed by Dr. Gitlitz in actually far greater detail than I think we should go through today. I just want to give you just a sense of how the scope of identification with Christianity took place among the crypto Jews. And let us recall, by the way, that the period that we're speaking about is basically from the early 1300s until the present day. We're speaking about centuries of development of identification for these crypto Jews. So if we put Christianity over here on the left side of the spectrum and Judaism on the right side of the spectrum, some basic blocks that we could place these crypto Jews in would be as follows. You would have over here a certain number of converts who were in fact true believers. We should not obfuscate. There are definitely many Jews who felt, for reasons that we shall see shortly, in fact, Christianity was a preferred religion and that Christianity was closer to the will of God than Judaism. And so many of them chose it openly and willingly, and later, in fact, dedicated their lives to convincing their erstwhile co-religionists to do the same. So you definitely have some. The term in Hebrew for these people would certainly be mishumadim, but they are definitely not in the majority. Then you have many who were converted, and especially their children who grew up then in the church with a clear consciousness of their Jewish origin, but they kind of became resigned to it, and they regarded themselves as Christian reformers, or, this is my term, neo-Protestants, meaning they looked at themselves after, let's say, being Christian for 20, 30 years, or their children who grew up Christian, knowing that their parents were originally Jewish, and they said, you know, it was terrible that they forced us to convert, but, you know, we got along, and here we are, and life goes on. And the truth is, the church really should change. They should stop some of these egregious activities, and we can be the agent of this change. They were not like desperate to run back to Judaism, but they felt like their cultural superiority would lend to the advancement of Christianity as a more humanistic sort of faith. Let us not forget that the Jews had a far higher rate of universal, particularly male literacy, and as a result, these people tended to be quite upwardly mobile in social and economic services. So once they were converted to Christianity and they were able to shed all of the economic baggage and legislative baggage that held them back, they were actually able to rise up into the upper middle class and sometimes the towering upper classes of wealth and status, marrying into very high families and so on. So you tend to find those people sort of in this camp here where they're saying, all right, we're Christians, but, you know, we're going to try and make Christianity a nicer place. Then you have probably the largest group, and all of this is supposition based on Gitlitz's research, but it stands to reason, who are low-profile Christians, who are terrified of the persecutions that met anyone who adopted any Jewish attitudes or behaviors. We'll explore the kind of punishments that would accrue to them if they were to demonstrate that they were identifying with Jews in any way or Judaism. So, but they resented the fact that they were converted. They didn't see a way out. So they just kept a very low profile. And when the time was right, or when they felt they were safe and they would perhaps share a little bit of the information with their children, sometimes their children were raised not knowing at all that they were in fact Jewish. And then they became, you know, you have the term Jews by choice. So they had a lot of people who were what they call Jews by surprise. Right? And we have that, by the way, even in the 20th and 21st century, where you have in Poland, where many Jews hid their identity during the war and they became orphans, and then afterwards they find out they're outed, so to speak, to be Jews. So this is probably the largest single demographic chunk are low-profile Christians. They are doing what Christians have to do. They're aware of their Jewish identity, and they just keep it on the down low. Then you have over here passive Judaizers. The term Judaizing, by the way, is preferred by the church, and this refers to Christians who are adopting Jewish ideas or taking on Jewish behaviors. They are, of course, Jews ethnically and according to Jewish halacha, but they're only Judaizers when they start to actually practice Judaism. So passive Judaizers, these are Jews who have converted to Christianity, resent it, identify themselves as Jews internally, but feel that they simply cannot do so in the outside world. And so therefore, they observe Judaism passively whenever possible. So for example, they will not eat on Yom Kippur. Right? They're obviously not going to, put on a yarmulke or something like that, but they will not eat on Yom Kippur, or they will refrain from wearing shoes on Tisha B'Av. They will try to keep some sense of the calendar, and they will step back from Judaism wherever possible. This was in itself quite a risky act, as we shall see, and one could be exposed to the rigors of the Inquisition, even for doing a passive act, an act of omission. Finally, the last category were the active Judaizers, and these are Jews who are desperately trying to hang on to their Jewish identity through actual covert acts. They are actually engaging in prayer in a Jewish context. They are at tremendous risk circumcising their sons. They are doing all kinds of things that are active demonstrations of their Jewish identity, despite the fact that this exposes them to phenomenal risk. Gathering in private homes for prayer quorums, where even if one of them were caught, the entire group would be sucked into the Inquisition. Absolutely terrifying kind of existence. But this gives you a sense of like the very many ways that Jews could identify. That's an excellent and very sophisticated question. I will give a very short answer for the people in the audience who may not have gone all the way back to St. Augustine type lectures, 4th century type stuff. But here's the thing, the church has this irritating problem. What do you do theologically with the Jews, right? If Judaism, it's kind of like, if you think about a computer and you get like a great Windows XP. I really liked XP. XP was so solid, hardly ever crashed, right? And then all of a sudden Windows comes out with a new model, and they roll out the new model, and they sell all new computers to the new model. So what do you do if after 6 months with the new Windows out there, and people start saying, hey, we want to go back to XP, or, we'd rather not upgrade? You might be able to eventually get 80% of Windows users with the new, whatever it is, Windows 2000. But the fact that there's some people who are holding out and saying, we want to keep XP going, that makes the new Windows look bad, right? So the church has a difficult issue. How do you deal with that? On the one hand, what you could do is you could extirpate them completely, God forbid, genocide, or any other form of like simply removing their culture, which is a difficult thing to do in the medieval and in the ancient world. We didn't really try it as a global society until the Holocaust, but let's say they did that. The theological problem with that is that there would be no surviving Jews around to testify or witness that the Messiah had come. Because it only really counts if the XP user sees the new Windows and says, yeah, that's actually better than XP. Otherwise, everyone's wondering, why don't we just go back to XP? He's very happy with XP. Look what he does with XP. So the church developed this doctrine called the doctrine of witness. It was probably best articulated by St. Augustine in the 4th century, later by Pope Gregory the Great, that the Jews must be kept alive. They may not be forcibly converted. They may not be excessively harassed or punished. They're supposed to live in a second-class state, but we're not going to actually destroy them outright. So that's essentially church doctrine. The problem is it's a very hard doctrine to explain to average people, and particularly when there is an updraft of popular resentment of the Jews that can be expressed in terms of violence, in terms of popular anger, then it sort of bubbles over into these massacres like the Crusades or like the massacres of the 14th century. And when that happens, what do you do with these Jews? What do you do if they have been forcibly converted? Then you're stuck with this idea, like we saw with Edgardo Mortara, that they are in fact Jewish and there's no Christian and there's no going back. So basically, the answer to your question is the church had a doctrine. There were things that happened, particularly from the lower clergy. The often illiterate lower clergy would stir up economic distress in the masses, and they would have these excesses like forced conversions, which the popes generally said it's a bad thing, it's against our doctrine, please don't do it. But nevertheless, once they're converted, now what do you do with these new Christians? So it represents an attempt to deal with a situation that got out of hand in the first place. I'll show you clearly in just a couple of slides. Okay? Thank you for that excellent question. Nobody else asked any hard questions like that because it's going to take us way off topic. Okay, so how many people are we talking about? How many crypto Jews are there? Here's some numbers. The numbers are astounding. So let's just do kind of a baseline. And by the way, these numbers, they're ranges because we don't have really good demographic data from the period. Gitlitz does a great job of surveying the major opinions. He takes a whole chapter to discuss what I'm going to put on one slide here. So I'm painting with the broad strokes, but you'll get the sense. So in 1491, which is of course the year before the expulsion, we're talking about something like 7 to 9 million Spaniards, including Muslims and Jews. And in Portugal, you got about 1 to 1.5 million people there. Of those, about 125 to 200,000 Jews were living in Spain, and about the same number, about 225 conversos from the various campaigns of the 14th century. So by the time we get to the expulsion, we've discussed this in previous lectures, but by the time you get to the expulsion, you've got about 50% of the Jews who are still traditionally part of the Jewish community, and you have 50% who are now nominally converted and find themselves somewhere on that spectrum that we saw earlier. It's a big chunk of the population. And one of the main reasons for the eventual expulsion is because the conversos were still associating with Jews, still marrying with Jews, still very much part of the community, and the lines were blurred. In Portugal, quite a few less, about 10 to 20,000, and a very few conversos. In 1492, somewhere between 100 and maybe as many as 160,000 Jews were expelled, an incredibly awful upheaval. A demographic change is hard to imagine, and we've spoken about in previous lectures. About 50,000 of those went to Portugal. The Jews who decided to remain and converted, not only right on the eve of expulsion, but into the following decade, because the Jews who went to North Africa, especially in Morocco, they were actually turned away by the local Jewish community, who was not willing to accept a large amount of refugees, even though they were co-religionists, and other Jews who turned back because of the fear of traveling across the Mediterranean, or even the difficulty and expense of getting into Portugal, where only wealthy people got 8-month visas and so on. We're talking about 30 to 60,000 extra Jews converted in that decade, beginning with the expulsion. So we're speaking about somewhere just shy of 200,000 Jews who became crypto Jews of one form or another by 1502. And then if you take that forward, and you look at, well, what happened to the Inquisition treatment of those Jews? And the Inquisition, for our intents and purposes, extends from the 13th century to the 1820s. It lasted for centuries before it was finally shut down. We're thinking something like 25 to 50,000 Spanish Jews, 30,000 Portuguese Jews. The Portuguese, again, the Portuguese Jews are originally Spanish, many moved into Portugal, and about 4,000 Jews who were tried by the Inquisition in the colonies, including Brazil, Mexico, the New World, and so on. So we're talking massive numbers of people over a very long period of time fall into this category of crypto Jews. Let me add one last thing. If we look at one of the Oh, wait, here we go. Sorry. So let's talk about the historical development. How exactly did all these people become crypto-Jews? We've spoken in generalities. Let's just dig down a little bit deeper. So the truth is, here's another scene, by the way, of an auto da fe. Not all of those tens of thousands of Jews that are mentioned in the prior slide were killed, but a very large number, certainly 5 digits worth, were actually executed in the flames that were called auto da fe or auto de fe in Portuguese, means the acts of faith. The burning was an act of faith. So here's a public auto da fe. You can see all the Jews here and their San Benitos who are about to be executed. And it was a pageant-like environment where all of these Jews would receive absolution by being killed. So it really starts, ironically, in France in the early 14th century. Jews were expelled there, and many of them crossed the Pyrenees from Navarre into Spain. Many of them were forcibly converted, and so these are the first real conversos that made their way into Spain in any numbers. But let us recall what happens with conversos on an economic level. We can never really lose sight of how these decisions and persecutions affect the economy. Realize that the Jews had tremendous mercantile skills for the era. They had literacy, often in 7 languages. They had international connections to be able to engage in long-distance trade. They had a strong internal legal system of the Talmud that would regulate all of their interpersonal dealings. And so it was very easy for them, for Jews, to rely on a heavy infrastructure of trust that would enable them to engage in significant mercantile activities. So the only thing that really held them back were the many restrictions of anti-Semitic legislation that forced them not to engage in certain trades, not to live in certain neighborhoods, not to sell certain items, or various kinds of aspects of social interchange. So once the Jews were converted, they technically kept all of the advantages of being Jewish and lost all of the disadvantages. And so they represented a very disruptive element in the economy. You can imagine, like, let's say, for example, we had, superheroes walking among us, think like Marvel, X-Men, or something like that, mutants, right? And they've got super strength and they can fly and things like that. And we try to keep them down by passing legislation, no flying in New York City. And all of a sudden we remove all those things and they're flying all over the place. Uber would be out of business in a minute because you would just catch a lift with a superhero. So a lot of things changed when the Jews were released from the shackles of this legislation. And so there was economic unrest. A series of riots ensued in Aragon, which is a region of Spain where many of these Jews entered. And so after some duress, the local king allowed the papacy to bring in the Inquisition. The Inquisition had been established about 100 years prior, and the purpose of the Inquisition, originally in France, was to try and control heterodox Christians, the Cathars and so on, who were abandoning traditional Catholic ideology, and the Inquisition was designed to try and root out that heresy. But it could also be used for Jews who were converted to Christianity and then were Judaizing. So the king agreed. They invited the Inquisition into Aragon, and right away it started its nefarious work, which of course would continue for another 600 years. There are sporadic attacks on Jews throughout the century as the resistance to these conversos grew, and there was a significant amount of economic upheaval. And you have a major change in 1378 when an archdeacon named Ferran Martinez, and archdeacon is a fairly low-level position. Recall that the lower clergy is often illiterate, often can't even read the scripture that they are preaching. But, if they get up and engage in demagoguery and stand on a soapbox and make a lot of loud noises, and they inspire fear in the population, they can actually achieve a lot. This never happens in the 20th century or the 21st century, but I'm being joking. I shouldn't even joke about those things. But anyway, Martinez specifically attacked the Jews of Seville, and he inspired a series of riots. the king, who is typically hesitant to engage in anti-Jewish persecutions. I don't want to go into great detail today, but for the most part, kings tended to be protectors of Jews because the Jews were a great source of income. And so the king doesn't want public disturbance, doesn't want neo-revolutionary activity, would rather keep everyone quiet. But under Martinez's rabble-rousing, he eventually agrees, and Martinez appeals to the Pope to try and impose even stricter legislation against the Jews and even greater activity of the Inquisition. In 1391, there is a wave of attacks that basically occupies the entire peninsula, and Jews are converted by the tens of thousands. In every community, there are attacks on Jews, sometimes multiple times, and this is where you get the bulk of the conversos, primarily from that massive upheaval in 1391. But the fact is, this is 100 years before expulsion. You know, that's how we get to that number of about half of the Jews in Spain being conversos 100 years later. Let's try and let's also understand, besides the violence that I have described, we also have a few of these really prominent celebrity conversions that spur the movement along from within the Jewish sphere. Perhaps the most famous of them is this individual, Shlomo Halevi of Burgos, who is known by his baptized name, Pablo de Santa Maria, who engaged in a correspondence that survived with a Jewish man named Yehoshua from the town of Lorque. So he's called Yehoshua HaLorki. And Yehoshua wrote to Santa Maria and said, you know, I don't understand why you converted to Christianity. It's like such an amazing thing to me. You were a very learned person. You were a rabbi. You knew so much. How could you just convert? This is not someone who was like forcibly converted as a result of violence. He became Christian. So HaLorki sort of proposes an answer to his own question. He says, the only reason why someone would want to convert to Christianity, he says, would be, one, for career mobility, social mobility, and for career advancement, right? As I've mentioned, they have a tremendous amount of advantage if they become Christian. They lose all of the anti-Semitic baggage holding them back. So that's one reason why someone would want to become Christian, says HaLorki. Or number two, perhaps it's related to Averroism, which was the name of a philosopher of the period and associated with the idea of stepping back from religion as the prime locus of verity and instead looking to things like science and reason and essentially a secularism. So maybe your religious ideas sort of cooled off and then you figured, well, in this environment, Christianity is maybe more amenable to my new kind of broader thinking. Yeah, possible. Third reason a person might convert is perhaps by looking at Jewish history and saying it's clear from the pattern of Jewish history, from the trajectory all the way from the destruction of the temples through the exile, the Bar Kokhba revolution that failed and so on. Maybe it's clear from all these things that God has abandoned the Jews. Or perhaps it is really belief that Christianity is true, that it represents the fulfillment of the prophecies of the Torah, and that's why a person becomes Christian. Now, HaLorki ended his correspondence by saying, well, since I know that you were a great rabbi, you were a very learned individual, and you chose Christianity, it cannot have been for the first three reasons, because you are such a great man. It must be you converted for the last reason, that you truly believe that Christianity was the fulfillment of Judaism, and therefore HaLorki also converted. He took the name Geronimo de Santa Fe, and he played a major role as the prime defender of Christianity in a forced disputation in Tortosa in 1414. So this is kind of like two celebrity conversions that had a huge impact on the Jews. We have to imagine how over the course of nearly 200 years, they're losing confidence, they're losing strength, they're feeling dejected that, you know, where is God? Where is Mashiach? Why is this happening to us? How can this just keep going on? And when you have these kinds of figures convert, it accelerates the entire motion altogether. People have less will to resist, and in many cases, people actually actively convert. Okay. Unfortunately for the conversos, the Inquisition proved to be absolutely horrific and deadly. I won't go into great detail about this because we have spoken about it in several other classes. But let us recall that the Inquisition was originally directed not at the Jews who remained Jewish, because they were not considered heretics. They were not considered backsliding Christians. They were just non-Christians, and they fell within the doctrine of witness. But once a Jew was baptized, that was it. There's no going back. And so any Jew who consorted, any converso who consorted with Jews would be subject to the dictates of the Inquisition. We shall see a little bit about how this operated in terms of the belief system of the crypto Jews. But let us recall that what would happen is the conversos would be, accused by a neighbor, let's say, who saw them, let's say, lighting candles on Friday night, perhaps placing them under clay pots or something like that. And then that would be reported to the Inquisition. The person would be brought in. There would be horrific tortures. After the tortures, they would typically betray so many other people they knew who did the same thing. They would be brought in. The Inquisition was paid for by confiscations from those accused and later killed by the Inquisition. So it proved to be quite in the interest of the Inquisition to accuse as many people as possible. And informants were also rewarded for their services. And therefore, if you liked your neighbor's cow, chances are an easy way to get it would be simply say that, they typically slaughter their cows moving left to right with a knife and things like that. So it's a terrifying kind of social phenomenon. I happened in my research saw a couple of these images that were terrifying. This is, the types of tortures are mind-blowing. This is a hand crusher. What I find fascinating about this is that the cross is placed on the hand crusher to remind the torturers and the tortured that this is all done for the greater glory of God, that this is what is commanded by the church. And then this horrible thing called the pear of anguish, or the Pope's pear, is a device, and there are thousands of these kinds of things, a device that could be inserted in one of any orifices in a human body, and then later it could be expanded like this, causing crucial, agonizing pain. So you have to imagine how these tools would have had such a horrific impact on the Jews at that time. Let us go back to these heroic crypto Jews and try to understand a little bit about what was their belief. I mean, let's say, we have to imagine now, we're looking at it, we're compressing several hundred years into less than an hour. But let's say you're living in, 1530 or 1560, and it's already 2, 3, 4 generations since anyone has been able to openly practice Judaism. The Jews who did not convert were exiled from Spain and Portugal. The Jews who converted were on pain of the Inquisition to behave openly in any Jewish form. Here's a Jew wearing a San Benito. Of course, you can see the humiliating hat and the face that's drawn onto the San Benito as well. And you can imagine you'd have to wear this for literally months if you were lucky and not be burned at the stake. So if you're like in the 1530s, the 1560s, there's no teachers. Who can you go to learn something about Judaism? There's no books. A Hebrew book would itself be a death sentence. There's no Hebrew books. The only exception would be medical texts. And so therefore Maimonides sometimes survived because he wrote so many medical tracts that were rendered sometimes into Hebrew, and also the ones originally written in Hebrew, like Hilchot Deot and so on. So you don't have anything to study except Christian materials, and you have to try and imagine what Judaism would do with, let's say, Christian translations of the Old Testament. You'll recall, if you were with us last year, we spoke about Uriel da Costa, a Portuguese Jew who was raised in this environment. His mother came out as Jewish and said to him when he was about bar mitzvah, listen, I have to tell you, you're actually Jewish. And he was so enthused with this. He was so, inspired by the fact that he was Jewish that when they finally escaped Portugal and made it to Amsterdam, he so openly embraced Judaism, was so happy to be there, but he felt crushing disappointment when he saw that regular Jews in Amsterdam didn't always behave with the high standards of the prophets. And he actually, it ate him up. He probably had significant mental illness. Ultimately, he was exiled from the synagogue 3 times, and the third and final time, he was actually forced by the community to lie down on the ground in front of the synagogue, and the entire community would walk over his back as an act of ritual humiliation to indicate that really he can't behave this way. Immediately after that, he went home and he shot himself. But he left behind a 12-page suicide note that is one of the most chilling documents in Jewish history. But he was like one of these people who wanted to be Jewish so badly, but he grew up with a very twisted idea of what is Judaism because there was no rabbis there. There was no Rebbitzins. There was no one there who would give him that information. Crypto-Judaism typically included a few key prayers, like the one line, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. These kinds of things would be whispered and handed down generation to generation. But there's no way that they would not have prayer books. They might have something like the contraband Portuguese work, The Constellations for the Tribulations of Israel by Shlomo Usque that we talked about a few weeks ago. But they would have no source material, so their prayers were just basically gibberish that was handed down, often incorrectly. And as I mentioned earlier, the kinds of observances that crypto-Jews tended to take on were things that were not openly visible. One of the most popular fasts, for example, surprisingly, is the fast of Esther. Why would the fast of Esther, you think, somehow retain more memory for crypto-Jews than, let's say, I don't know, the 17th of Tammuz or something like that? That's right, because Esther herself was a crypto-Jew in Achashverosh's court. And it was available in the Christian Bible. The book of Esther is there. So crypto-Jews could read this and could really identify with her plight. And by the way, when she said she fasted 3 days, so the crypto-Jews, not knowing anything else, sometimes they fasted 3 days as well. I mean, they really went to tremendous lengths to try and do what it says in the Bible. Well, they had to guesstimate by the Christian holidays. So they knew that Purim is 1 month before Passover. Passover falls in April with Easter, more or less. So they would kind of backdate it, sometimes go by the Julian calendar and use date to date. But they often really had no idea. They obviously knew which day was Shabbat, and that was a big deal. And we'll see in a second in the Edicts of Faith what that meant. Gender differences, overwhelmingly more women than men. We definitely have lots of sociological research that indicates that women are a far more reliable repository of tradition than men. And you can look at a lot of different markers for this. For example, the age of intermarriage in America is men intermarry about 3 years before women do. Meaning women will wait 3 more years trying to find a Jewish mate before Jewish men will. That's just kind of like an American example. But the practices in the home, all practices that are associated with the kitchen, the bedroom, things like that tend to be in women's domains, and they tend to preserve it far more likely than men do. And we have similar statistics among the crypto-Jews, at least in the 15th century. Ironically, this even applies to rituals that were associated with men alone. Circumcision, incredibly dangerous because it's a permanent mark, of course, and once you can't take it back. But women crypto-Jews who wish to somehow identify sometimes would actually, and this is a noted tradition, they would have themselves ritually scarified, usually on the shoulder. A small piece of skin would be removed as a token act of female circumcision to show their desire to cleave to the Jewish people. I think it's amazing that it has no source whatsoever in the Jewish tradition, but nevertheless, the idea that a woman would want so badly to identify with her people that she would engage in this, it's a phenomenal thought. Now, ironically, one of the places where crypto-Jews learned the most about Judaism and adapted to it was in these things called the Edicts of Faith. And I'm going to read to you a little bit of one. The Inquisition, in order to root out people who are engaged in Judaizing activity, would typically come into a town, or they would announce that they're going to have an investigation, and they would attach in public places a long list of potential crimes. And they would publish this and said, essentially saying, was called the Edicts of Faith, also called the Edicts of Grace. And they would say, if you have seen any of your neighbors doing any of these things, report them immediately to the Inquisition. And if you were a crypto Jew and you read this list, you would, by seeing what they said, learn what you thought was something about Judaism. Aha, doing this must be what Jews in other countries do. And so ironically, even while the Inquisition was trying to extirpate Judaism, it was also encouraging it, although in a twisted kind of way. So I'm not going to read you the whole thing. This is like it's a 4-page document here in Gitlitz's book, but let me give you a couple of examples. If any of you have seen or heard say that any person or persons have kept any Sabbaths in honor of the observance of the law of Moses, putting on clean personal linen and their best or festival clothing, placing clean linen on their tables or throwing clean sheets on their beds in honor of the Sabbath, not kindling a fire or doing any other work on those days, beginning on Friday afternoon. So right away, people get a sense of, so that's what you do for Shabbos, is you put on a fresh tablecloth, change the linens, wear nice clothes. Right? You can see also how intrusive this was, that if you did these things, change the tablecloth on a Friday afternoon, you could be killed for it. It's an amazingly frightening thing. We should think about that next time we change the tablecloth. Or who have porged or deveined the meat they are preparing to eat, soaking in water to remove the blood, or who have removed the sciatic vein from the leg of mutton or from any other animal. Like these are laws in Shechita. If you're making animals kosher, you have to remove certain veins and so on. Or who have cut the throat from one side to the other of any animals or birds which they're going to eat, saying, blessed be the Lord who has commanded us to slaughter in this fashion. First testing the knife on a fingernail to see if it has a sharp edge, and then covering the blood with earth. And by the way, much of this material was revealed to the church by people who were tortured by the Inquisition, and they would ask them these detailed questions, and they later codify them in potential crimes that could later be used against future victims. Or who have eaten meat during Lent or on other days forbidden by the Holy Mother Church, or who have fasted on the Great Fast, which is called the Fast of Pardon, going barefoot on that day. Fast of Pardon is, of course, Yom Kippur, right? Or who have prayed Jewish prayers, and in the evening have asked forgiveness of each other. The parents putting their hands on their children's heads without crossing them or saying anything, or saying, may you be blessed by God and me. Which is, of course, this is what I do every Friday night with my kids. And you can imagine that will put you at risk of death. Or who fast the fast of Queen of Esther, or the fast of Rabbi. I don't know what that is. Which they call the loss of the Holy Temple, maybe Tisha B'Av, but I don't know what Rabbi means in Spanish. Yeah, something like that. Or other fasts during the week, such as Mondays or Thursdays. Let's see what else. Cutting nails and trimming hair, keeping or burning the cuttings, which in fact is the halacha. When you have your fingernails, you have to dispose of them in certain ways. Praying Jewish prayers while raising and lowering their heads, which are turned face towards the wall, right? Shakling, and you're davening by the Mizrach Wand. Before they pray, washing their hands with water or with dirt, wearing garments of serge, terry cloth, or linen with certain cords or little strings hanging down, right? Like this here, little strings hanging down from the corners tied into certain knots. Or who are, after they are baptized, they wash off the oil and chrism, right? Like when they're baptized, they make sure to get rid of whatever they used to baptize them. Or who on the seventh night after the birth of their child, they put it in a basin of water into which they place gold, silver, pearls, wheat, barley, and other things, washing the child in that water, saying, may you be as well supplied with the goods of this world as in this basin. That looks like some kind of indigenous Sephardic tradition. I don't know if it survived. It's a Sephardic custom? A Pidyon Ben? Yeah, okay. With water and stuff like that, and barley? Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. So there's a lot of things here. And so there's so many of these types of things. And the transcripts of Inquisition trials list in painful detail these specific tiny quotidian activities that the Jews may have been involved in. But that's ultimately the source of how these crypto Jews were able to receive any kind of information about their faith, however distorted it often was. So we're coming to the end of this. What happened to all these Jews? Just simple mathematical calculation indicates there are about 100 million descendants of those crypto Jews. If you want to take the strictest definition of who is a Jew, and you say it's all through the matrilineal line, we're still talking about double digits of millions of Jews who are just as Jewish as I am and have no conception of whatsoever. This has ironically resulted, well, actually, what has been happening in the last few years with the advent of DNA testing services like Ancestry.com and 23andMe and things like that. Many people have discovered that they actually have Jewish Sephardic roots. And in fact, they can do some distinctions, whether it's the mitochondrial DNA or there was the Y-type haplotypes, things like that, whether it flows through the matrilineal or the patrilineal line. And all of a sudden, you have hundreds of thousands of people who are claiming Jewish ancestry with almost no understanding of what that actually means. From the 19th into the 20th century, there were various travelers who would go way into the back villages, including, if any of you are going to come on that trip with me on the Douro this year, including villages off the Douro River in Portugal, of whole communities who say, yeah, we're all descended from the crypto Jews. They're completely Christian in just about everything they do, but they have a consciousness of being essentially descended from converts. What do you do with these people? Many of them are so enthusiastic about coming back to Judaism that an organization called Reconectar, which is very active in Israel, is reaching out to such people when they find that they have Sephardic Jewish identity somewhere in their genetic history, and they're inviting them back into the Jewish body politic and saying, you know, we'll explain what you need to know, and you can make your decisions. According to DNA testing, it appears that 1 in 20 males in Spain is of crypto-Jewish stock, and 1 in 15 American Hispanics in this country. The Northwest, actually that should say Southwest, sorry. I don't know who types these things up. So just ignore that, right? American, I was in a bit of a rush this morning. But it's a phenomenal thing that so many crypto-Jews are, because of science. Now, the science obviously does not make a Jew. There are many people with Jewish, and there's a lot of things that go into it. But nevertheless, it does point to a renaissance of Sephardic Jewish identity from the most unlikely of sources. Those are my comments on this topic. I hope you found this as meaningful as I did. Next week, God willing, we'll have our concluding lecture on Harav Ovadia Yosef, back to the biographies, and I think you'll find his life absolutely fantastic and inspirational. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, everyone. I hope you found that lecture interesting. I know that the material in Gitlitz's book is just overwhelming and absolutely fascinating. And just want to share one last concluding thought. I find it so tremendously ironic on a historical level that, you know, the identity of these crypto Jews was so tenuous under such tremendously challenging environmental circumstances, and nevertheless, so many of them made often the ultimate sacrifice to try and preserve whatever scraps of Jewish theology or practice or belief they could preserve for themselves and for future generations. And we contrast that with the way we live here in contemporary North America, with incredible wealth and unprecedented freedom and the ability to explore our Jewish background and our Jewish heritage, Jewish thought, Jewish ideas. You know, there's such a range of possibilities for Jews today, and yet the vast majority of American Jews remain completely disconnected from their Jewish heritage. That's, you know, it's one of those shocking realities that it's hard to pass over. You know, if you had a chance to watch the Jewish History Manifesto video that I recorded a long time ago, it kind of crystallizes my thinking in putting together this Jewish history series. And I'm hoping that people will, get some kind of motivation to explore the greater aspects of Jewish identity and thought, the tremendous wealth that's present there, and that massive contribution to human civilization. And I hope people will share this video or share other videos or go look at other videos done by other people. The whole point is to try and expand awareness of the tremendous beauty of this civilization and heritage. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and final lecture of this spring 2018 season will be coming up. I hope you have a great week. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming back week after week to these great lectures on the history of Sephardic Jewry. We've been studying them for an entire year. I myself have grown tremendously from the experience, and I'm really grateful for the therapeutic effect you have had on my own scholarship by listening to me talk about the things that I find really fascinating. Tonight is the final lecture of the series, of the semester. God willing, we'll return in the fall. I've already decided what the topic will be, but I haven't yet decided how to release it. But it is going to be so cool. It's going to be a totally new approach to the way that we've done these things. I think using all the feedback that I've received from you in these classes, we're going to make something really amazing. At any rate, just a quick thank yous for tonight. Tonight's lecture on Chacham Ovadia Yosef is sponsored by my friends Katie and Vic Crespin of Miami Beach. As last week, they sponsored a lecture as well. It's in honor of the 6 million and all who were killed just for being Jewish. A couple of interesting notes wrapping up the semester. I like to have a look at the metrics online just to let you know that we're not alone in this room. This is what the daily viewership was back in 2013 when I started giving these lectures, and back when I lived in Florida. And this is what they looked like when I came to Brooklyn in 2015. And thank God they're going up pretty steadily. These are when it dips, that means I was telling jokes, and it goes down in the jokes. And this is when the Sephardic Jewish History series began. So thank God we're enjoying continued popularity on the web, and I'm glad that so many people find these lectures meaningful. Also, because I really want to raise money for our students, we are ongoing with our long-range goal to reach $100,000 in scholarships. Don't laugh. We want to reach way more than that. But right now we have $13,596, including the occasional donation from the Pushka on my desk. So if you are so motivated, if you enjoy the lectures, I love having you here. Your participation is sufficient sponsorship. But if you want to support our students, because they're really why this all happens, here's the website, and you can donate online. Okay. The topic for tonight, of course, is a fascinating figure, Maran Ovadia Yosef. Maran, as we shall see soon, is a uniquely Sephardic way of referring to our master. It's actually an Aramaic form that you see occasionally in the Talmud, like Rabban, our rabbi. Maran would be our master. He's also known as a Chacham, as a wise person, which is a uniquely Sephardic term for a well-known rabbi. I will probably bounce back and forth between these various titles. My main source for tonight is a rather large work, about 600 odd pages, but I have to say I read it with so much interest. Every single page was a delight, by a scholar named Yehuda Azulai, who's actually not a professional scholar, but is quite gifted in collecting materials and in relaying them in a very appealing fashion. So I highly recommend this work if you want to go deeper into the life of Ovadia Yosef, and it is where I take most of my material for tonight. So who was Harav Ovadia Yosef? So the short version is he was a famous Sephardic rabbi, originally from Baghdad, who spent most of his life in Israel. He eventually rose to the position of chief rabbi until he passed away in the year 2013. He is, however, a uniquely gifted individual. In my humble opinion, I would think he is the most important Sephardic person of the 20th century. Remarkable contributions specifically to Sephardic culture and to world culture. I myself, long before I gave these lectures, I was a big fan of Rabbi Yosef. I own a set of his Yabia Omer, just to give you a sense of his output. This is one of 8 volumes. And if I can balance it while I'm holding the microphone, you can see it's like really small double column print on every page. Phenomenal memory. Even his critics are loath to say that his memory was not verging on supernatural. An incredible eidetic or photographic memory that allowed him to retain incredible amounts of material. And a very creative scholar. He was able to bring together that material in often quite innovative ways to solve difficult problems. He was not a scholar who lived alone in an attic somewhere. He was very much a man of the people, very involved with the daily struggles of Jews all over the world, but particularly in Israel, and particularly Sephardim, for whom he felt a unique and powerful drive to return them to their earlier state of glory. And in a large way, that is in fact what he achieved. So what I'd like to do over the next 50 minutes or so is go through his biography, highlighting a few elements of his life and work, and hopefully we will leave at the end of this series with a better appreciation of what he did for Jews in general, for Sephardim in particular, and for the world at large. Here's a picture of him. I should mention, by the way, he's also known for his rather amazing fashion sense. And I tell you, I myself am Lithuanian, so I don't qualify, but if I had half a chance, if they let me dress like this, I would be Sephardic in a heartbeat. I just think that the turban looks so cool with a kind of Nike swoosh on the side, and the Elvis style embroidery is just amazing. Now, he also, when he was in his 50s, he suffered from an eye ailment that nearly left him blind, but for the rest of his life, he was sensitive to light. So he was always appearing with these shades. So you put together the turban, the shades, the embroidered gown, and like, my gosh, what a look. Now, I should mention, he himself detested the robe. He referred to it as his work clothing, and he refused to wear it on Shabbat, which is, when you would think you would dress up. He would refuse to wear it on Shabbat unless he had to make some kind of official appearance as the chief rabbi. He preferred to wear just simple black robes, but nevertheless, this was a garment of office that indicated he was Harav Harashi, or the Rishon LeZion, the first one in Zion, and he donned it when necessary for the purpose of fulfilling that exalted role. But that's his classic, really iconic look that characterized much of the rabbinate in the 20th century. So let's go to his background. He was born in Baghdad in 1920. Here he is with some of his younger siblings and his parents. We can zoom in on him there. This is without the beard and the glasses and everything. His father was a simple grocer, and they struggled desperately to make ends meet. While he was really a very young child, I believe it was 1924, 1925, they emigrated to Israel from Baghdad, and they strove to make a living there. The family, while traditional and very religious, nevertheless harbored strong political sentiment. That Ovadia himself was not politically inclined, but his brothers were very much associated with the Etzel movement, which is on the more towards the right wing of the political spectrum, associated with, if you recall last year, we talked about Jabotinsky, Beitar, movements like that. And in fact, on one notable occasion, his political activity consisted of helping his brothers hide their weapons from the British Mandate soldiers by putting them behind the many books that he collected in his bookcases. At any rate, he was noted in his childhood as a gifted matmid. Matmid, or masmid in Lithuanian pronunciation, means someone who is permanent whose frequency is constant, from the word tamid, meaning always, that he was always studying. And his teachers and his parents and even his siblings noted that he was just simply not interested in playing. The whole idea of recess to him was, oh, I get to open a different book that I started before we learned this current book that we're in. And he was just constantly in his books. He really enjoyed studying to an unusual degree. But he didn't show like exceptional promise beyond that, with the exception of one very special moment that occurred a little bit later when he was about 10 years old. The family was having an incredibly difficult time making ends meet. This is the Depression era. Depression, of course, was worldwide and affected Israel. And the father decided that his eldest son had simply had enough education. It was sad, but, you know, he had to come into the family business and he had to clerk in the grocery store. And so he took his son out of Porat Yosef Yeshiva and had him studying there. And then one day, a couple of days after young Ovadia was missing from class, the Rosh Yeshiva, Ezra Atiyah, Chacham Ezra Atiyah, came to the father's store and said, what's going on? How come Yosef hasn't come back to school? And the father said, you know, what can I do? We're so impoverished, we can't make ends meet. And so the Rosh Yeshiva took off his robe, rolled up his sleeves and says, I will work for you, send your son to school. It is far more important to the Jewish people that your son continues to learn than I continue to perform my function as Rosh Yeshiva. And the father felt, oh my gosh, how are we going to do it? So he managed to scrape together some more support and, in fact, sent his son, the young Ovadia, to school where he continued to flourish. In his early teens, he was active in writing, and in fact, one of his very first writings bears the title of his most famous collection that I just showed you, Yabia Omer. It's actually a verse from the book of Psalms, and it is a little bit of a play on words because it means, you know, it will certainly be said. The word Yabia and the word Omer are related to each other, or related to the idea of expression of speech. And Yabia is a reverse acronym of his name. Ovadia Yosef ben Yaakov, spelled backwards, is Yabia. So he kind of like that. It's like the reverse acronym of his own name, speaking. He actually composed some of his own original thoughts at age 16, and eventually he came out with a book called Chazon Ovadia, the Vision of Ovadia, that towards the end of his life he wrote many, many volumes of it. But as we shall see, when it first came out, he wrote a thin volume on the Haggadah, on the customs and rituals of Passover, and it was actually burned by other Orthodox Jews. How many times do we see this, that Jews write great books, they get banned or burned, and then they soar in popularity? Now, in his approach, which is going to relate to the issue of why they were burnt, he took an unusual approach that separated him from his Baghdadi origins. Remember, he's living in Israel right now, and he's also thinking about what it means to be Sephardi. Perhaps I should mention to you something that hasn't come up yet. What exactly is a Sephardi? What does it mean to be Sephardic? He came from Baghdad. He did not come from Spain. It's 500 years after the Spanish exile. What does it mean to be Sephardic? Does it mean that you have to have some kind of genetic heritage that goes back to Spain? Because he certainly never claimed that. In fact, there are many communities, you could say Greek Jews, Turkish Jews, Bukharian Jews who are Sephardi, but do not say that we are descended from the Spaniards. Syrian Jews in this community, a lot of Syrian Jews, clearly very Sephardi, but they identify as Syrians, who would say that they are directly descended from Spanish Jews. Now, to be sure, there's going to be some admixture. When you have the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and they travel to these areas, they intermarry with them, then there will be some sort of, illusion of categories. But, it's certainly not a kind of a Sephardi tahor, like a pure Sephardic lineage. So one of the key ideas that he came up with early in his youth, and he stuck to this principle throughout his career, was the idea that a Sfaradi is someone who follows the path of the Shulchan Aruch, the path of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who is also known for his status as Maran. The Sfaradim call him Maran, our master, and adhering to the Shulchan Aruch and its style of approaching the rituals and so on, that is what makes a person a Sfaradi. The ethnic things are all very nice and so on, but they're not as relevant. And in this regard, he relied on a very old Jewish tradition that defined Jewish status primarily through its relation to the Torah. That we are a people, says Saadia Gaon, we are a people by virtue of our connection to the Torah. Yes, there is a biological element. Yes, there is an ethnic element, but the fundamental element is connection to the Torah. Of course, you have converts coming into the Jewish people, and we have such a wide array of converts from all over the world who just kind of blend into the Jewish people. The idea of an ethnic component alone is silly. So it is fundamentally the ideological attachment to the Torah, however we understand it, that makes us Jewish, according to this line of thought, which we see best expressed in the 9th century Saadia Gaon. So the Rav Ovadia Yosef used the same idea to say that Sephardim are those people who fall within the umbrella of the thought of Rabbi Yosef Karo, distinguished from those who follow, for example, his contemporary Rabbi Moshe Isserlis, which would be the Ashkenazic community. And so if you follow the Rav Yosef Karo and not necessarily the Ramad Seder, you fall within the category of Sephardic. Whether you're from North Africa or from the Middle East, from Baghdad, from Cairo, from Aleppo, you're all Sephardi. So that's all fine and good. And oh, by the way, he said it's also very important because halachically, according to Jewish law, every place kind of has to have its own local tradition. The major rabbi, who is the fundamental authority for that region, which can last for hundreds and hundreds of years, and in Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel, who else would be the fundamental authority other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, who lived there towards the end of his life. He lived in Sfat in particular. So Rabbi Moshe Isserlis, who lived in Poland, was not the local authority. Rabbi Yosef Karo was. So therefore, for two reasons, A, because Sephardim fall within the umbrella of Rabbi Yosef Karo, and B, because Rabbi Yosef Karo, 500 years prior, was the local authority of Israel, then he felt that in Israel, Jews should observe Sephardic ritual unless they have a specific connection elsewhere. So that was all fine, except for all these Baghdadi Jews who said to him when he's a young man, "What are you talking about? We follow the Ben Ish Chai. We follow the great Baghdadi thinker who himself, although he was clearly Sephardi, he also took on a lot of Kabbalistic ideas that were not necessarily in Rav Yosef Karo's main work, the Shulchan Aruch. He took on a lot of stringencies that were clearly of European derivation, things that looked more like Ashkenazic customs than Sephardic customs. And so in a few key places in the Passover rituals, he wrote in Chazon Avadia that here we are in Israel, and we're following the Shulchan Aruch, and we're not following those Baghdadi traditions. And so the Baghdadi community, from which he himself derived, was infuriated that a scion of their community should express a normative statement such as that, and some of the hotheads in the community actually burned his books. Someone who would become the greatest of the generation, they burned his books. It is rather an amazing statement. But he didn't stay unpopular for very long because he was a gifted teacher. Here's a great picture. This is more like what we imagine he must have been like as a young man. And he was known for bringing together large gatherings of young people, and young people who are not part of the traditional Torah community, meaning like he gathered together just people who wanted to hear a shiur that was entertaining. He was known for telling hilarious jokes. he always began his classes with a joke, which is kind of musser to me. I should really go back to telling jokes. But he told them well. That was the difference. But he would tell jokes. He would tell stories. He was a very strong believer that even simple people, as we shall see, simple people want to learn Torah. And it is the responsibility of the educator to make it palatable for people who are not necessarily steeped in all of the fine details of Jewish thought. He married early. This is his wife, Margalit Fatal, who was equally dedicated to the idea of raising a family with a husband who was completely involved in studying Torah, and she supported him to an incredible degree. Before they moved to Cairo, when they had just a few kids more than this, they lived in tremendous poverty, even though he was a very popular lecturer and so on. He also was a bit of a controversial figure. That was part of the reason, by the way, he left Israel, was because of the controversy over Chazan Ovadiah's first volume. He says that they used to put the kids to sleep in an empty tomato box covered with rags. And they only had a 2-room apartment, one room which was used as a synagogue, and the other room was for everything else. And so when he would study during the day in the synagogue part, she would keep them quiet by sitting them underneath the kitchen table and playing with the fringes on the tablecloth. I mean, amazing kinds of stories of penury that we don't understand. He also spoke about it much later in in life as well. At any rate, they had a very strong, close bond. And I'd like to close the lecture later tonight with an amazing story about his wife. But we'll move on from that. At any rate, they lived the typical Kollel family kind of existence, especially when the fathers-in-law were not so wealthy themselves. Combining that with the controversy over his work, he eventually decided to take a position in Cairo. He was offered a rabbinic position there, and actually he received mixed reviews from his work in Cairo. Here you can see him surrounded by his students at the yeshiva in Cairo. They're all requested to wear these distinctly Egyptian hats. That was actually something that the government wanted them to wear, the fezzes, so he was tremendously valued as a teacher. There are stories, by the way, I forgot to mention in the previous class, stories about when he was trying to leave Israel to go teach in Cairo. His students were literally laying down in front of his automobile. You know, the automobile was taking him to the border, that they did not want him to leave. It's also a fact, well, I won't tell you that story right now. But he was a great success, brilliant success as a teacher. As a rabbi, not so much. He encountered tremendous degree of entrenched resistance to a more strict observance of Jewish law. He had notable conflicts and repeated conflicts with the communal authorities in place over basic standards of Sabbath observance and in particular kashrut. He was especially disturbed that they had a home there for older people, and it was communally run, and the kitchen promised to keep kosher, but there was no Jewish supervisor of the Arab cooks, that they simply washed the dishes in water between milk and meat, and he was aghast with the low standards. Ultimately, he had to leave. He could not change the standards of the community, and therefore he elected to leave. But while he was there, he gained in particular experience with one of many distinctly Sephardic issues that later would be very important for him in his work in Israel. He ended up working quite heavily on gitin, which are divorces in Egypt, a task which is part of the regular rabbinic repertoire. And as I'm sure you're aware, divorces are extremely serious things, because when a woman is married, she is forbidden to any other man in Jewish law. If she were to be with another man, then there are grave consequences, not only for the partners, but for any children that would be produced. So if a marriage is dissolved, it must be dissolved completely in order for the woman to go and marry a second husband if she so desires. And therefore, the documents that attest to divorce are written with tremendous precision. and they have to be supervised to a very high degree. All of this goes without saying. Why is this specifically Sephardic? Because they were very lazy in Egypt and in Israel, as it happened, with the pronunciation of Sephardic names. Since the names have to be recorded in Hebrew letters, it was crucial that they had to be recorded phonetically and not orthographically, meaning you had to write it down the way it sounded. And a lot of Sephardim had names which were borrowed from many other languages, and the Ashkenazi rabbis would just sort of guess at it, and Ovadia Yosef would say, no, that would make the entire get pasul, would make it invalid, and if she were to remarry again, it would be a tragedy. You have to make sure it's done right. So, for example, what if a Sephardic guy has the French name Georges, right? We'd say in English, George. So in French, Georges. So we don't have the letter J at the beginning or J at the end of Georges. How do you actually write that? So you've got to write, you've got to combine various letters. You've got to add little diacritical marks and things like that. But if you were to use Gimels just for Gorg, no one would call that guy Gorg. You wouldn't know who he was. So he got very deeply involved in the precise writing of Sephardic names as they were pronounced. Something that also he was involved in very heavily. In 1973, he was immediately, with the Yom Kippur War, entrenched in a very deep and agonizing attempt to free agunot. So I don't want to take too much time for this, but it is important. There were 970 women in Israel whose husbands went missing in action during the 1973 war. You recall the Yom Kippur War was a surprise attack. Israel was caught off guard. They suffered punishing blows until they were eventually able to reassert themselves. So 970 women who were left in an uncertain state. If the bodies of the husbands were claimed or identified, then they would be widows. But if they were not identified, then they would technically still be married to these men who are MIA, and they would be classified as agunot, as chained women and unable to remarry. There are several measures that Israel takes currently to try and avoid such circumstances in the future. And by the way, in America particularly, there's a real problem with husbands who aren't missing in action, but they refuse to give their wives a get. A whole other discussion here. Ovadia Yosef felt this responsibility weighed on him very heavily, and he literally went sleepless for many nights, agonizing over each one of these women until every single one of 970 women had found a way to be released from their marriage. This was part of his thought as well. He was what they call a makil, someone who was able to find leniencies, and he found all kinds of them. Like, I'll give you one example. In halakha, in Jewish law, let's say a guy falls overboard from a boat, and people see him fall overboard, but they don't know if he swam to shore or what happened to him. They don't know if he's alive or dead or whatever, but they're not even sure who he is. But they find his personalized wallet, has his name on it. So it looks on the surface like this is the guy that died, although, you don't have 100% certainty. So that's not considered acceptable proof in normative Jewish law. What about if you have dog tags? So the dog tags are also designed to identify a person. If a person is, God forbid, burned beyond recognition, but you still have the dog tags and identify that someone wearing this chain was in fact killed, could you say that the person is in fact dead, and therefore the wife could remarry? Ovadia Yosef said this is not at all like the personalized wallet. The personalized wallet, a man could give his wallet to someone else and say, here, can you go to the store and buy something for me? Or could you watch the wallet while I go have a shower, or whatever he's going to do. A dog tag, a soldier never takes it off. That's specifically his, and it's not given to someone else in a gift. So on these kinds of logical inferences, whatever he could find to release these women was part of his task. And he spent a tremendous amount of hours with remarkable success in so doing. he returned from Cairo and took a few jobs in central Israel until finally he ended up being promoted to being chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. And it is here primarily that he wrote his magnum opus, the Yabia Omer, which is a collection of psak, of halachic legal decisions that shaped how Sephardim in particular observe Jewish law. I'm going to show you some of the most creative ones shortly. He was also at this time caught up in yet another war in Israel. We discussed the 1973 war. This is, of course, the 1967 war, which is still very much in the news even today with protests going on in the Gaza Strip. But the Six-Day War, we should recall, I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of what those events of June 1967 meant, when it looked like all of these Arab armies surrounding Israel were going to push the fledgling state into the sea, and then with a remarkable, uncanny, supernatural miracle, within 6 days, the Jews had not only defended their little strip of land, they had actually expanded it beyond belief. This was the era when the 1967 border between East and West Jerusalem was removed. This is an iconic photograph showing the soldiers first approaching the Temple Mount, which was behind Jordanian lines until 1967. But perhaps even more significant for many Jews was this moment when Chief Rabbi Shlomo Goren blew the shofar while holding a Torah scroll at the Temple Mount. Truly a moment when many Jews were shivering with the idea that perhaps the Messianic redemption really is at hand. To imagine a rabbi of great stature blowing the shofar. It turned out that both Rabbi Goren and Rabbi Ovadia Yosef were both appointed to be chief rabbis of Tel Aviv together. And so he, the Ashkenazic chief rabbi, and Ovadia Yosef, of course, the Sephardic chief rabbi of Tel Aviv, the city. And it was an uneasy kind of partnership because they held very divergent views on many, many things, not just, what you can eat on Passover. They held, for example, tremendously divergent views on politics. Shlomo Goren, Harav Shlomo Goren, tended to be a more of a hawkish individual, very much in favor of, annexing the West Bank and Gaza and not holding it for some kind of negotiation, whereas Ovadia Yosef was much more dovish. He felt that Israel could, if it so desired, trade land for peace. He was incidentally very friendly with Shimon Peres. He felt that no amount of land, even the holiest land in the world, is the same value as a human life. And so he held a much more, peaceful kind of position vis-a-vis the situation in the Middle East. At the same time, however, especially towards the end of his life, he lost his confidence that the Arab interlocutors were acting in good faith and that the exchanging of land for peace would actually be effective. He did, however, believe it in principle. He began to doubt it in this specific practice, but the two of them nevertheless managed to eke out a modus vivendi on a whole host of issues, even though they held quite divergent political views. So let's look at some of the rulings that he made that were specific to Sephardim and had a really huge impact on bolstering the central idea of Sephardim as having a distinct and valued tradition. For example, weddings during the 3 weeks. The Ashkenazic custom is between the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av, which are, falls in July and August months. No weddings may be had. The Sephardim have a different calculation of when that period of mourning is, and they say, come on, you're wiping out half of this time. And so even though wedding halls, which were, all kind of dominated by the Ashkenazic mafia, Sephardim couldn't marry during those times. So he insisted that they, in fact, should be open. I should also mention, by the way, that while he was ordering the wedding halls to in July and August, Tammuz, 3 weeks. The Ashkenazic custom is between the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av, which are, falls in July and August months. No weddings may be had. The Sephardim have a different calculation of when that period of mourning is, and they say, come on, you're wiping out half of this time. And so even though wedding halls, which were, all kind of dominated by the Ashkenazic mafia, Sephardim couldn't marry during those times. So he insisted that they in fact should be open. I should also mention, by the way, that while he was ordering the wedding halls to allow weddings at this time, he was taking away weddings on Saturday night, which was a really popular time, because Saturday night weddings are almost impossible to manage while observing the Sabbath during the day. And it was just like a charade. Yeah, we're not going to hold the wedding until, 30 minutes after Shabbos is over, but try and prepare, your food and your bride 30 minutes before Shabbos. Not going to happen. I know that my daughters took at least 3 weeks to get ready for it. So that was kind of one example. Another, halak, the Ashkenazim, including in places as a stronghold for Ashkenazi Jewry as Bnei Brak, held a much lower standard of what makes an animal kosher. Specifically, there are these small imperfections that develop on the lungs of a cow called sirchas, and they're like little punctures, little ruptures in the lung. It's especially true, by the way, if they're fed all kinds of antibiotics and all kinds of artificial things rather than being grass-fed. So the Ashkenazim say, when they slaughter the animal, they feel the lobes of the lungs, and as long as the lungs would hold enough air that you could put them underwater and you wouldn't see bubbles, that's close enough. That's called kosher, and it is totally kosher. The Sephardim, on the other hand, say, no, we don't want to even rely on that. We want to feel the lobes of the lungs and make sure that they're totally smooth, which is the Yiddish word glatt. They're totally smooth, and they have not developed those sirchos, whether or not they're empty. And so the Sephardim said, we want it to be halak, or glatt kosher, using the Yiddish term. And they set the standard. Ashkenazim ever since have kind of risen to that. It's very hard to find butchers that don't serve glatt kosher now. It is ironic that you can go to places that are dairy and they say we're glatt kosher, which is absurd, but nevertheless. So he kind of forced the Ashkenazim to kind of live up to their game. A whole host of things on matzah, on Passover observance, because that's where you see a lot of differences. Matzah ashira, for example, which is matzah baked with any liquids other than water, like fruit juice and things like that. Here's one of my favorites. The Tel Aviv Passover Guide. They would do this every year, and they would bring this guide on what's kosher and what's not kosher. They would bring it to the chief rabbi to sign, and he looked at it, and he said, no, this is not right. It said in the original, rice and beans are forbidden, but Sephardim allow them, which is in fact the tradition. Rice and beans are called kitniot. Ashkenazim don't eat them, Sephardim do. So he said, no, you got to change the language to read, rice and beans are permitted, but Ashkenazim forbid them, right? So he turned it around. This is a lot of his way of thinking of hey, the Sephardim have a point, and it's not like we're deviant from the Ashkenazim. In many ways, the Ashkenazim are deviant. He did generate controversy with so many rulings. We're talking literally about a man who made thousands of rulings in his life, many of which were very controversial. So, for example, he was in favor of the heter mechira, a very controversial law or sak that had been in place since the beginning of the century, that during the 7-year sabbatical cycle, the land belonging to Jews could be sold to non-Jews, which would render the produce permissible, even if it was actively farmed. Many of the Ashkenazi rabbis felt that was it was not a valid sale for many reasons, and therefore they did not want to rely on the permission of sale, which is what heter mechira means. And so there's a lot of back and forth between Ashkenazi and Sephardi rabbis. Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, however, really believed not only in the power of a logical argument, even if it turns out to be lenient, he also believed in the suffering that would ensue to the farmers if they did not allow these leniencies. And he also felt that, if we do not tell them that if we do not make this permissible, they're going to do it anyways, because most of the farmers in Israel were secular Jews. They would do it anyways, and then we would have really non-kosher food flooding the markets. So on that calculation, his opinion was dominant in the state. He also was more permissive when it came to Sherut Leomi for women. In Israel, in the 1950s, one of the what's called the status quo agreements was reached between the great Ashkenazic thinker, the Chazon Ish, and David Ben Gurion, that men who were learning in yeshiva full-time would not be exposed to the draft. Very contentious issue even in contemporary Israel. And religious women would also not be required to be drafted. They simply had to declare that they were religious and they were exempt from military service. If they wished, however, said the state, they could enlist in what was called Sharut Leomi, which means national service. And they would do all kinds of non-military kind of assignments for a few years, like, wrapping bandages or maintaining way stations or whatever was needed logistically behind the enemy, on our side of the enemy lines. The Ashkenazi rabbis forbade this as well. It was too much like conscription for women. Rav Yosef was lenient. He said, no, there's nothing prohibiting women from engaging in Sherut Leomi if they wish to do so in an appropriate manner. He also, just to give you one that's perhaps more pragmatic that you may even have seen, the dominant mode of one of the most common Jewish rituals is in Friday night candlelighting. The procedure is Ashkenazi women will light the candles, will kind of wave their hands over the candles, and then cover their eyes while they say the blessing. The reason for this is kind of a contradiction in circumstances. The rule is you say a blessing before you perform the action. You say a blessing on the apple before you bite into it. You don't say the blessing after, unless there's some reason specifically to do it afterwards. But if you say the bracha, then you have made it Shabbat, and the first thing you do is transgress it by lighting a match. So therefore, the Ashkenazi custom is you light while you still consider it Friday, and then you close your eyes as if to say, I'm pretending the lights are not there, I'm saying the blessing, and then you see them for the first time. That's the idea of it. The Maran Harav Yosef Karo, the Shulchan Aruch says, no, just light the candles and then say the bracha. And that's, in fact, the ritual for Sephardic women. And Harav Yosef made a big deal out of saying, why is it that Sephardic women have ignored this very normative halacha that is clearly stated so in the Shulchan Aruch. So he advocated that women should, in fact, follow the Sephardic custom if they were Sephardi. Let me give you some examples of his rulings that are outside of specifically Sephardi, but nevertheless demonstrate his leniencies in very creative ways. He recognized brain death. He was one of the first rabbis in Israel to recognize that there was such a thing as being placed in a situation where life is artificially sustained by contemporary technology. And this is a tremendous leniency because the Talmudic definitions of death are all cardiopulmonary, heartbeat and breathing. But as we all know, people can, unfortunately, lo aleinu, be placed on heart-lung machines and they can be kept breathing and their heart beating indefinitely. So he was the first to pioneer the concept of what's popularly called brain death. It is not a simple test. There are a lot more stages to it than we would have in North American hospitals, but nevertheless, he did say that there are grounds for considering a person who is on life support to nevertheless be deceased. Cosmetic surgery, one of my favorite exchanges. His study partner was Rav Tzitz Eliezer, Rav Eliezer Waldenberg, the Tzitz Eliezer. And they both were very much involved in medical halacha, because medical technology has advanced so far in the 20th century that they're constantly dealing with questions. And one of the questions that was sent to the Tzitz Eliezer was, may a woman have cosmetic surgery performed on her face? She wanted rhinoplasty, she wanted to have a nose job. And the Tzitz Eliezer, I don't know, he just kind of like takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves and starts berating the questioner, saying, why are you dissatisfied with the way God made you? You know, you're a creature of God, the image of God, and, you know, for whatever reason, you have this nose, you should deal with your nose, whatever. And he essentially, you know, put it on. And Rabbi Yosef, on the other hand, he said, why not? He said, you know, there's no law in the Torah. If it is safe, you know, there would be a law in the Torah if it's not safe. If anesthetic is dangerous, the operation is dangerous, then you would be forbidden. But if it's a common procedure that's done all the time and with very little risk, and it'll make you feel better about yourself, and maybe it'll make your husband like you better, who knows what it is, why not? Even if you're not married and you want to improve your appearance for dating or whatever, also why not? It's very, very lenient, in great contrast to the Tzitz Eliezer. Similarly, also in women's halachas, bat mitzvah. The rabbis, especially in America, the Shreich L'chai V'Kayam, they got very upset about the idea of having a bat mitzvah, because after all, it's something that was really pioneered by the non-Orthodox movements. I think the first bat mitzvah in history, like the celebration of bat mitzvah when a girl turns 12 days old and 12 years and a day old, was, I think, Mordechai Kaplan's daughter. I think she was the first bat mitzvah. That would be like in 1940 or something. And in America, it just, you know, took off because, you know, we have a bar mitzvah for the sons, a big ruah. Why don't we do something for our daughters? And the rabbis here in America really drew a line in the sand. You know, it's me or the bat mitzvah. You can't have both. Rav Yosef said, why not celebrate? She's now, you know, obligated to the mitzvot as well, have a party, you know. And so he was very lenient with these kind of things. At the same time, I don't want to color this too broadly. He was very strict. He forbade animal experimentation for cosmetic purposes. You know, he said you could not cause pain to an animal to develop cosmetics. For other health-related medicines, things like that, that's a different story, but simply for cosmetics, he said you can't torture an animal. And here in a most amazing discussion, he wrote that if you are a match for someone who needs a kidney, you must give the kidney. Not you may, you must give the kidney. He's specific. Well, the way that responsa work is the rabbi is asked a specific question with a specific situation, and the rabbi will answer that specific situation. And so he was asked about siblings, and one sibling needed a kidney transplant. The other one had it, was a little nervous about doing it. He asked Rabbi Yosef, he says, what are you talking about? You must give your kidney to your sibling. There's no, you know, you don't feel like it, you're scared of it. You must. And that was much further than any other rabbi was willing to go at the time. So he could definitely be very strict as well, but we know him primarily as a very creative individual who found leniencies when people needed this. So he, and I think one of the things that made him so beloved as a chief rabbi was his remarkable tolerance of diversity. Even though he has the whole kind of Elvis getup, he was really very, very relaxed around non-observant Jews. He was, you know, welcoming to them. He was warm to them, all kinds of things, because he felt that they were part of one people, and he did not want to alienate them under any circumstances. So he was elected with the support of many Ashkenazi rabbis, including Rav Eliashiv, to be Rishon LeZion, that means the first in Zion, or the Sephardic chief rabbi, in 1973. And one of the first things he did was he defended the Sephardic practice of Yibum, which is very clear. It's called levirate marriage. The law is if a man dies childless, then his brother is expected to marry the widow. And when you read the passage in Deuteronomy that talks about it, it's very clear that this is considered a duty to support a young woman who otherwise is alone in society. And it's particularly written within the context of a Middle Eastern culture where women always are existing within the shadow of some male figure, a father, a husband, a son, an adult son, that kind of thing. To leave a woman alone in the cold would be considered in that society very wrong and immoral. You can see by the fact that if a husband refuses to marry his brother's widow, then there's a whole nasty ritual where you spit on the ground and you call them names. It's clear from the context that the preferred thing to do, at least in that society at that time, is yibum, that he should marry her and take her into his family, perhaps as a second wife. Ashkenazic culture, living among Christians who are monogamous, at least nominally so, we Ashkenazim, we lost the sort of cultural norm of polygamy, and so therefore in the year 1000, more or less, the great Italian Rabbi Gershon Meir Hagolah said, that's it, there's a ban, no more polygamy. Ashkenazi men can only marry one wife, and therefore that meant that yibum may no longer be performed, that is the levirate marriage. The alternative, chalitza, which means sending away the widow, must be performed. And that is in fact the Ashkenazi norm, but Sephardim never picked that up. Sephardim lived in many Arab countries where polygamy was accepted, and so therefore, if both parties are amenable to yibum, what is the point of standing in the way, essentially, is what Rav Ovadia Yosef said. This was very controversial because Israel adopted the Ashkenazic standard, which was more European in nature, but nevertheless, exceptions were then made because Rav Ovadia Yosef said that ultimately this is well within the Sephardic tradition. He also was a great defender of Ethiopian Jewry, which at this time was yearning to return to Israel. Ethiopian Jewry, by the way, we're going to talk about them, God willing, next semester in the fall. I hope to do a full lecture on their history, which is fascinating. It goes all the way back to the ancient kingdom of Aksum. It's amazing how far back they go. But there was a lot of question in Israeli society, are they really Jewish? And if they are Jewish, are they perhaps illegitimate because, among other things, their divorce law was not the same? It's a lot of kind of arguments. But Rav Ovadia Yosef was a staunch defender of admitting them to the country as Jews. There's a lot more to say about the story. We'll have to leave it for next week, but he was definitely a very much in favor of it. He wrote, I'm gonna pause on that because it'll take us a long distance too. He also argued that with regards to Sephardic Jews, there's kind of this stereotype which is based in some rough reality that it was perfectly consistent for a Sephardic Jew to go to shul in the morning and get a geschmack out of davening and listen to the drasha and then go pick up a bag of garinim and drive to a soccer game, and that was all part of kind of like the traditional sense of what is normative among Sephardim. But as one Rav Yaakov Levi said, the traditional Jew desecrated Shabbat more than once, but never did he desecrate the name of God. Meaning these young Sephardic men in particular would feel that, well, these things are just not as important. There's a much greater value of respecting God, respecting the rabbi, and so on. They were less orthopractic, perhaps, in the Ashkenazim. And so we see that he shows over and over again kindness and tolerance for non-observant Jews that really is remarkable for someone of such great learning. Dress codes, he even allowed non-normative dress for women. That got him in a lot of trouble with Haredim. But let's just look at one last one that I find especially fascinating. This is a picture of Cardinal Lustiger, Jean-Marie Lustiger, who was a French Jew who, as a child, was taken into a monastery and saved thereby from the Holocaust. He ended up growing up within the church, and he was elevated to the post of cardinal. In fact, he was in the running for the position of the papacy at one point. An amazing thing. He never denied his Jewishness. In fact, he had it inscribed on his tombstone. He said he was born a Jew, and he never left it, just like the apostles. Very interesting kind of thing. But at any rate, he died in 2007, and some family members wanted to say Kaddish for him. And the chief rabbi of France was asked to say Kaddish for Lustiger, who was a cardinal of the Catholic Church, and he didn't know what to do. So he went to Rav Ovadia Yosef, and he said, "What should I do?" So Rav Ovadia Yosef, apparently, he broke down into tears, and he said that, of course you should say Kaddish for him. Absolutely. He is a Jew. why would you not think you should say Kaddish for him? So in fact, they did. When he had the ceremony, the funeral in the church, they brought the church, the body outside, and they said Kaddish in the street. And that's just a sense of Rabbi Yosef's sense that there's every Jew is part of the Jewish community. Even the cardinal of a Catholic church is part of the community. He was known as a very popular teacher to the masses. He had a Saturday night radio show long after he had finished his term as chief rabbi. He was tremendously popular. And he would, again, bring in his stories, his lessons with a joke and with stories. He was very much in favor of teaching as a public demand for scholars. He wrote once on solitary scholars, meaning kind of like the Lithuanian ideal of a guy who sits in yeshiva for 30 years and doesn't, stick his head outside of the four walls of the study hall. He writes, "This is infuriating to me, for such teachers and students are closing their eyes so they see only themselves. They don't see the Jewish people and their distress and thirst for Torah. Yeshiva X issued an order that married students may not teach. This is wickedness without parallel." Very strong statement. And here's one of my favorites. "After 120 years, God will ask," he wrote, "what have you done for my honor? You have to be able to answer, I ceased my Torah study for your sake and went to teach others. Now, I closed my Gemara and went out and taught." Now, we got to talk about his politics a little bit. Obviously, this was not his main area of activity, but he was drawn into politics, and he was the figurehead of an extremely successful movement in Israel called Shas. Shas stands for Shomrei Sfaradim, the guardians of the Sephardim, or the guardians of the Sephardic tradition. It also, ironically, is the common acronym for the Talmud. Shas is Shisha Sidrei, the 6 orders of the Talmud. So it has both an ethnic and a religious connotation simultaneously. Up until the late 1970s, Sephardim were definitely second class in Israel. There was a very strong Ashkenazi dominance to society because all of the early pioneering Zionists, particularly in the leadership, came from Russia, Austria, Germany, England, France, and they all came, I would say they all, the vast majority of them came with very Western European secular ideas of what Israel should be. Shortly after Israel was established, you had all of these Arab countries, evicting their Jews, and you had a massive onslaught of Sephardim, but they were coming into a society that was already well entrenched in European ways of thought, European ways of doing things, and it took them a generation and a half to really begin to find their footing in Israeli society. And that was expressed primarily through the election of Menachem Begin and Likud in 1977. Labor, the more socialist-oriented, European-dominated party, was ousted for the first time since 1948 by a coalition of more right-wing parties, like Jabotinsky-oriented parties, and the Sephardim, who said, enough is enough already. We want to vote for a more conservative party, a more religious-friendly party, not a religious antagonistic party. And this was the beginning of when the Sephardim began to find their political muscle. It was finally expressed in 1984 with this organization called Shas, and Ovadia Yosef was the natural person to be the spiritual leader of the movement. He was not the political director. He was the figurehead that stood at the top of all of it. Unfortunately, that meant that he was also drawn into some of the political morass that involved in Israeli politics, specifically because in Israel, with the exception of the few times that it's had a national unity government to deal with immediate threats, no majority party has ever ruled the country. It's always been a minority party horse trading with other small parties and forming a coalition, a very fragile coalition. So Shas, even though at one point they garnered 19 out of 120 seats, a very large chunk of the Knesset, they never were the majority, and so they had to align themselves with parties that did not necessarily share their values. Ovadia Yosef was especially pained when the Israel Power Company had to move a very large piece of equipment, and they could only travel 9 miles an hour down the highways, and they figured they'd better do it on Shabbat because that's when the roads are, the least traffic. But he felt that was just intolerable to be in an Israeli country with a Jewish government and decide to do something specifically on Shabbat. They had non-Jewish drivers and things like that, but he was confident that a lot of Jews would nevertheless be involved in desecrating the Sabbath. But that was the difficulty of being involved in politics when you're essentially a religious figure. So to turn to his legacy and conclusion, and at this point, one of the things that I have not talked about pointedly is the many, many miraculous stories associated with Ovadia Yosef. We're talking about a very holy person, and there are dozens of published, very authentic sounding stories about miraculous cures associated with him. I'd just like to share two of them just to give a sense of, it's beyond our purpose to speak about spooky things like this. But nevertheless, just to get a sense of how people regard Rav Ovadia Yosef. Nobody says these things happen for me, right? So that's for a reason, because Ovadia Yosef is someone who's so great. One spooky story, apparently when he was a little bit older and he was giving a public lecture, and there were like hundreds of people in the room, a couple of young ruffians came in and started loudly disturbing the lecture in a very chutzpahdik and inappropriate manner. And apparently Rav Ovadia Yosef said to them two words. He said, "You are in Shamta," which is we don't have an exact translation for it in English, but it means you're excommunicated. You're outside. And, that's kind of weird. They did actually take those two guys outside of the hall. Many years later, like about a dozen years later, one of them came back to Rav Ovadia Yosef and begged his forgiveness because he and his friend had been married for many years and were childless. And he attributed it to those two words. So Rav Ovadia Yosef told them to get his friend, and they had to both come. And he told them they had to sit on the ground, and then he ignored them for about 5 minutes. And then he said, "All is forgiven, all is released, all is permitted." And then they left, and in fact, they both had children immediately afterwards. Spooky story. Okay, one more spooky story, which is one that affects me a lot. I had to say, I was reading this on the Q train, and I started blubbering. Whew, it was bad. I got too emotional. People are looking at me like, "What's wrong with this guy?"
Our fantasy team this week. I want you to know,
it's a story about his Rebbe. You don't normally hear stories about the Rabbanit, as she was known, but it's an amazing one. In 2004, a man came to Rav Ovadia Yosef with a 6-year-old child and asked the Chacham to give him a blessing. And he told him that the 6-year-old child was here because of his wife, who had died many years prior to his birth.
Right off the bat.
And the story went like this: that the man was a rabbi who was hired by the Misrad HaKlita, the absorption ministry, to run a Seder for a Passover Seder for a large number of Soviet immigrants, 300 people. And the night of the Seder, his wife went into labor. So they went to the nearby hospital, and the hospital, and I actually have experienced this myself in Israel, the hospital was basically vacated. Everybody was gone for the holiday. There was just one harried nurse who was running between a few people who were in the maternity ward there. And the nurse said, "Look, I'll do the best I can, but I can't possibly help you when I have another woman in labor just down the hall." But the Rebbitzin said, "You have 300 people who are new to Judaism, who are waiting for you to run the Seder. It is so important that you go. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You go to take care of the Seder." An amazing thing that she would say. And then she went into, and then he was difficult, but he went to the Seder to run the Seder. And when he came back, his wife was holding this little boy. And she told him that she went into labor and she was suffering. It was difficult. And an old woman came into the room And excuse me, getting choked up again. An old woman came into the room and said, I am the Rabbi Yosef. I am the Rabbi Rashi's wife, and don't worry, I'll help you. And as the story goes, the woman says that the Rebbitzin actually delivered the baby. And then, of course, she was gone. So, what are you going to do with these kind of stories? You can't exactly print them in standard scholarly work, but it's the kind of thing that I find very moving and powerful, that the Rebbitzin, who was not known for thousands of volumes of responsa, nevertheless could carry such spiritual weight to affect such a miracle. But anyway, back to the secular stuff. 800,000 people attended his funeral in 2013. It was an amazing thing. It was the largest funeral in Jewish history. 800,000 people came. You can see just a sight. It took 4 hours to move the coffin just a few blocks from the yeshiva to the waiting car, and because people simply would not allow it to move. So if we come back to our initial statement, and I apologize, I've gone over time. I'll cut it down on the internet. Rabbi Yosef, I spoke to you earlier that he was in many ways, I think, the most important Sfaradi of the 20th century, not only because of his tremendous genius and his contribution to Jewish culture and Jewish thought. He won the Israel Prize, among other things, but also because of his very early decision to define the concept of Sfaradi as associated with one particular approach to Torah. And in this way, he actually broadened the tent for who could sit within those boundaries and be considered Sfaradi. And at the same time, he constricted the tent because he said it has to do with these laws as expressed by this particular thinker, Maran Yosef Karo. And so in many ways, he gave Sephardi Jews borders around which to define their identity. And in such a way, he guaranteed the legacy of the Sephardi tradition for generations to come. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'll see you, God willing, in the fall.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes about the Douro River in Jewish history. The Douro is one of the most gorgeous rivers I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely fantastic. It travels between Spain and Portugal, and I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get there again this year as the pandemic, thank God, subsides. In many parts of the world, Portugal is doing really well right now, and the vaccinations are proceeding apace. So I'm really hopeful that, thank God, we'll get back to the touring schedule with Kosher River Cruises. So let's talk just for a few minutes about the Douro River and specifically its connection with Jewish history. So first of all, let's have a look at the geography. Here's a beautiful shot of the Douro. You can see the deep valley that the river creates, and it goes through these amazing meandering paths through mountains, but it's not always like that. It actually has some beautiful terraced farmland and agriculture. It's actually very famous for its wine region, and of course the name port, like the drink port, comes from Oporto, which is at the very end of the Douro River. But here's where it is located in the Iberian Peninsula. You can see it travels from north central Spain out to the Atlantic Ocean through Portugal. We're going to focus on the part of the Douro that is in Portugal, primarily because that's the most navigable by smaller river boats, as we'll be taking on Kosher River Cruises. And most of it is filled with these gorgeous kind of like terraced landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side, and there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic and really fantastic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, Oporto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime economy of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period. And Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigation, in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating, the scientific basis for the star charts and all kinds of fascinating things like that. They're especially active in Lisbon, which is a little south of the Douro River. Now, Jews basically did very well in Portugal. There was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very hard, not surprisingly, perhaps because it is a maritime nation. But even with the tensions that tended to subside towards the end of that period, there's still a strong sense in Iberian Jewish culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. And in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than the ancestor of Don Isaac Abravanel fled to Portugal, where he found some refuge. And there's a long connection there with, obviously, the neighbors in the peninsula to the east. After the Spanish Inquisition, the Douro River in particular is flooded with Jewish migrants who were struggling to get out of Spain. And with the expulsion in 1492, it was one of the most popular land routes for Jews to follow. They would end up finding very brief respite in Portugal, however, because of the massive forced conversion of 1497, and then just a few decades later, followed by the incredibly difficult Portuguese Inquisition. This effectively ended the Jewish presence as Jews per se in Portugal. But these Jews who are now called New Christians, because they were forcibly converted to Christianity, suddenly had newfound freedoms as a result of their liberation from Jewish disabilities. And although many of them struggled to hold on to their Jewish identity, they were actually able to travel throughout the Mediterranean basin, up into the North Atlantic, to England, to Amsterdam in particular, and to begin to make their presence felt on a much larger scale. Of course, there were Portuguese Jews at this point, or crypto Jews, who fled to the New World, where they established communities in Brazil in particular, of Portuguese holding, and ultimately made their way up to New Amsterdam, which was, of course, Manhattan. The Douro River and its environs was, as I mentioned, a major conduit for Jewish migration. It also ended up harboring a lot of crypto-Jewish communities, Portuguese Jews who decided to stay in Portugal and maintain a Christian exterior while still practicing Jewish habits secretly on their own. And so you have these amazing communities which have like these possibilities of mezuzah scars in the doorways. Like this is my colleague from Kosher Liberal Cruises, David Krause, pointing out possible mezuzah scar. You have the remarkable community of Belmonte, which was only discovered in the 20th century as a crypto-Jewish town. Here, by the way, is a picture of their magnificent reconstructed ark and their mikveh there, which is significantly more modern than the medieval mikveh discovered at Coimbra, also to the south, a really important university town that's educated a lot of these crypto Jews. This is the town square, which looks very cheerful now, but it was actually the site of public burnings of Jews in the Portuguese Inquisition. Here's some of the students from Coimbra. They still dress in the long Harry Potter type robes and things like that, which is really fascinating. You know, it's such a gorgeous river and an amazing trip. The boat is so fantastic. I hope that many of you can join me on this because we have such an amazing time. It's Jewish optimized, right? We even have 3 minyanim a day in the lounge area of the boat. And, you know, it's just fantastic to enjoy this return to Portugal for Jews, you know, 500 years later after the Inquisition. Absolutely fantastic. Anyways, I hope you'll be able to join me. Check out the website and have an excellent day.
Today is the third in our series looking at the history of Ashkenaz and Sephardic and the shaping of the Jewish quite a bit of time in the first
lecture looking at Ashkenazim, and then the second class we looked at the Sephardim. And in both of those classes, we spent time thinking about the kind of seminal moments, if there are any, that shaped a culture, like kind of theological level changes that really forced the Ashkenazim to sort of think in a certain way and forced the Sephardim to think in a slightly different way. And it may be somewhat crude to paint with such a broad brush stroke, but nevertheless, we argued in the first lecture that the Crusades were a scar on the Ashkenazic mind. It was such a brutal and sudden and unexpected attack, not unlike what we experienced last October. And it's too soon to say how that will shape the Israeli mind. But nevertheless, for the Ashkenazim, that created a kind of centripetal force where the culture began to look inwards and to regard the outside world as dangerous, and so on. The Sephardim, on the other hand, they had a much slower lead up to the same kind of crisis. They had essentially the forced conversion of 1391 gave the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula 100 years to prepare for living with a dual identity, to living as Christians outwardly, and initially for the first 80, 90 years, without any consequences whatsoever for returning back to their Jewish practices at home. But after the Inquisition was brought to the peninsula in the late 15th century, then it became extremely dangerous to do so. And ultimately, the Jews who had not been baptized were forcibly evicted from Spain in 1492. And then under slightly different circumstances, forced to go underground or disappear in 1497 from Portugal. And that created a kind of a different mindset and tropism of thought for the Sephardim, because they had developed for a century the ability to exist as Christians outwardly and as Jews inwardly. And that, did not lend itself to the idea that the outside world is toxic and dangerous and so on. In fact, the opposite. It allowed a lot of Jews to interact with outside society in very meaningful ways, sometimes very positive ways, which they then either brought back into the Jewish fold or they simply assimilated out into non-Jewish existence. Both phenomena, of course, were marked with regards to the Jews of Sephardic descent. So tonight's topic is going to look at the 500 years after that great crisis when Sephardic Jewry was expelled from the peninsula. And this created a huge mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and other peoples, in particular the Edut HaMizrach, the eastern communities, who have not figured very much in our story so far, but they will become extremely important as we get to the end of tonight's lecture. So that's the goal for today, is to try to understand, once they were kind of loosed from their regions, how did Ashkenazim and Sephardim affect each other? Of course, they had been in contact, largely literary contact, something you see primarily among learned scholars and so on. But what happened when Ashkenazim and Sephardim started living side by side in places like, for example, Amsterdam, where the Portuguese synagogue was so significant and large, much larger and more important than the Ashkenazi for most of its time there. So that's what we're going to do first. Now, I want to show you some maps, and these are a little bit complicated, but I'll walk you through them. So here's a map of the Mediterranean basin, and I've tried to indicate with these yellow circles, not drawn to scale. It's a little bit too complicated for me to do that with my computer skills, but where were Jews living at the turn of the millennium, around the year 1000? So if you look down towards the center right, you see, of course, there are still Jews living in Israel. In fact, Jews would be very much involved in attempting to defend Jerusalem from the Crusaders, fighting side by side with the Muslims at that time, unsuccessfully. But you still have Jews living in the land of Israel, although it's a very small minority by this point, especially after the 7th century invasion of the Muslims. To the right, in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they empty into the Persian Gulf, you have the very significant Mesopotamian Jewish community in Babylonia, which would later become Islamicized, and the main center of gravity of that ancient Jewish community dating back to the 6th century before the Common Era, meaning by the time we get up to the year 1000, they have been living there for 1600 years, an incredibly old community. The center of gravity shifted to the north to Baghdad. That's where the great yeshivas of Sura and Pumbedita eventually migrated, and this is basically the high point of their activity. They will begin to go into decline after the year 1000. They will get smaller and smaller and less significant as the Spanish Jewish community, way on the other side of the Mediterranean, going all the way to the left now, that becomes the dominant region. And there are small Jewish communities that dot the North African coast, but it is Spain that really takes off after Baghdad begins to go into slow decline. One of the great examples of this sort of shift of cultural center of gravity is when poets like Dunash ibn Labrat leaves Baghdad and he makes his way all the way over to Cordoba in Spain, where he brings his art with him, challenging the local Spanish poets and ultimately winning them over. Now, one of my favorite periods in medieval Jewish history is the fact that when Dunash came to Spain, he was kind of like the Elvis of medieval Hebrew poetry. His take on
you know, because I may have been an engineer somewhere, but as I understand, he was a Google engineer, and he's made it all the way to the top. He is a beacon of what I would say the technological dream is for some people. And from what I know, yeah, I believe he might be in Mumbai. Perhaps not. He went somewhere. IIT. And doesn't get there. This guy is a bad info, and I went, you know, a bad CEO. Don't send us the CEO. What do I mean? I think highly.
How to rhyme things and how to Like, if you really want to know who has the this, since a person he can recognize it. They're defective. But no, instead, lazy. He's being lazy. Sundar, I talked about you a lot on this compilation. I talked about that. I want to know it's you. You're at fault. The fact that I put this on as a man, I lose my fault. But if I were a recognized
Their whole family is very without all this just discriminate. And you're taking me up for it. Defect. And it doesn't work. Thank you so much.
What up, man? How you living? What's good?
Going, bro. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm about to sleep in here or some shit.
Please do. We're watching history lectures. They'll put you to sleep very nicely, and you'll get some of the deepest sleep that you'll ever have. So you're welcome here.
Yeah, all right.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn them on right now, just for you, Venom. You're welcome here anytime, my man.
Create meter was so radically different from the traditional Hebrew modalities used at that time that Jews literally had riots in the streets, fistfights over which mode of poetry was superior. Dunash's specific innovation was to take the shva vowel. If you're familiar with Hebrew, it's the vowel that has it sort of looks like a colon that's placed under a letter. And you're familiar, of course, that it has two different sounds, a shvana or shvanach, a very small little different sound. In linguistics, it would look like the letter E printed upside down. You see it sometimes in dictionaries. And he suggested that you should take that shva vowel and use it as a half beat in meter, just like the Arabs do with Arabic. And this just opened up Hebrew to a whole new realm of poetry, which of course is celebrated today with songs that are sung around the Shabbos table even today, like Dror Yikra, for example. So that's an example of the kind of the cultural weight moving from Baghdad all the way over to Spain. Moving to the northern part of the Mediterranean, we've got lots of Jews living in what would be Turkey today, in the Greek peninsula, a very large number in Rome, and in that sort of sideways oval, that's Provence. That's a fascinating community in the south of France. And way up at the top, there's a fairly small population of Jews. It was much, much smaller in the year 1000 than Spain or even Baghdad. Those are the Ashkenazim living kind of way up there in the Rhineland. Smaller communities, a little further south. Rashi is around this time in Troy, but they're really quite insignificant right now. So this is basically a picture of where Jews are living around the year 1000. Smaller communities that I can't note here. There were Asian Jews in Central Asia, the Khazars that we spoke about briefly last week. Now, if we look at the next 500 years, we see a few different things. First of all, most important, the population of Ashkenaz just explodes. The Ashkenazi population grows at a remarkable rate from the year 1000 to about the year 1500. It's a lot of questions about how that came to be. Certainly, there's a significant amount of migration from the south, and this is part of a much larger general population explosion of northern Europe at the time. Many historians feel that the reason for the population explosion after year 1000 is related to climactic factors, that the ground became much more arable as a result of temperature shifts. And there's a lot of interesting theories about why that might have happened, but nevertheless, for our purposes, you have a really big population of Jews growing in Ashkenaz, which, as the great medieval scholar Robert Chasen points out, sort of cuts against the grain of the Lachrymose school of Jewish historiography that says that, suffering in Western Europe at this time, in Latin Christendom, was so brutal and was so hard to make a living, when in reality we see that the Jews, at least demographically, expand significantly over these centuries. But it is offset by frequent expulsions. And that's what I've tried to point out with these green lines here. You have expulsions beginning in 1182 from France. France at that time was actually only a very small territory, but it expanded a much larger expulsion in the year 1306, then smaller ones right through the 14th century. The Jews of Provence to the south of France, who were not part of the French kingdom at the time, they also endure expulsions, and they find their way into the Italian peninsula in particular, and also further east. The Jews of England are expelled in 1290, and there are much smaller expulsions from smaller principalities throughout Germany and so on. Overwhelmingly, the Jews move east. And the reason for that movement is twofold. On the one hand, there are the expulsions, which are motivated by several factors. There's a certain degree of anti-Semitism involved. This is the era when the blood libel first appears in the year 1144, followed closely by the horrific host desecration, which is this argument that the Jews need to, torture the communion wafers. And that's combined, probably much more importantly, with economic factors. Jews are, for a variety of reasons, one of the most important being the church ban on money lending between Christians. Jews are the only money lenders, the only people providing credit in Latin Europe at this time. And it's a dangerous profession. If they extend loans unwisely to larger population, they risk popular uprisings, which they would have in the 17th century in particular. And if they loan money to some of the more powerful noblemen, the noblemen might feel that at a certain point it's easier to simply wipe out their debt by expelling the Jews than to try and repay what they have borrowed for various international campaigns and things like that. So a lot of economic and social pressures driving Jews out of Western Europe. And at the same time, Central and Eastern Europe is experiencing a vacuum of economic talent. They don't have, for example, any mintners, anybody who knows how to handle precious metals and turn them into coins. A lot of the economy in Poland in the 12th, 13th century is still happening with barter, and the rest of Europe is way ahead of that, developing Arabic credit systems and working with lots of currency and so on. So the Jews are quite literally invited to Poland, which is much larger than it is in this map. At the time, it was part of a large dynastic commonwealth formed with Lithuania that extended from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. And so the Jews are being invited into Eastern Europe, and so the Jews make their way there in communities, in waves, all the way up through the 17th century. This is what will result in a massive population of Ashkenazi Jews, although originating in the Rhineland, really populating Eastern Europe, Russia, Poland, Lithuania, places like that. Now we get to the Great Expulsion from Spain, and I know the map is getting crowded. It's going to get even more crowded in the next slide, but hopefully we can stay with it. Now we're looking at the red lines, and this is the colossal experience the Jews had during the expulsion from Spain. As you recall, Spain was a towering citadel of Jewish culture. It had long eclipsed Baghdad as really the religious and literary center of the Jewish world. And to expel the Jews from Spain was like absolutely mind-boggling. It would be akin to expelling the Jews from New York and New Jersey and Connecticut. It's like unthinkable. Such a massive amount of people, so central to the economy and culture and so on, but nevertheless, it happened. As you can see inside that red circle, the first wave of Jews went to Portugal because that, was the most convenient land crossing. Many of them went in the northern region along the Douro River, where, God willing, I'm going to go in February for an advance visit before we take a cruise there in May. And also many made the short distance across the Mediterranean into North Africa or over the Pyrenees Mountains into Bordeaux, France. And some of them made the much larger trek all the way out to the New World, which was discovered at precisely this time, hoping to reestablish themselves in places like Brazil in particular. But a lot of them made their way to the north to more accommodating climes, particularly in the context of the religious wars, where the Protestant Reformation had allowed for some more liberal environments where the Jews would be free of the Catholic Church in particular. The Netherlands and Amsterdam was an especially welcoming place because this is a culture that depends heavily on a population that cooperates with each other. The Netherlands, of course, were reclaimed land. If you've ever been to the Netherlands, it's incredibly flat. And that's because they developed these dikes and windmills and to pull water out of the soil, the soil that's soaked from the ocean, and dry it out enough that they can actually plant on it. And inch by inch, they actually expanded the territory this way. And what that society needs is everybody has to do their part. You can't like ignore the dike on your property and think that your neighbors aren't going to be ticked off about it, because it will eventually flood theirs as well. This interesting kind of cooperative culture was exceptionally welcoming to the Jews, because as long as they did their part, they were perfectly well accepted. It was not a society that had the luxury of discriminating. So a lot of reasons why Jews went specifically to Amsterdam. And then you've got Jews fanning out throughout the Mediterranean, some of them making their way to the Italian peninsula. But the most important for our purposes at the end of this class is that many of them made their way completely out of Christian Europe, out of Catholic Europe, and out of Protestant Europe, and made their way to the Ottoman Empire, which was under the Muslims, thinking that, they had actually done fairly well, comparatively speaking, under the Muslims compared to the Catholics in particular. And so they went to places like Constantinople, in this map, of course, the modern name of Istanbul, and to Asia Minor, and to Tzfat in Jerusalem, in Israel in particular, which I'd like to talk about in more detail. Okay. I hope everybody is following this map. I'm going to give you one more complicated map, and then we'll be done with the discussion of the migrations. Now, this one, I know it's so confusing because I've left everything overlaid. But if you look at the light blue lines, this essentially gives you a sense of what happened to Jews in the last century and a half. The largest population of Jews by far is now in Eastern Europe. Those Ashkenazi Jews, joined by a few Sephardim, constitute the bulk of European Jewry. And of course, European Jewry is still dominant as the majority population as a whole. But after 1882, when in the Russian Empire there was a massive series of pogroms that lasted 3 years, and it was evident that the Russian Empire was either unable or even unwilling to try and control this popular violence directed against Jews, the Jews as a whole opted to migrate in huge numbers. About 2 million Jews made their way to the United States. About 100,000 made their way to Canada. A similar number made their way to South America. And about 250,000 made their way into Western Europe, which by now, we're already in the 19th century, all of those areas which had previously banned the Jews now made their territories available to Jews, especially France, which had emancipated all its Jews in 1791. So Jews are moving in very large numbers to the New World. Smaller numbers, about 50,000, made their way down to South Africa, and the same number made their way to Israel because Zionism was becoming a thing at this time as well. And a very small number, less than 10,000, made their way to Australia. So it's basically a huge, 20-minute overview of major Jewish population movements. I just want to point out one thing which should be obvious from the aesthetics of this map, is that Ashkenazim and Sephardim are definitely coming into contact with each other in a very big way. Especially after the 1492 expulsion, you have Sephardim penetrating deep into traditional Ashkenazi cultures in large numbers, either as Jews, not being converted, the so-called Sephardim proper, the Spanish Jews, or as Jews who had the privileges of Christians because they were descended from those converts. Those are the so-called Portuguese Jews, who once they were free were generally adopting their Jewish identity again. And this gives you an overview of how Jews began to interact with each other, what happened when you had Jews discovering each other with those very different mindsets. Okay, I hope I haven't overwhelmed you with that migration. Let's look now at the impact of the Sephardim, and I'm going to do a little bit of a case study with the Jews of Tzfat in particular. So, as you will recall, the Sephardim had, and this working thesis that we have been, walking along with, is this notion that the Sephardim had developed the ability to interact with secular society, with Christian society. We also have to add the fact that the Sephardim were technologically far more advanced than the Ashkenazim at this time as well. This is a picture, it's a commemorative stamp of the great scholar Ralbag, or Gersonides, who was a 13th century Jew from the region of Provence. And among his many inventions was this thing that the figure in the stamp is holding, which is called a Jacob's staff. And it was an ingenious device that used physics to determine the distance of everything from heavenly bodies, like the sun shown here, or navigation, like how far away is that boat. And this kind of device was extremely useful for people who were going to make their way across the Atlantic Ocean. We have so many Jews who are deeply involved in the science of Spain in the first half of the second millennium. They're importing all kinds of Arabic sciences because they are the culture brokers between Arabic North Africa and Christian Europe. A lot of the translation efforts from Arabic classics, which are themselves quite often translated from Greek classics, to make it into Latin, they frequently had to go through Hebrew, or at least go through a Jew who could render the Arabic into a local vernacular, which could then be rendered into Latin. So the Jews are playing an incredibly important role, Sephardim in particular, in being the culture brokers for the world. Also very important for the culture brokers of Jews. They're bringing, for example, great Arabic classics like the Guide for the Perplexed and the Duties of the Heart and these things, and making them available in Hebrew for Ashkenazi readers as well. And this will become extremely important. Let me just put a little tag in this, or a pin in this for later. The printing press, which may have actually developed in a Jewish shop in Provence about a decade before Gutenberg invented his. It's not impossible. There are some interesting suggestions to prove this. Not for our discussion today, but the printing press was certainly something that the Jews, even if they didn't invent it, they fell in love with it. And that had a great impact in spreading Sephardic culture because it represented the height of literary culture of the day and tended to crowd out a lot of the other competitors. So let's just put a pin in that for now, because we're going to come back to it shortly. One other thing that the Sephardim really brought with them was an openness to the outside world, which could prove to be quite corrosive to traditional Judaism as well. Witness in Amsterdam, where people like Baruch Spinoza really had no problem engaging with non-Jewish ideas, and ultimately bearing the brunt of an excommunication effort by the Jews of that community in trying to control the spread of his philosophy, which was, of course, deeply unsuccessful. But if we go to, for example, the city of Tzfat, we see a very different phenomenon that the Sephardim brought with them as they went into exile. So here's a map of the Ottoman Empire, right at its peak, really. Ultimately, this would be an extremely important map when we consider the formation of Israel, because this is basically what the Ottoman Empire looked like and what Israel looked like at the eve of the First World War, and before the British took it over. And this was all Muslim territory, and it was quite a bit freer territory for Jews, especially fleeing the Inquisition in Spain. Jews proceeded at their own risk to live in other parts of Europe under Catholic domination. For example, in Italy, there was a horrific example of persecution in the middle of the 16th century, when a group of crypto-Jews, that is, Jews who had been converted to Catholicism and then made their way as a community to a place called Ancona on the Adriatic coast of Italy. And once they were there, because conditions seemed to be acceptable and the Pope at the time didn't seem to mind, they essentially went back and started observing Judaism. And it was just a known thing that there was a group of Jews living in Ancona who were actually, outwardly Christian, but inwardly they were Jews and they practiced Jewish rituals, married amongst each other, and so on. Unfortunately, as we see in the book of Exodus as well, a new pope arose who knew not the Jews, and he was infuriated that there should be these backsliding Judaizers right there on the Italian peninsula. And so he arrested a large number of them and ultimately burned 25 Jews at the stake in 1555 in Ancona. This is an example of how it could still be dangerous to live as a Jew anywhere in Catholic Europe. And the Inquisition was active right up until the 19th century, so they were really not safe. But moving to the Ottoman Empire, to the Muslim Empire, that's a wholly different thing, because the Islamic religion has a sort of a model for the existence of Jews within Islamic territories. It's called the Pact of Umar, which is something like the Christian doctrine of witness, which essentially says that Jews are allowed to live and their religion is protected in Muslim lands as long as they submit to largely symbolic and some financial disabilities. It's definitely a second-class status kind of thing where, they're not allowed to carry weapons or ride horses. They would have to wear a particular color, I believe it was yellow, to distinguish themselves from others. And a lot of these things were ignored in many places. They couldn't build their synagogues new. They had to just renovate the old ones. This is why some of the synagogues in the Ottoman Empire were actually built with several sub-basements, because they couldn't make them taller, but they could make them deeper in the ground. So many Jews said, forget about living in Christian Europe. It's a loss. And they went in particular to Istanbul, or Constantinople as it was, and created, a tremendous amount of culture there. The Sultan of Istanbul was actually quite delighted with his new Jewish subjects, because they brought with them a tremendous amount of economic activity, and he was very happy to expand those possibilities for the Jews. He considered Spain's loss his gain. And that's what connects us specifically to the town of Sfat, which you can see I've labeled here on this map in the blue letters. It's kind of in the north of Jerusalem, and it's not a very well-known place. It doesn't appear in Tanakh at all. The word Sfat probably comes from the word Sofeh, which means to look out, because it is about 5,000 feet above sea level. You can see it here with the Sea of Galilee, the Yam Kinneret in the background. Very beautiful, kind of picturesque area. And it was a backwards town with very little to say for it. But the Ottoman Empire extended tax breaks to textile merchants living in Sfat, and textiles are a field that Jews had historically been very involved in. My own father, Alav Shalom, was a shmata dealer, and so all of a sudden Sfat became a center of tremendous commerce, rivaling even Jerusalem in many ways. And that was joined with a fascinating phenomenon of spiritual tourism. A certain number of very important Jews made their way from the Spanish exile to Sfat, and by the time you got about 70 years out, which is kind of similar to the way we are related to the Holocaust now in terms of time, there was this amazing effervescence of Jewish spiritual activity in Sfat. A remarkable number of figures of colossal proportions, really, all living in this tiny little village and making tremendous creative efforts in Judaism, particularly in Lurianic Kabbalah, a type of mysticism, which you can see here. It's very common to use this particular shade of blue as a way of warding off the evil eye, and especially to decorate graves with it. The kinds of people who lived in Sfat in the middle of the 16th century include, if you read some of these grave signs, on the bottom left is the holy Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was one of the greatest systematizers of Kabbalah, who took a series of really bizarre, very difficult to read, complex, cryptic books, and he condensed them and he made them accessible in a book called Pardes Rimonim, The Orchard of Pomegranates, which became an instant classic in his lifetime. And by the way, let's remember that this is during the heyday of new printing. All of a sudden, books are in circulation. With printing, the price of a manuscript dropped dramatically, lowering radically the threshold for people to actually access some of these great ideas. And so it was like the internet was invented in the 16th century, and everyone was piling on. The Ramak had a father-in-law, or excuse me, I think it was his brother-in-law. You can see on the right, his name was Shlomo Alkabetz, who was also a great Kabbalist and the composer of the Lecha Dodi poem that we recite on Friday nights based on this Tzfat experience. And then sort of in the center, you see the student of the Ramak, who was actually from Egypt. His name was the Holy Ari, Isaac Luria, right? So also known as Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, although he was born and raised in Egypt. And he came to Tzfat in order to learn with the Ramak. He learned with him for less than a year, and then the Ramak died, and the Ari died a few years later. But these men created an absolutely phenomenal revolution in Kabbalah, which had tremendous ramifications for the rest of Jewish culture. I'm sure in your show you're seeing Lecha Dodi. It's virtually universal and inspired so many Jewish movements afterwards. And this largely is a result of the, if you'll forgive the comparison, the post-Holocaust experience of these Sephardic and Portuguese Jews. All of these figures, with the exception of the Ari, were from Spain or Portugal, and they were, uprooted. They were refugees. The greatest among them was Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was himself a childhood refugee. We would say a survivor, if we use the comparison, who made his way through Constantinople, and then in his old age, he made his way to Tzfat as well. And they came with a dream and a vision of a completely changed world in which there was a dramatic moment that allowed for the bringing of the Messiah. And so their Kabbalistic studies were infused with an urgency, a drama that really propelled Judaism for the next 500 years, especially through the Hasidic movement. And this is largely from the Sephardic and Portuguese Jews who created this Kabbalah that later spun off into the Ashkenazim as well. Have a look at this map here, which gives you just a sense of the demographic spread of the Ashkenazim. This is in the first half of the 19th century, and you can see how Western Europe just has a few tiny dots of Jews. France, which once had a large community, is now very small. Only a few cities have any Jews at all. And Germany a little bit more. But then when you get to the Eastern Europe, Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, Galicia, those regions are deeply sated with Jews. And there are three main flavors of Jews that emerge from this period of time. And let's see if I can put them up here. And I've sort of put them in a Venn diagram because more or less they overlap. You have towards the east and the south the growth of the Hasidic movement, heavily influenced by the Kabbalah of the Ari, which was in turn heavily influenced by the Sephardic and Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. You have the Mitznagdim. These are the so-called opponents, largely to the north, to Lithuania and Prussia, who are the traditionalists who oppose the innovation of the Hasidim. Both groups ended up, perpetuating themselves to the modern era. So it was, as they say in Pirkei Avot, "Machlokas l'shem shamayim," right? A controversy for the sake of heaven, and as a result, it remained. And the third group, a little bit more to the west, particularly in German lands, were the Maskilim, the followers of the Haskalah. Let's have a very brief look at all three of these, and we'll hope to understand how it was largely their encounter with the Sephardim that affected each of them. In the case of the Hasidim, we have the research of my senior colleague, Rabbi Moshe Rossman, Dr. Moshe Rossman from Bar Ilan, who pointed out that, for much of the modern period, there were even doubts, did the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, even exist? Because all we had about his life was a collection of stories in a document called Shivchei Habesh, in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, and a lot of them are really quite amazing, a lot of miracle stories, and people didn't know what to make of them historically. But with the fall of the Soviet Union and the opening of the archives behind the Iron Curtain, Dr. Rossman was able to go and actually find the tax records of the Baal Shem. As you can see here, it's enlarged, where we can actually see where he lived, how much he paid taxes, and so on. And he was able to write an amazing book that talked about the founder of this movement. The name of the Baal Shem Tov was Israel ben Eliezer, and he was deeply affected by the Kabbalah that was brought up from the region of Tzfat in particular. But the kind of movement that spread under the third generation in particular, that's the generation of the students of the Maggid of Mezrich. You can see here, Mezrich is towards the south, where Hasidism had its largest impact, spread throughout the entire region, and of course, spread to the Americas as well. I happen to work in a very Hasidic part of the world, known as Brooklyn, New York. But they were deeply opposed by the traditionalists led by this man, the Vilna Gaon, who felt that there was simply too much ecstatic and fundamentalist religion with too much lack of discipline by Lithuanian standards. And they had actually quite significant fights that went on until they realized by the middle of the 19th century that they had a much more serious enemy in the Haskalah. Fascinating kind of movement. I know we're rushing along a little bit, but I want to leave at least some time for questions. The Haskalah was also an impact of the encounter between the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim, because the Ashkenazim were kind of like a wound up top, like a tremendous amount of energy wound up in a very tightly coiled spring with very little access to the outside world. The penetration of these Portuguese Jews in particular, I mentioned Spinoza, but we could go through a list of a dozen Portuguese Jews who came to many of these regions saying, you know what, the Christians aren't so bad, and I kind of like their opera, and I'm fond of their science. They've got some great science now. And so Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, slowly began to encounter the outside world and to question that initial stance that was developed from the Crusades and had lasted for about 750 years. Maybe it's not so bad to get involved with secular culture. One of the greatest proponents of this was Moses Mendelssohn, shown here, who was personally an observant Jew, but he argued for greater integration of Jews with civil culture. That Jews, for example, should learn the vernacular. They should not be relying on their internal Jewish languages like Yiddish. They should be learning proper German and communicating in German and so on. And he was a very popular figure, particularly among German liberals and among a certain sector of Jews as well. But at the same time, his ideas were so controversial that in some parts of Europe, his books were actually burned by Jews because he was considered too radical. There are others like Solomon Maimon, who were his rough contemporary, who simply abandoned Judaism altogether. He wrote a fantastic autobiography in which he was growing up in a Hasidic family, or actually in a Lithuanian family, but he encounters Hasidism as a youth. And ultimately, he just discovers that the outside culture is way too attractive, and he throws his Judaism overboard. But he writes I Jumped Over the Convent Wall kind of book to go along with it. Just take a moment to discuss this. In 1772, in northern Germany, in a region called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, there was a false burial scare where people suddenly developed this wide-ranging phobia that people were buried before they were actually dead. And this caused really quite an uproar, as you might imagine. So much so that people were doing things like building these kinds of interesting coffins where, there's a little bladder in the coffin, and if you suddenly discovered that, wait, people had buried me when I was not dead, you could just squeeze the bladder and a flag would pop up or a bell would ring and all kinds of things like that to let people know that, no, you're not actually dead. And why this is relevant to Jews is because the Duke of the era was convinced that it made sense for burials to be banned before 72 hours of declaration of death. Meaning the coroner, this is 1772, it's already quite late. You know, we're talking about the period of the colonial era in America, it's much more modern. The coroner would decree a person dead, and then they would wait 3 days just to make sure, and then they would bury him. The problem is, Jewish burials require rapid interment. Again, an impact of Kabbalistic thought, the notion that the disintegration of the body through decomposition is actually beneficial to the soul. It represents a sloughing off of the sins of this world, and we want to accelerate that as much as possible. In Israel, of course, it's customary to bury within 24 hours, and not even to use a coffin, to bury a person in a shroud alone to accelerate that decomposition. So this meant that the Duke's decree would actually contravene Jewish practice. So people turned to Mendelssohn saying, hey, please, can you argue a way out of this so that we don't have to observe this decree because, you know, it's against Jewish law. Now, Mendelssohn himself, personally, he was not inclined to oppose the decree. He felt it was a reasonable public health measure. After all, if people are being buried prematurely, we should certainly take steps to ensure that doesn't happen. And furthermore, he pointed out that historically, Jews did not necessarily bury in the ground. Like this, for example, is a crypt in Beit Shan in northern Israel, where Jews were regularly buried in these kind of shelves called kochim. And there's a lot of discussion in the Talmud about how this is done. And in fact, there were even very bizarre rituals that we no longer practice today, where you would, you know, bury your loved one and let the body decompose, and then after a year, you would go back, retrieve the bones, and bring them to the family crypt. So it was like perfectly normal to do all kinds of things that are different to the burial system we do today. And he wanted to say, listen, this is a scientific advancement. We should follow this particular decree. But nevertheless, he respected the wishes of his co-religionists. He wrote a letter to the Duke and, in fact, was able to avoid the problem. But he himself felt it would probably be a good idea. Other Jews said, you know what, we should just go whole hog, so to speak, with all of this. David Friedlander, one of the students of Mendelssohn, said, you know, we can't possibly negotiate, you know, this narrow threading the needle between engagement with Jewish culture and you know, blocking out non-Jewish culture and so on. Why don't we just pretend to be baptized? He called it the dry baptism proposal of 1799, and everything will be fine. It was not especially popular, but nevertheless, there were a lot of Maskilim who argued for outright assimilation, and many of them simply disappeared at this time. Others, like Samson Raphael Hirsch, shown here, also from Germany in the mid-19th century, argued for a very careful parsing of what is actually required in Jewish law and what is merely customary, and then just following that line. Finally, when we get to Eastern Europe, that's where you have those masses of Jews, and the Haskalah penetrates in that region as well, where you have the oldest population of Ashkenazim who are closer to that kind of mindset of the Crusades, but by the time the Haskalah gets over to Eastern Europe, it overwhelms them. They are deeply involved in all kinds of modulations of Jewish identity. Yiddishism, Yiddish becomes a literary language in this time. Zionism becomes a new idea, political Zionism, so to speak. Jewish socialism, and there are critics of the old way of living, such as Joseph Pearl, who brutally criticized the Hasidic movement, for example. These are all kinds of things that are happening as these Sephardic ideas, a result of the conversion, makes their way through Ashkenazi culture. Now, we should spend at least a few minutes talking about that big population that we have ignored largely till now, the so-called Eastern communities, or the Mizrahim. And they have been largely quiet for much of the period. They're not engaged, with a few very significant exceptions like the Ben Ish Chai and so on. They are not producing the same kind of scholars that you see coming out of the Sephardic diaspora or the Ashkenazic world as well. But there is a very significant impact because the Sephardim, bringing their very advanced book culture into the Ottoman Empire, overwhelm a lot of the local cultures. And this is kind of a sad element to all of this, because you'll recall I mentioned the popularity of printing. So one of the things that tends to happen when you get to the 16th century in particular is that whoever publishes the first most popular book tends to destroy all kinds of smaller books. Like they say, this is what's going on in contemporary publishing today, partly as a result of the loss of our local bookstores. That, you know, people don't browse for books anymore. They go and they buy, you know, the dozen or so popular authors over and over again. But it's very hard for new authors to make their way into the field because there's just no exposure for them. And so when the Shulchan Aruch is written by a Sephardi rabbi, Rabbi Yosef Karo, and it is published, and it gets the imprimatur of the commentary of the Ashkenazi Ramah, that shuts down all kinds of other activities. The same thing happens, for example, with the Siddur that we have. So many other local modifications to prayers that we see in local towns in France and in Germany and in Italy. These different liturgies, these different, literary, gems, they simply become lost because of the overwhelming steamroller effect, in particular of the Sephardim. So most of the Edut HaMizrach, the Eastern communities, some of them extremely old, like in places like Aleppo and Damascus and elsewhere, they are overwhelmed by the Sephardic influence, and they begin to adopt Sephardic ritual, so such that they are ironically called Sephardim, even though they have no sort of tribal or biological connection to Spain. They are really the Edut HaMizrach, but they have been overwhelmed by Spanish culture. They will, however, come to the fore when we get to the 20th century, particularly after the establishment of the State of Israel, because then you have the so-called Jewish Nakba, where many of the Muslim countries of North Africa and the Middle East expel their Jews as a kind of a revenge for the establishment of the State of Israel. And the number, which is ironically pretty much the same as the number that the Palestinians claimed for their Nakba from the land of Israel, you have roughly the same amount of Jews who are either expelled or coerced or flee in fear from their countries to the land of Israel. And these are essentially the Mizrahim who make a huge impact in Israeli culture. If you look at the demographic population of Israel today, you'll see